Well, good morning. Calling this meeting to order. This is the October 14th workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I welcome you all here today. And the first item on our agenda is to say the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll join me, I appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Our first scheduled item on the agenda is the WMATA annual update. Ms. Robinson, do you have any introductory remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I don't. I'm really happy to have the entire WMATA team and our board members here, and Chair Santos has joined us as well this morning, so I'm happy to invite them to the podium for their presentation.
Well, thank you. Yes, as Ms. Robinson, Director Robinson has indicated, we're joined today by the Chair of the WMATA Board, Valerie Santos, as well as Paul Smedberg, our Virginia Rep, First Vice Chair, Walter Alcorn, our Principal Director, and of course, Mr. Randy Clark, CEO, Proficient at Large. Glad to see you all here today. And welcome.
Welcome.
By the
Thank
way,
you, Mr. Secretary.
We tried to schedule this to be a little bit thoughtful about your situation. Valerie Santos reminded me that y'all are a regional entity, and I'm like, yeah, and you had to come to Richmond in the morning.
On 95.
So on 95. So we're trying to make it like a little bit, and hopefully when you go back, it'll be pretty clean. So press lanes are not, will they be going in still? 10, 11 o'clock? You better hurry.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for having us here today, Director Robinson, members of the board. As the Secretary said, I'm joined by Valerie Santos, our board chair, who is one of the representatives from the District of Columbia, and my Virginia colleague, Walter Alcorn. We serve together as the two Virginia representatives on the board. Walter also serves on the Fairfax County Board, and of course, Randy Clark, who many of you know from prior visits. I'm just going to level set real quick, just give you a snapshot of where we are currently with WMATA. Then I'll turn it over to Valerie, who will then turn it over to Walter, and then Randy. So that's the flow here. We have a pretty concise presentation and look forward to the discussion later. So our first slide, if we could go to that, please. Oh, am I supposed to change it? Here we go. There we are. Okay, Metro at a glance. So for fiscal year 26, you see the budget there. Our overall budget is $5 billion. Essentially, it's split evenly between capital and operating. That's a regional investment that produces about $3.2 billion in tax revenue for the Metro transit area. And Metro repays the regional investment many times over, as you can see there just by the straight numbers. Metro stations cover about 3% of the land in our region, 30% of the property value, and 65% of new office development occurs in and around Metro stations. Some of the accomplishments that we've had over the last year, we activated automatic door operation across all the lines, a critical step in the automation program and modernizing the Metro system. We welcome the inaugural class of the new Transit Police Department Criminal Justice Academy. We restructured the Metro Rail and Metro Bus operating subsidy allocation formula to improve transparency and better align service costs with highlighting the regional benefits. And Mr. Secretary, I know this is one that you've been focused on, you and some of your team. We completed installation of more secure fare gates on all 98 stations and fare boxes, including 1,500 buses to reduce fare evasion. So I love this slide because this gives you a nice little snapshot of Metro by the numbers. And I'll just highlight a few here for you. We've had 9 years of successful clean audits. The The first one there, the number one APTA award, we'll hear about that a little later. We've had 92% customer satisfaction numbers on rail, and that is an historic number for us. 83% on bus, which I think is fair to say is almost unheard of for bus satisfaction. In terms of the federal safety measures, we lead 3 categories there. We have 30,000 system-wide public safety cameras. We have an 82% reduction in Metro Rail fare evasion. We have built, through joint developments with our partners, close to 1,500 residential units based on Metro property since 2022. We have an annual tax revenue through joint development of $215 million. We have 11 new high-frequency routes for the new bus network, and we'll hear about that a little later. We had $265 million of total trips for fiscal year 25, and that's a number that always surprises a lot of folks, and that's why we like to highlight it, because Metro really does move the region. And lastly, just another thing to highlight here, we've had 54 consecutive months of year-over-year ridership growth. And that is something that we, as the board, are really, really proud of Mr. Clark and his team through their efforts. I mean, as you can see here, and as the Secretary and Director Robinson and others may know, since Randy's arrival, he and his team have truly transformed this organization from what it was just 3-4 years ago. It's really remarkable what they've been able to accomplish. So let's look at Virginia specific here. Virginians are returning to Metro Rail. The number of trips originating at Virginia Metro Rail stations continues to grow year over year. In April of 25, we saw the highest ridership in Virginia Metro Rail stations since the pandemic, with an average of about 108,000 average rides daily. August 25 ridership was up 16% higher than it was in August of 24. Just some other highlights here. Again, the 54 months of continuous ridership growth, but some Virginia stats. Metro Rail is up 15% over 24 in Q1 of 25. Top performers, Eisenhower Avenue is up 45%. Loudoun Gateway up 39%. West Falls Church up 36%. Ashburn is up 34%. And the stop at Dulles Airport had its second busiest day ever on August 29th. Public safety, a few highlights here. We've had a 55% decrease in crime within the system over the last 3 years, and that's the lowest in 8 years. And there has been a real concerted effort, not only internally at WMATA, but also with our regional partners to look, and our federal partners looking at this issue. We've installed, as I mentioned earlier, the taller fare gates, which has increased, and along with increased enforcement, fare evasion is down 82%. We've issued 6,000 citations for fare evasion on Metrobus in 2025 so far. Public safety personnel stationed at the Metro Integrated Command Center monitor more than the 30,000 cameras, and we've adopted a newly adopted banning policy, which allows Metro to ban offenders from the entire system for up to a year. So some real progress there. So that just gives you a snapshot and some of the things that the board and particularly Randy and his senior team and others have been working on. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Chair Santos.
Thanks, Paul. Just briefly, wanted to highlight, so APTA, for those of you not familiar, is the American Public Transportation Association, so the industry association for transit agencies in the country. I was just asking Randy, how many agencies are there across the country? There's more than 1,000. And so this year, it was a particular honor for Metro to be designated the Agency of the Year. And as my colleague, Mr. Smedberg, mentioned, I mean, among the accomplishments are obviously it's a turnaround story in terms of ridership, in terms of improved financial management, quality of service. So it's very exciting, and wanted to, as I mentioned to the secretary when we ran into each other just before walking in, part of the reason I wanted to come here and just be present and to support my colleagues is that for many years, Metro has been a bit parochial, frankly, on the board. And I don't say that at a denigration of any colleagues, but we really are a regional body, and we try and operate and support one another throughout the region, and very much appreciate you all's continued support for Metro's operations, and wanted to demonstrate the return on investment for you all. So thank you.
Right, Valerie, thank you. Let's move into, let's see, a little bit more detail. I'm not going to repeat everything that you've heard so far. You're going to see a lot of numbers in these slides, so I'll try not to repeat them too much. But on this slide, actually, I do want to get a little bit parochial because I do represent, I'm on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, and I represent the Hunter Mill District, which includes Reston and Vienna. And it's true not only of the area that I represent, but Fairfax County overall. We have hitched our economic development strategy around Metro rail stations. And I think some of the things you see on the slide reinforce that from a regional perspective. But I'll just tell you specifically around our transit stations, rail stations in Reston, we have fantastic economic activity. We have Volkswagen's U.S. headquarters. We have a very large Fannie Mae facility. We have other companies like Google, ICF that are locating in this corridor. It really is a major selling point for us from an economic development standpoint on the Fairfax County Board. So anyway, that's my parochial bit. Forgive me, Chair Santos, for going parochial just a little bit. But it clearly has regional benefits as well, as you can see from this slide. So I do want to talk a little bit about some of the good things that we've seen from a budget perspective over the past few years, and in particular, at the end of fiscal year 2025, through good management, good decisions made by the board, but mostly, I think, attention paid to this by Randy Clark and the senior management team in Metro. They were able to come in with $120 million in cost savings from the FY25 adopted budget. So as you can see, some of the savings, $28 million, was moved forward into the FY26 operating budget. $92 million was reinvested in the 6-year capital program. You're going to hear a little bit more some of the challenges that we're looking at for the system from a capital perspective. And this underscores the importance of getting our capital program funded. It's a really critical piece. And it is something, in terms of good budgeting, obviously we want to make sure we're keeping up with our preventative maintenance. So we actually are focusing on that as part of the savings effort as well. So as we go to the next slide, more numbers for you, but this really breaks down the summary that Paul gave you already in terms of the total amount of budget, both operating on the left and capital on the right. And as you can see, I'll just focus one thing. On the left, you see that big number there, subsidy. Over $1 billion, actually close to $2 billion, 74%. In Virginia, we do the public subsidy for Metro a little differently than they do in Maryland. In Virginia, we basically split it, the Commonwealth and local governments. So this is something, certainly as a member of the Fairfax County Board, we also pay a lot of attention to. And frankly, it's one of the reasons I am so grateful for what this management team has done in terms of focusing on costs, looking for efficiencies, and actually being good stewards of this system and taxpayer dollars. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this, and then I'm going to hand it over early to Randy, because I've been a regular board member for a total of about 4 months. So I really can't take the
We
credit
need you to
for-
stay up there. We got a lot of questions for you all.
Well, I'm not going far.
Got a whole book of questions.
Thank you, Shep.
I'm just kidding.
But these are 4 examples of some really important modernization, efficiency initiatives. And Randy, actually, I'm going to have you come up and talk a little bit about this.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Board Member. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Great seeing you again, back for in Richmond this year, but very good to be with you. Obviously, you can see as a general manager, I'm very lucky. You have a fantastic board that is very engaged. We have a lot of meetings at Metro, a lot of conversations, but I very much appreciate their support and digging in on a lot of these topics. So it's certainly a big team effort, everyone put together. On this slide, I think Board Member Alcorn probably wants me to talk through a few things that are really leading to this next FY26 budget. And one is how we're running the rail system and really trying to be as cost efficient as possible. So for 15 years, Metro has not been running what's called automatic train operation. And that's not full driverless Metro or automated rail, but it's what's in our business, there's 4 levels, and it's level 2. That system has been turned off for 15 years. We're the only system in the world that regressed in the use of technology, something we definitely are not proud of the agency. But I'm very proud that in the last year, we put it back on. And it took an extensive amount of work to get there. But that not only increases safety, because it prevents a red signal violation, which for us would be the most serious thing in the rail transit world, but it also increases reliability, reduces customer trip time. And by doing that, we can run the service much more efficient. So a good example is the red line, because it's easy to understand because it does not go into Virginia. But for an example, it's a big U shape. And we are now able to run the same amount of frequency with 2 less train sets on that line. So all in, we probably are saving upwards of $10 million by being back on that level of automation on the system. And then again, everyone's trips are 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minutes faster. So and much more reliable. So that is a good example. And we took some of that money and reinvested back into the system. One of the things we heard loud and clear was we need to provide more service on the weekends earlier and later. And this is a good example at Dulles Airport. People really, people like to get flights on Saturday morning or get where they're going. And we didn't open late, we opened too late to do that. So that is a good example, or DCA, or things of that nature. On the bus side, we implemented what's called a Better Bus Network redesign. First time in 50 years, we reviewed the entire network and implemented a new network, and that was to drive efficiency and better ridership. And we think we'll save about $6 million on that because it's buses being used to pick people up versus driving to start routes to pick people up and things of that nature. And we're actually running more service for, it's going to be about $6 million less. On the bus side, we were also able to reduce our fleet. We are running a higher reliability, lower cost with 100 less buses. So we took 100 buses out of a 1,500 bus fleet, and now we're running more service with 100 less buses. So that's a good example of, again, trying to drive the cost efficiency as Board Member Alcorn suggested. On the fare side, we've talked very significantly. Every meeting, I swear, I've had with Secretary Miller has been about fares and rightfully pushing us hard on that. I think Board Member Smedberg mentioned we've really dropped down the rail side significantly. Bus is starting to actually see some results. We saw 20% more people paid in August on bus than last year. We still have a lot of work to do. I would say more work in DC and Maryland than we do in Virginia, but that work will continue. We also introduced what we call Tap, Ride, and Go, the ability to use your credit or debit card or your Apple Watch or your Apple phone or every other, whatever they come up with next, at our stations, and we're rolling that on bus in November. We did a big launch at Dulles Airport because Dulles is actually the #1 station. Dulles and Arlington National Cemetery are two top stations for people doing that. That's going to continue to increase. That'll drive cash and cost efficiency in the system and makes the system much easier to use. And so that's an example. We're constantly looking at how do we modernize and use technology to drive performance at Metro. With that, I'll go right into some of the slides that I was going to highlight on capital. On this one here, you can really see that, as Board Member Alcorn mentioned, we are really looking at that on the operating side, but capital is so important for us as well. And so what we're trying to do is kind of look under the hood on everything at Metro. So in the last 2 years, we've identified $175 million of capital program administrative savings. So that means doing all the projects that we want to do, but doing them with less overhead. So we're driving down use of consultants or staff time or our specifications and all of those types of things. And I'm not saying the job's done. That job in government should never end. There's always ways to constantly look at it. We also looked at some of our specifications and kind of the way we go about things at Metro that may be non-industry standard or commercial based, and we think that has driven about $100 million of savings as well. So a good example on the left would be a bus shelter. Those bus shelters, we reduced the cost on by over 50% by doing more commercially available equipment in install, and so better for the customer, better for the bottom line. And then other examples are using our data centers or drainage pump stations, and we literally have dozens of these types of projects, some big, some small. I'm a big believer that the accumulation of a lot of small things is big. And so for every $1 million that we could put back in the system, that's $1 million of taxpayer money, but it's also $1 million to higher performance for more people using the system. So that's kind of some examples we're looking at to do there. The next thing is what Board Member Alcorn mentioned, that we do have a very significant capital program issue coming up, though. And I don't think it could be understated. I wasn't the general manager at the time. I know Board Member Smegler was heavily involved in this. Back in 18 and 19, some of you in this room, I want to acknowledge and appreciate your work on this. The dedicated funding for Metro was game changer in 2019. It allowed this agency to finally get out of the hole of things falling apart. I lived in D.C. at that time. There was fires all the time. Platforms were crumbling. It was front page news every day. I know things are generally working well because I joke with some people when I run into most elected officials, no one tells me that there's that many problems because that means they don't hear from their constituents at grocery stores. And we don't offload trains and there's no fires in tunnels and things of that nature. And that doesn't come easy. That comes to use that money appropriately. So we've really put that money to work, and there's an amount of respect for Metro to the entire Commonwealth and all of our partners we really do appreciate. The challenge with that money, though, it was not indexed at the time. And like everything in life, if we don't index it, it obviously loses its purchasing power. We also got hit with arguably the couple biggest years of inflation. Many of us, outside the mid-'70s, probably the next biggest hit of inflation. So you put all that together, our debt capacity is going to be hit by about 2029. We're going to have to reduce the capital program by probably a good part of about $700 million, so about a third or 40%, depending on how we do it, cut to the capital program. So I think it's fair to say, if that happens for a year, maybe the world doesn't end. That happens for multiple years. We're probably not that far back into the scenario that we just dug ourselves out of with having unreliable service and potential safety issues. So what we're really working for is to have a bondable, truly have a rotational revolving bond program at Metro that then we're held accountable to. We don't put our hand out. We're told what that money is, and we then have really good planning for the next 20, 30, 40 years because as debt rolls off, we refinance and move through it that way. That money also allows us to go after federal programs that right now we can't do as much because we don't have that predictability. So we're going to leave money on the table while other regions in this country go after that because we don't have that local funding secured to do it. So that's what we're really after is some type of index fund, probably 3%. It doesn't have to be 3% exactly, but something like that that is predictable. And then we don't have that debt capacity issue, and we have a really good predictable program to move forward.
Ms. Sellers, Mr. Clark, will you entertain a question?
Sure.
What types of projects are funded through the capital improvement program?
Yeah, great question. Great question, board member. So everything from, like I mentioned, bus shelters and water pumping stations and things of that nature to replacement of rail, signaling systems, train replacement, a rail car replacement, bus replacement, maintenance facilities, elevators, escalators. So everything that kind of moves or physical infrastructure, a lot of technology stuff as well. Some stuff we were in a very good spot compared to the industry, like say our track is in really good shape at Metro comparatively to I think most properties in the country. Our signaling system, we are, if not the furthest behind, we're in the group that is the furthest behind on signaling. Which is going to lead to a massive amount of our reliability issues are becoming signaling on a daily basis. If you went on most of the oldest parts of the system, so in the Clarendon Courthouse corridor, let alone the oldest part of the Red Line, a lot of equipment is late 60s, early 70s. So this big conversation nationally about air traffic control, we're the exact same, 100% the exact same, and I've explained that to Secretary Duffy and others, and on the Hill. We want to go from A-Track, we don't want to go to DVD, we want to go to streaming. And that's how we're trying to explain it. We're in very old stuff that manufacturers don't even maintain anymore. So it's safe because it fails safe, but eventually those products are not going to be available, and that the impact to service is going to become very significant.
Follow-up, is it based on a dollar amount of what you put in the capital program? Because, replacing a bus is going to be a different cost than replacing a whole technology system. And so are some things funded through your operating budget, or is it all in the capital program with the potential to put it on a debt, to take out a bond or create a debt service payment?
Yeah, great question. So all of those things are capital-based, and we currently run bonding program. The issue we have is the debt capacity we have will hit in '29, and so we will not be able to issue any more debt. So that $500 million is going to keep coming from the whole region, but it's only going to pay debt capacity. So we're going to be years out before we can issue new debt, and therefore the drop-off in projects is going to go down. So obviously, big price difference between buying buses and new signaling system. But what we're looking for is predictability. So then we say, oh, over the next 15 years, 20 years, we want to redo our signaling system. Then we know, okay, we want to allocate 150, 200 million a year, and we can do it that way, go after federal funding and program that out. And that's how we go after delivery partners to help us with that.
Mr. Clark, would it be accurate to say, and maybe helpful to this board to understand, that you have, certainly from Virginia, you have a dedicated and predictable source of capital funding that is not indexed, to your point, and that the funding that you do have from all sources will run out in terms of your ability to bond against that in '29. So in essence, what you're looking for is additional sources of revenue to be able to pay for additional capital costs on top of what you're already receiving. That's sort of what you're suggesting.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, I think we've discussed those words over the last couple of years. So I think both things are correct in the sense of there's predictability of what is coming. It's not predictable for us to be able to run the program to the outcomes that people would like.
You need more.
We definitely need more, yeah. So if we move to the next slide, to get that, for lack of better, more in predictability, we created the DMV Moves Project. I want to give Board Member Smedberg a lot of credit. He is the co-chair with a member of the DC Council who happened to be the chair of COG last year as this got established. And it's the first time in 50 years that the Council of Governments and WMATA got together as a joint board meeting. And the idea was to say, okay, how do we work together as a region and figure out what we really want our region to look like and how are we going to fill that gap. Lots of progress has been made. You'll see members in Virginia that are on this task force, including several elected state officials, including there's a group that Senator Eben is leading that is kind of tied to this. It's a separate aspect within Virginia, but it's obviously running parallel tracks to this. But long way of putting it together, there was a community group with all of our business unit, business partners, things of that nature, plus government partners, so like the CAOs of the counties and lots of people like that, DOT leads. And the idea was to say, hey, as a region, where are the opportunities for us to be more integrated as a transit network and where it could be more cost efficiencies? And on the other side is on the WMATA side, really dig through WMATA's numbers, held to account pretty hard on this to say what number is needed to get to that long-term revolving bond program. And so that work is coming to an end. In the next week, actually, is a task force meeting, and then there'll be a joint board meeting in November. And what really has happened here is a general understanding around about $460 to $500 million is needed. It says FY28. Again, fiscal year is different across the three partners, let alone metros. But for our at least 29 fiscal year. And right now, it seems consensus is building around a 3% per year indexing. Again, what we just want is predictability. So if there's a different type of formula that's more or less around that number, that works as well. We just need that predictability. And that will really drive a couple things. One, our capital program on things like rail automation. Where we'd like to do is use more of our capital to drive overall performance on safety and reliability, but drive down operating costs. And that is kind of what is the world standard. That is, Metro is in a great position to do that. And then drive our bus program. We'll probably move about 425,000 maybe on bus today. And we think we could get upwards of 500,000 on bus if we actually added more priority bus lanes and things of that nature and some targeted investments. And then let alone to Board Member Seller's point, the regular, if you will, track, power, elevator, escalator, all of the things that people work really hard to get that money to Metro in 2018, 2019, that we don't fall back on that way. So, Mr. Secretary, as your point, this is where we'd like to get to, and we're hoping that the DMV Moves program will wrap up with a resolution encouraging the state legislatures and executives to work across the 3 states in this upcoming session to solve this problem once for all, and then go forward. Metro has to be held accountable to manage that money and agreed upon outcomes, and Metro is in a good position to be able to do that. So I think unless any of the other board members have anything else to add, that should do it. Mr. Secretary, I have 2 bullets I think you're going to find very interesting, though. I was given these on Friday. I know efficiency.
Like breaking news?
Well, they're stats. So we belong to this international benchmarking group. And I know you pushed hard on fares. And Metro, in the last year, Metro Rail collects the most fare revenue per passenger mile of any North American system. And we're 3rd in the world. So I appreciate, you pushed us hard on raising fares a little over a year ago, and that's part of it, and just being really collecting fares. So I know that's a big thing for you specifically, and I saw that stat on Friday, and I thought of you specifically, so I thought you'd like hearing that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Secretary, just to close out briefly, we want to thank you and the board for having us here today and giving an update. I think, it's important for us to show you the highlights of where this organization has gone over this last year. And it really, truly has been significant. And Mr. Secretary, when we've met, you've asked a lot of the right questions. And so I think you see that Randy and his team have really pushed forward with this. I'm also proud of the fact that, when I was chair, we restructured how the board worked. And the exchange and the discussions that we have now with Randy and his teams has totally changed. And I think you see the result of some of this, the dialogue and the back and forth. And I know Valerie is continuing in that tradition as well. So again, want to thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. I'd like to back up the secretary.
Hold on, Mr. Good.
I'd like to back up the secretary.
Mr. Good, hold on a minute. Mr. Coleman's first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Chair. I believe it was Paul who brought up that was back in April, you hit a pinnacle of 108,000 riders per day. Would you be able to share with us, how is that a percentage of capacity? What is your capacity per day?
Yeah, and that was just Virginia.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
What is your
It could be-
capacity in Virginia?
What was the, yeah.
You could ask it a different way, Randy, or Wayne, or we could, if you had total capacity, you run a train, it's got 88 seats, I'm making all this up, there's 10 cars, it runs 12 times, do the math. That in theory, whatever your capacity is, what your capacity is. And then what percent of capacity do you run, and is that a stat you look at?
That's a transit network. Thank you for the question. The transit networks don't work exactly like that because they're kind of a combination of a local road and a highway, depending on time of day and destination. The biggest part, kind of a little bit like why there's express lanes, is the peak period is always your highest for capacity and demand. So we are back to actually having very full trains, especially in the Courthouse Clarendon corridor. We are at pretty close to crush load on AM and PM peak going inbound and going outbound in the PM peak. We actually added more Silver Line service specifically in the last year to manage rush hour between, we run it basically from Dulles through the city, but really it's the Tyson's part through the city is pretty significantly full. Obviously with the federal shutdown, that's a little off, but obviously knock on wood, that's going to end quickly.
Just a little?
Yeah.
Does that mean nobody was using it?
Well,
I'm teasing them.
I will say ridership continues to grow so much that it's negating some of our impacts of federal shutdown. But obviously there is a reduction in federal shutdown, but we are still up another, I think, 12% in September as well. So sorry, I don't have a one-to-one correlation like that.
If I could ask a follow-up then, because the last year, I think it was you specifically, I asked a question, how are you integrating AI in order to right-size the services and schedules to make sure that there's adequate seats available? But, we were sitting at dinner last night watching the Richmond buses go by with nobody on them, but the buses are still running.
Yeah, sure. Another good question. So, I mean, AI is used, I know it's a big topic right now, but AI has been used actually at versions of for periods of time, and we do a fair amount of this already. The generative AI stuff, I think, is really where there's going to be this new explosion, and everyone's kind of working through where that's valuable and where it's not. Where the big value of our future is more on the predictive maintenance side, as we pull data in real time off buses and trains and really get into less vehicles needed to run that same service because of predictable maintenance. The Asia systems are the best in the world at this, and we are doing some learning from them on that. But we use that all the time. So a good example is that when we did our bus network over, we used new software to what we call cut runs and change where the blocks are. And we were able to save about $6 or $7 million and run more service just by using new updated scheduling that takes a lot of data from traffic lights, Bluetooth, other things, and drive that performance. So I think this is going to be, I personally had a meeting with like senior leadership of Dell. They do a lot of work with us and others. So this is a thing we're constantly looking at how to use technology to drive the outcomes.
Well, as one board member, I appreciate your leadership and the rest of your team, because I've seen a tremendous increase in running it like a business. And as a businessman myself, I think that, as you say, it's never over. You constantly have to keep looking under the hood to find efficiencies, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
And Mr. Coleman, if I could, I think, one of the other things that has been really encouraging for us to maybe somewhat answer your question, beyond the crush or peak periods, which are not the normal, 6 to 8 or, 4 to 7 anymore. They're at different times of the week, or that crush time is spread out because of various work trends. But what's been most encouraging is the growth of ridership at the stations. We had 6 here that we just highlighted. I mean, it's been really, double digit in all of them, significant, some 45%, 38%. I mean, so we've seen significant growth in, the Virginia stations.
Mr. Coleman, it's sort of, and I hazard to say this, but they're trying to meet their peak demands. And then they tend to, I say they, I mean the industry, tends to want to run that service continuously or as long as they can. And so your peak demand is if you need 8 cars, you need 8 cars. And then to switch it to something else and try to move it around is a little bit difficult. And also they like to run it continuously throughout the day, even though the demand is much less. So you could stop some of those things and do some of those things, and that's part of the sort of argument in transit in general. I mean, VRE, if you wanted to run VRE trains all day long, it wouldn't look too good, because that's not what it was built for. Those trains were mostly about commuters, and they were full, but then they weren't running. And the question is, how do you maximize all that? It's complicated, but at the end of the day, there's sort of a concept in the industry, in my view, which is more is better, and for less money is better, and that's sort of where we head towards as long as we can afford it. As long as we can afford it, and that's where the rubber ends up meeting the road. But Mr. Good had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. This is the second one of these presentations I've been through, and it looks like your passenger revenue is still less than 10% of your annual budget. In this presentation, you indicate you're saving the average household $2,800. Isn't that a gold mine where you could dramatically increase the passenger revenue? If you're really saving people, each household I don't know whether it's every household or just the households that use the system, but in any case, isn't that enough of a foundation to raise these passenger fares?
Thanks for the question. So this year, we're probably going to be about 20% would be fare box of budget. So we'll probably collect about 500 million in fares this year. And to the other point, that's an economic kind of impact analysis and kind of value of transit. So what that generally means is people that use transit save that type of money so they don't have to have an automobile, or that a two-car family goes to a one-car family and they're not doing insurance and gasoline and things of that nature. So it's not that there's a revenue source there, it's a societal benefit of transit analysis.
Well, I understand that, but I come from a part of the state where we're paying for our pickups and our gas and our insurance, and we don't have a $2,800 reduction in our total expense. And it's hard to tell people in my part of the state that less than 10% of this cost is recovered.
It's right now, like I said, it's about 20% is fare revenue.
20% of what?
Of our operating budget this year will be fare revenue.
But yet you always have a capital budget. To me, an annual capital budget is the same thing as operating, because it's all the time. A capital budget is, okay, one time only, I understand. You have an annual capital budget. I roll that together. Without it, you can't operate.
Yeah, I guess it'd be equivalent to the commissioner who's probably going to be most of the day. It's like, we're going to build roads in the Commonwealth and look after them forever. Just like once we put tracks in the ground, we're going to maintain them forever, or they don't work. So,
But if those savings are real, I don't see why you can't generate far more revenue.
Anybody else? Ms. Dunlop?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary.
Got Ms. Dunlop first. I'll come back to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I noticed that you said you reduced the bus fleet by 100 buses, and I'm just wondering what the composition of the different kinds of buses are. What are you reducing, and what might you be increasing in terms of the different sizes of buses that might be used on the routes?
yeah, thank you for the question. So it's approximately about 100 buses we got rid of. The idea here is obviously to get rid of older buses to actually drive age of fleet and performance. Generally in the transit business, there's really two sides of buses. Sometimes they're small, but even that, they don't want to make those really anymore. You buy a 40-foot bus or a 60-foot bus. We're actually going to try to be increasing our 60-foot bus fleet. We have one of the lowest 60-foot fleets in the country, and we need to have more 60-foot buses. They actually perform at a higher level of efficiency, obviously, because you fit a lot more people with one operator. At the end of the day, we're a labor cost-centric organization, right? And so if one person could drive a bus that's 50% longer, there's value in that. So we're looking at trying to add a little bit more fleet that way, but otherwise, 40-foot bus is the standard bus that you buy. Okay.
Mr. Davis.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Quick question, kind of piggybacking on Mr. Good's question. Do you have the technology available to optimize fare revenue to create a revenue opportunity? In other words, can you surge pricing? Is that allowable, not allowable? Is it a possibility to use that to increase revenue? I think of people going to concerts or event venues that, they're paying $750 for a ticket or $1,000 for a ticket, but they get a pretty inexpensive ride to and from. Is there an opportunity there or not?
I guess I'll respond to that. So generally in transit, like price elasticity it only goes really in the negative from demand point of view. So like for instance, if we put a surcharge at Dulles Airport, we would actually get less people using the service. So what we would do is get more people taking Ubers and Lyfts on the road. So we're obviously trying to be business-like, but we're not a business. So part of our goal here is to get the other values out of public transportation. Less congestion, there's environmental benefits, access to jobs and healthcare. You don't need parking, you don't need another car, you don't need insurance, all that kind of stuff. So that's how all of that kind of blends together. What we're trying to do is make our fare system simpler and easier to use. So like credit card, debit card, things of that nature. We used to have a system where we had a higher fare during peak, and we purposely reduced that so we could actually induce more trips. So for us, when we run a train, there's a cost. All we want to do is get as many human beings as possible on every train and bus, because then it reduces the actual cost per unit.
Right, but I guess it's probably a different model because Uber and Lyft do surge. They absolutely surge.
Of
And I
course.
just didn't know if there was an opportunity there for this organization to do that, to employ that method to create a revenue opportunity.
Yeah, that's really not part of the transit environment anywhere in the world that does that. I guess it's probably the private equity side of.
Davis, did you hear me earlier
Yeah.
with what sort of, how transit sort of looks at things and how it works? More is better and less is better. More is better for, if I have more service for less price, that's the goal. That tends to be the goal.
Understood.
That's
So-
my anecdotal belief.
All right, a different, if you want to
No,
follow
no,
up.
no, no, and Mr. Davis, when we simplified the fare policy, Randy and the team came to the board, simplified the fare policy, we saw an increase in ridership, which means more people on, more
course.
people paying.
The question is maximizing revenue versus maximizing people.
I'd say
That's the,
optimize.
optimize.
I'd say optimize.
Well, that's a
So,
better word.
yeah.
What I would tell you, we were up at a station cutting a ribbon, Randy, 3 years ago now, probably. Not long after you'd gotten there. And I was looking at the fare to get all the way to the end, whatever that was, I guess it was Boston or something, but all the way to the end, wasn't Boston, of that line. This was coming out of Alexandria, all the way to the end, and the fare was like $4.98. So I went to Uber, and I checked Uber, and Uber was like $32. So I either get on the subway for $5 or $4.99, whatever it was, or I get an Uber. Is there room? You're darn right there's room. Every businessman in America, or business person in America knows there's room. The question is, what's your goal? And how do you, if you will, not penalize the people who aren't surging and can't afford it, and how do you deal with that, and, so that whole concept. But absolutely there's room, because you have choices that you make. Anytime your economic decisions have choices. I'm either gonna go this way, or I'm gonna go that way, or I'm not gonna go at all, right? And those are the choices you make. And to your point, if there's a $400 Redskins ticket, and I gotta pay $7 versus $5, or $10 versus $5, I would tell you, Mr. Clark, that demand is inelastic. And I'll bet you a lot of money on that. We can run a test and see who wins, but I would tell you that demand is inelastic. Maybe 100%, but.
Would agree, we probably took the same economics courses.
Just to practice, but.
So second question, just to change the topic. So it looks like the numbers in Virginia are improving. Are the same set of circumstances occurring in the other jurisdictions that are members?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So what we were seeing is growth all over the system at all times of day, all days a week, which is a really good thing. So a good example is Dulles. Our busiest days are Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. A lot of people flying, right? Whereas DCA, really heavy during the week. The Pentagon, we move probably 20,000 people a day to the Pentagon, which is almost every single day. There's that activity. There's parts of Maryland that are growing really well, and there's parts that are, less growth, right? So like the Bethesda area is growing really substantially. Silver Spring area is growing substantially. New Carrollton is growing. Parts of DC, like Noma Station, which was, 20 years ago was basically parking lots with some low-rise warehousing. We now move consistently almost 30,000 people a day. So it's the good story is it's across the board and it's all the way up. And that is ultimately the way we want to optimize revenue is, to your point, we already have a system. So the way to optimize revenue is to have the most frequent, the most reliable, safe system, so more and more people use those assets that we're already paying for. So if we have an escalator, we want more people using it. If we have a train, we want more people using it. A brand new train costs about $3 million today. We want to use that thing as hard as we can every day and move as many people as possible on that asset.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Say something, going back to Mr. Good's question slightly. Randy, my understanding is that Metro is one of the highest rates of fare box in terms of our own generated revenue relative to other systems in the U.S., correct? So just wanted to mention that because it's a little bit of confusing to say, oh, you guys only get 20% back from your fares, but actually the business model of public transportation is In other countries, like in Spain or Singapore, the government actually pays for all of it, and then the return on investment is achieved actually through business that comes in as an investment. So a quick anecdote, when years ago I had served as the deputy mayor for planning and economic development under Mayor Fenty in DC, and part of my job, in addition to managing the real estate portfolio, was to attract businesses to DC specifically. And we went up against Virginia a few times, I will tell you, and we lost, the district lost. Why? So Amazon and Northrop Grumman in particular, part of the pitch was those companies and others, the first question is, tell me about your public transportation system. Tell me what sites are accessible. And Virginia won for multiple reasons, but part of, yes, it's a little bit confusing to think about households could save a certain number. While that is true, perhaps a different metric that might be a little bit more relevant in this case for thinking from a statewide perspective is that some of these large corporations that come and generate jobs and taxes here in Virginia wouldn't come were it not for a highly well-functioning, efficiently run, high-quality service. And those companies are deep in Virginia, so.
Mr. Minshew.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd like to dig into the adjective bondable that was in a presentation. I once had a financial services person tell me that anything is bondable if you don't worry about the rating. I assume this is bondable with a minimum rating, and I wonder if you could share with us what are the metrics, performance standards, planks to achieve in your opinion, a bondable stream of revenue? What are the performance standards, metrics, whatever?
Yeah, thank you for that question, board member. So a couple of layers to that. So one, we literally do have some funding that is bondable and some that is not. So a good example, we get some money from the Commonwealth, then we can't bond because it's actually connected to the state's bonding program. So all money is not created equal at Metro. It is very complex. So because it's 3 states and the federal government, nothing at Metro is normal. And I don't mean that in a good or bad way. It's just what it is. So we have.
Does that include you, Mr. CEO?
Is that my wife down there, Mr. Secretary? So we have operating that is done differently in Virginia than it is in Maryland and DC. We have capital that is done not only differently, but it's actually done differently with multiple different formulas. So there's an old funding agreement versus the 2019 agreement, which is different than PREA. PREA is a small piece of federal government, about 150 million, that's matched by the 3 states. All 3 of those have different formulas of how they're put together. Some of it is bondable, some of it is not. And so for us, we have an entire kind of financial administration process around, is this color green available for that type of project? Is this green available for that? That can be federal match, that one cannot be federal match, this we can only use local. The complexity is very unique. From a performance, we're actually rated, we're AA, the highest we're gonna get because we don't bring our own revenue source in. Like a lot of transit agencies have their own sales tax or things of that nature, they could maybe get to a AAA, but we do not have that here. I personally went up to New York this year. We're in good standing with all of our raters. And so we have no problem with our issuance. Our issue is that in 2019, we'll have no debt, we'll have no money left to issue more capacity. And that prevents us from having that revolving bond program, that certainty around bonding that we really need.
But the certainty in the revenue flow is needed for you to have a ability to bond on a long-term basis.
That's correct, yeah. So it's not at any rate, there won't be enough cash to act like local to pay, we won't have any ability to do the debt financing on it. What we need to do is bridge. So if pretend our first debt is going to expire 2040. We need 12 years of revenue that then gets us to a revolving, and then they've got that predictability, and then Metro has to manage to that program with that level of growth and become more and more efficient over time to get more and more things done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Sellers?
So does Metro approve the increase in the debt capacity, or is it the legislature, or is it the CTB? Who gets to approve the increase in this process? Metro gets to?
So now, what increase are you?
Your bond capacity is.
Your bond capacity.
It's WMATA.
So we have our own finance team that runs a bonding program. What we need is to figure out that part to then allow that bonding program to continue.
Ms. Sellers, what he's saying is they're responsible for their own debt.
Yes.
They decide with who they're lending, who's lending to them, what they borrow, and their board's approval and some covenants and so forth.
Yeah, the board has full
Yeah, they're
authority.
an independent body, they do their own thing. They're looking for sources of revenue, additional sources of revenue on the capital side, because the capital program is short to what it needs to do based on their vision. It's short, and it's gonna run out of additional bonding capacity, meaning I can't borrow anymore, I'm done, in 2029. So they're looking for more revenue to come into the pot so they can borrow more money against the more revenue and keep the capital program going. In the interim, what they've done, as operations got in trouble during COVID and other reasons, is they've been taking capital dollars and pushing them into normal maintenance. And so they've been pushing out capital needs versus ordinary maintenance needs. And on page, whatever it was, where they saw the $92 million sort of going backwards, you see some of that. I got some more questions about that. But basically, for what they're looking at, for their capital replacement, and one of my questions, Randy, was going to be, or Mr. Clark was going to be, how much of your capital projection goes into expansion versus just replacing what you have and optimizing what you have? But at the end of the day, that's the issue. We've underfunded capital to the express need that the funding mechanism has. They borrowed capital to pay operating, which made it worse. Now we're trying to get back, he's trying to get back and say, I need more money on the capital side in order to fund this capital program going forward. Is that fair, Mr. Clark?
Yeah, I think generally, sir, I think that's a pretty good summary. I would say the quote-unquote stealing from capital pay operating, we've really tried to minimize that the last couple of years.
Oh, but that's what we were doing. I mean, that was a
A
fact.
little bit, for sure, but we definitely minimized that, and this year we put almost 100 million back into the program.
How much is left? It's not back. Are you taking anything, I mean, are you still,
This year, we'll probably put about 40 million, maybe more than our ultimate goal, which is still way under a lot of agencies in the country.
I got, listen,
so I think we're-
I'm not criticizing,
No,
I'm
no,
just talking
I
about the
know.
numbers.
Yeah, I think we're in pretty good
So they're
shape.
still taking capital and still funding operating
Yeah.
stuff.
I think we're pretty good on the operating blend right now, generally speaking. To your question about expansion, there's no money in our program for expansion. So there's some stations we got to continue to think through, like,
Bus routes,
no, that'd be on operating, right? And the way we,
I'm talking,
yep, so that'd be operating on bus routes. And the way we change the formula would be that individual jurisdiction has to pay the higher percent if we add routes. So if DC, we make it up, 10,000 more bus hours, DC is paying that, not Virginia.
and where does the 60 bus replacement come out of? What fund does that come out of when you use?
Well, those are the capital yeah, so those are just our
So
vehicles.
you're gonna hit capital. It's gonna come back to
Yeah.
capital.
So then when that begins to affect operating, when the debt service comes due, we have that 3% cap or that metric of 3%. So then at what point will it impact the operating side to where you will have to either come back to the CTB or the legislature?
Legislature
operating?
sets that.
No, so this is purely capital. So the reality is, if we don't invest in this, we're going to push operating costs out.
That's
So-
what she's suggesting.
Right, but there's a debt there's going to be a payment eventually. You don't just get a not pay on it. And
No,
that
and that comes-
typically gets rolled into your operating budget.
No, that's covered under debt service under capital. So if you go back a slide here, you'll see that we have.
They're showing their debt service in their capital budget, not in their operating budget.
Yeah,
It's not mixed.
yeah. So to your real question about uses, this money is to actually drive a much higher level of efficiency. We want to better signaling, better automation that drives down overall costs. So over the long haul here, total life cycle analysis, the idea is to use our capital dollars to drive a higher business efficiency across the organization.
Okay. So this 10% debt service is the debt service payment on the capital, and we don't include it in the operating
That's right. That's correct.
of the debt service on the operating uses. That stays at the 3%. There's a nuance there. Okay. That was my question
Got it.
is there
Okay.
going to need to be a change in this performance metric from 3% to allow for an increased debt
Budget growth.
capacity?
Yeah, so
But
let's
you
say
guys
it's
separate
3%.
it out.
Let's say the three states all agree that it's 3%. Metro then has to manage that budget over long-term, or 6 years.
That's not what she's asking, Mr. Clark. I think what she's referring to is the cap on the growth.
On the
That's
operating side.
That's at 3%.
We have, our goal is to not touch that operating cap. Of anything, we've actually shown that we're trying to drive that down. So the key about the number is it gives predictability. So like 1 year, we might be at 2.8, and 1 year we might be at 3.4. The issue we have is we need to have the predictability so we can create a little bit of rainy day like any normal place would. So because listen, 1 year is going to be higher, 1 year is going to be lower over duration of time. And so whether it's operating or capital, as long as we have what we have to live within, that gives us the ability to kind of turn up and turn off a little bit, not do big spikes. It helps level over time.
Got your standing minutes in group today. You've been there for an hour, I think. Questions from the board?
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot?
congratulations on making some significant efficiency-related improvements. The work you're doing is important, and it is important, I think, both to the Commonwealth and to our nation to have a transit system in place in Northern Virginia that meets the needs. Now, two things that I think I noticed in your presentation is that preventive maintenance expenditures are only 50% of budget year to date, which strikes me as kicking the can down the road. And the other thing is there's been considerable discussion about fares. It seems to me you all have a product that continues to increase in cost. And if one is faced with that situation, with a product that always increases in cost, what you're able to sell the project for either has to increase or the company goes out of business. Now, this is not a company, but there are some similarities. And as someone once told me, there will never be enough of anything that is free or deeply discounted. And I think we need to keep that in mind. But I am pleased to hear what all has been done, what you're doing, and your focus on this. And I hope it will certainly continue. I think it will, from what you all have shared with us today. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, just a couple quick wrap-up questions. If you could go to slide 9, please. So, yeah,
I'm sorry.
back. You're good, almost. So, getting at earlier, so the transfer savings that went back to the capital program, help me make sure I'm right here, Mr. Clark. So as I said, because of some needs in their operating budget, they were able to reclass some what otherwise would be considered capital dollars that were semi-capital operating dollars, and they were able to use those to help fund the operating program when times were difficult. And, of course, that came out of something, and it came out of what had been used over in the capital side, so it didn't get spent there. Got spent. So what's being reflected here is that $92 million of that flow annually is being pushed back into the six. Is that annual? It's annual.
So, Mr. Secretary, what this slide shows is in FY '23, we estimated about 60 million was legit to use this, and these are all federal funds within our capital, so operationalizing those.
Legit was 107 and 24, it was 60 or whatever it was, but the gap is the difference.
Yeah, so if you go from 60 is the baseline we say we want to be at. And again, that's definitely arbitrary. It's a little different across the country, but these are federal funds that are kind of preventive maintenance. It's operating, it's capital kind of deal. What we estimated in '24 is we'd need almost $200 million to, if, back to your phrase, stealing from capital to put in operating. We actually managed last year to a surplus as well, and so we only used 107 of that. So then in the fiscal year that just ended, we estimated 181, and we only used 89 of that. So actually, We only have used 70 million more in capital funds over just over 2 years to help balance the operating, and it keeps going down. And we think that there's still more work to keep driving that down.
On page 14, the reference in the second bullet to 100 million through project reviews of opportunities for structural recurring savings. So are you taking advantage of that? It says opportunities, so it means you haven't taken it yet. So is that in the budget here? Do you expect that, or can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure.
clearly?
No, great question. So those are actually been implemented in the capital program. So they wouldn't be annually. That'd be in the 6-year CIP. So a good example.
We're already seeing the impact of those in the
Yes,
budget.
sir. Yeah. And the way we now have this capital review meeting monthly, the team kind of knows that this is one of the most important questions that they have to come in front of the group for funding requests now, is how have you looked at doing the project if it was your money kind of mindset, and what is the simplified way to get the actual outcome done. So some things are easier than others to do this. It'd be like maybe, I'm sure the commissioner thinks about different ways to do repaving at night, and is there different ways to do that to keep safety and to be more efficient? So that's
Usually text me at 3:30 in the morning talking to me about such things.
So I think it's the same thing. How do we use technology? How do we think through safety? All of those things. But Metro did a lot of, we built the place, I think we have to remember, the place was built by the Army Corps back in the day. And it was really thought of as like a public works process, and not really about how we would run the place from an operating maintenance point of view. So there's a lot of standards that we are really analyzing to say, is that standard still relevant in 2025? Is it a different way to do, whether it's precast versus pouring and things of that nature on the infrastructure side? So,
And finally, if you go to page 15. So when you see the drop of the capital investment in 29 and 30 and 31, and you see what it is in 26 and 27 and 28, I'm wondering what is the impact in the earlier years? I can't really see, of the investment of capital dollars going to operating. What's the impact of that in this?
yeah, so I believe this, I don't have the model in front of me. I think we're assuming about a $60 million transfer, which is the baseline we want. So this isn't assuming more money. Yeah, if we can, I'd say the best is to decouple them in the sense of the operating budget. We feel pretty secure at Metro go forward. We're staying in our 3% cap. We work with all of our unions on new collective bargaining agreements. We have to live within those means, and that's why we're driving fair revenue. We're showing a 2-year budget forecast to the board's consideration. I'll deliver my proposed budget in December for the board's consideration, and we're saying we believe next year is the right time to do another fare increase, so every 3 years to keep up with that, and I think you and others push that appropriately. But I would say this is really about the capital side, and the operating we're feeling pretty good about.
I think it's important that you remember, and you just hit on this point, you're talking about the capital not being indexed. And I would say that about the fares.
Exactly.
The fares need to be indexed like the capital needs to be indexed like.
I think your consistency on them, Mr. Secretary, is
And if you look at the fares over a long period of time, they have not been, right?
Yep.
They have not been.
So last year, we had a pretty significant fare increase.
Yeah.
And it's definitely helped.
No criticism, I'm just talking about facts here.
Yep.
And by the way, you've only been there since July 22, I think. So
It
there's a
feels a
long,
little longer, sir.
there's a long history we're talking about here. It goes back a long time. Can you tell me today what percent of the highest ridership in the history of WMATA, what percent are we at today? And when was that highest ridership approximately?
You mean on the rail bus side or combined?
Do it both?
Yeah, I think the rail side, I think if I recall, was probably in the 750s. It hit up into that area, certainly 720 to upwards of 750. I'm not sure every day, but it was getting into that range. We are today, hard right now with this federal shutdown thing, but assuming no federal shutdown, we would be at probably 560, 570, give or take. On the bus side, we're pretty close to where the top we've been. We're actually the only large bus agency in the country that carries more people now than before the pandemic. So a normal day for us, so like last week, no federal shutdown, say a Wednesday, we would have 1 million people on the system. Spring, we're going to be a little busier again than that.
And just two more points. Good work on the fare evasion. You know, I think it's as much about it's as much about what it makes you feel like as opposed to just the revenue, right? When you see lawlessness, and people just disregarding the rules and you know, it doesn't make people feel very comfortable. And so that's a big piece of it. The fare revenue is a big piece as well, but good work. If you said, I know you've got a portal online that you can go and look at each station and the fare evasion for basically that week or that month or that day almost. What are the high numbers still, and what are your plans to sort of deal with that?
Yeah, is that on the rail side, sir?
Both.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm being accurate. On the rail side, we are more, I wasn't there before the pandemic, but data-wise, we feel we're more or less at the same fare evasion we were before the pandemic. So I get a daily report.
That number.
I get a daily report.
But I mean,
Yeah. We
there's some
probably
places
average
that are,
somewhere between
there's some
3
places that are 15 and there's some places that are 80, right? They were at
Yeah,
one
well,
point.
it was bad. We
understand.
probably average somewhere between 3.5% to 4% fare evasion a day on the rail side.
But at the highest stations, I'm looking for the,
Yeah, well, that means probably
we'll
everything.
go online and
We're
look.
probably everything from like 1% to 7%, to average out 3.7 or something. On the bus side, we have routes that we have 85% of people paying, and we have routes that 20% people pay. 10% people pay. I will say in Virginia, we have the most fare compliance on the bus
You do.
side, for sure.
You do. Well, thank you. Let me say a couple things, and I have one last question. I want to thank you and congratulate you for all the progress that you've made. You know, we've been pushing you hard since you arrived, and you've done a lot of great work. Your board, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the rest of the board for doing that. There's still a long way to go. And as you heard, they're looking for new sources of revenue. DMV Moves is doing that. The Senate Joint Committee is doing that as well. And so we'll see where that takes us into the next years of the legislature. The capital side is really challenging here. And, you know, as Ms. Sellers was sort of getting at, when you spend capital to grow, not to just stay where you are, it has an operating impact. And so things tend to rise together. And when you're heavily subsidized, as transit systems are, although I would say we need to be careful to understand the differences in geography and culture and economic systems as we look around the world at other people's transit systems. We don't necessarily want to be them, sir. We want to be who we are and do it the way we do it. So, you know, some things you can take from other places and they work fine here, and other things don't because they've got a different economic system. They got a different cultural system. Their geography lays out different. They were developed differently. So it's all there. But in any case, the capital side of this is concerning, and you know, obviously it doesn't go everywhere you'd like it to go, and we'd like it to go everywhere for no money, cheaper, and everybody would ride it, and it would be fantastic. But that's not reality. And so how do you grow? How do you get, you know, how does this thing grow at all? And it makes me think of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, right? And we bandied that around a bunch. We're going to talk about it again tomorrow. And there's some people that are just dead set that somehow or another that if we do a different project there, we're not going to live up to our legal and moral and stated and contractual requirements, which is silly, because we would have to, even if we didn't want to. But when, based on your 3 years and your long experience and your knowledge about WMATA and Metro, when could we get across the bridge with Metro? Is that 20 years, or is it 30 years, or is it, who knows? Is it 5 years? When might it be able to be, given what you see here and what you know today?
Sorry, is that a hypothetical get across the bridge or the actual Woodrow Wilson Bridge? It's the latter. Okay. First, I just want to make one point about the capital program, if I can, just so in case if I wasn't articulate enough. Our capital program is to drive safety and efficiency.
I understand that.
So I just want to be.
And it's all used up.
Yeah, but it's not expansion. So if we can actually go to a fully automated part of our system, as an example, we'll actually go from reducing 2 train sets to 5 train sets. A train set of 8 cars, right, is worth $24 million. So if you could have 2 less of those, you just got $50 million less, let alone the shop work and the yard space. So the capital program is actually to drive the cost of the units down.
I understand.
Unlike, say, LA, who's expanding multiple lines right now. Those are different models. I just want to hit that. On the Woodrow Wilson Bridge,
Talk about expanding the line.
we haven't done any work on engineering at all, no design engineering work. I know that's a topic in another group that has right now not connected to Metro. So we're just ready to partner with everybody. We want to partner with Maryland, Virginia, DC, everybody, making that region better.
Mr. Clark, is it 5 years?
I don't have an answer for you, sir.
Mr. Clark, you know it's not 5 years.
Sir, is there a check?
That's the point.
I guess.
That's exactly the point.
Yeah, I mean, we have no money at Metro to go across the bridge, if that's what you're asking.
How would you, yeah, so like, what I asked you was based
I'm not
on
sure
your.
anyone has that money.
Based on your budget, based on your revenue stream, based on how your system operates, unless your Dutch uncle comes along and hands you billions of dollars, you've got to fund it out of what you have. How long does it take to do it?
We don't have money to do that. There's no money in Metro's program to do that. So I think that would be, so
you.
far in the distance, you can't even comprehend.
You can't even talk about it.
Yeah, with our money.
No, I understand. I mean, listen, if somebody hands you $2 trillion tomorrow, you can do a lot of things.
5 years.
I understand that.
5 years.
And some other projects.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you give me $2 trillion.
And we just make it
4
no
years.
fair, make it everywhere. Listen, I'm serious about my thanking you for the work that you've done and for how you've taken this seriously. That we've pushed pretty hard. We'll continue to push, and I think we've done it in a collegial, collaborative way, in a helpful way, hopefully. But it's always hard to be pushed, and I understand that. So thank you for coming today. Thanks for all the hard work that you do. Metro and WMATA is really important to Virginia and to the region, Madam Chair. But it is very important to Virginia. We all recognize that. We just want to make sure that it can be the best it can be, and that the rest of the Virginians pay what they should pay for it, and no more and no less. That's all. Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you all very much.
Have a great day.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for having me.
Is it lunchtime yet? I'm getting hungry. All right, we're going to have Ms. Kim Pryor. It's a smart scale project cancellation, item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board.
Hope you're well today.
I am well today, thank you. The first presentation I have for you today is a proposed cancellation in Northern Virginia. As a reminder, for those new to the board, smart scale projects can only be canceled by an action of the board, so that is why I bring these to you. The Country Club Commons Connector Trail was submitted by the city of Fairfax in round 1 of Smart Scale. The total cost was just above $5 million, and it was fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope included construction of an off-road trail between Spring Lake Terrace and Fairfax Boulevard. The benefits were primarily due to land use congestion and accessibility. Again, these are just the stats on the project. The cost was about $5 million, fully funded with Smart Scale district grant funds. The score was 19.11. It ranked 4 out of 11 in the cohort for Northern Virginia. It currently has no expenditures. After the project was selected, some concerns were identified, environmental and otherwise, by the community. There was some concern about tree loss, as well as some safety issues by providing an additional access point to an otherwise fairly secluded neighborhood. In April, the city voted to cancel the project and submitted the request to the department. My recommendation to you is to approve the proposed cancellation in November, not October. That's a holdover from when this was on the agenda last month. All the construction district grant funds would be transferred to the Northern Virginia District balance entry. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? All right. Item number 3, Smart Scale proposed budget increase, Route 52 safety enhancements. Ms. Pryor. There we go.
As the secretary stated, this presentation is a request for a budget increase on a project in Bristol District. As a reminder, the policy lays out some requirements and thresholds associated with budget increases on smart scale projects as shown on the slide. The Route 52 Safety Enhancement Project was submitted by Bland County in round 3 of Smart Scale. The original cost was about $4.5 million. It was fully funded with high priority funds. The original scope included a turn lane improvement, some signage, a pedestrian crosswalk, and drainage improvements. The project is VDOT administered and it is ready to go to advertisement. The benefits came primarily from economic development and environment. There were some delays with getting the project to advertisement due to some extended right-of-way negotiations. In addition, there were some greater drainage items, some additional drainage items than originally anticipated, as well as a requirement to add full-depth asphalt. A Love's Truck Stop opened in that location after the project was submitted for application, and there was pavement damage due to the trucks, and so we had to go to full-depth pavement. In addition, there was some inflation and updated unit prices that are contributing to the increase. This project has a little bit of a history. Again, originally, the cost was $4.5 million. The Smart Scale score was 3.45, and it ranked 8 out of 10. Within threshold, high priority budget increase was processed in May of 2023. For those of you who were here at the time, you recall there was a slate of projects that we processed inflationary budget increases for as part of the 6-year program update. That brought the Smart Scale score to 2.88, changed the rank to 8.2. Currently, expenditures are about $1.6 million. The current cost of the project is $8.8 million. You can see the modest high priority increase that was already approved. Additionally, we added some safety money to the tune of about 2.3. Currently, we're still tracking a budget shortfall of 1.2 million. After approval of the proposed budget increase, the Smart Scale score would be 2.36, and it would drop in rank to 10 out of 10.
Questions? Ms. Pryor, could you go backwards for a second? I know you spoke about the delay, so we had additional inflation. You didn't say whether the right-of-way cost more or cost less, but there was delay. And then there were some drainage items, full depth asphalt. And as I look at the percentage change from 4.5 to now 6.5, it's about almost a 50% increase. Trying to get my brain wrapped around how much was inflation versus a change, the full depth thing. I will tell y'all, it continues to amaze me. I want somebody to educate better, but we continue to not hear pushback on the stack that a truck, a fully loaded tractor trailer, whatever that means, has 10,000 times the impact of a regular car. I think that's probably a non-electric car because electric cars are much heavier. I'm serious, they are. A non-electric car, so it's 10,000 times. And it's a lot. You sort of think about that in terms of how all this works, but, so this damage that was caused by the trucks, you know, I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around, was there any, you know, how much was this, how much was that? Do you have any sense for that?
I don't have a breakdown, Mr. Secretary, of the exact cost related to the drainage items and the pavement items, but those would definitely exceed the inflationary cost impacts, for sure.
You know, the troubling thing here, not here, but here, big picture, is it's one thing to have stuff that's expensive, right? It's another to have, it's sort of like congestion. It's one thing to have congestion. Reliability is a whole different story. If I know it's always going to take me 45 minutes, but I don't, or sometimes it's 45 and sometimes it's 8, and I never know when, that's a real problem. The 45 is still the 45 is still the 45, and the cost is the cost is the cost. But when I think it's 4.5 and it becomes 8.5, it's just not, you know, that's, and thankfully, in our budget, it's $4 million overall, so it's not, you know, like a huge percent, but it's still, how do you get your arms around that, right? Inflation's driving some of it, and we're off by half, right? And how far does that go back? What round was that?
It was round
So it goes back a bunch, and that's part of the issue here. You know, as we're running all these numbers all the time, we're trying to put things in the dollars that they'll be 5 years from now. And, you know, we don't know what the inflation's gonna be. We don't know what changes are gonna happen either. And it really gets hard to be accurate, but I'm just sort of pointing that out. That's part of the problem here. It's not just that it's $4 million more. It's that we had no idea that it was gonna be.
When a project like this comes along and we know that the reason for it is the truck stop has gone in, what is the contribution that to the local economy that the truck stop makes? And what is the contribution that the truck stop makes to the additional impact on the roads? I mean, how does that all work together?
It doesn't cleanly. I mean, you don't like assess the truck stop because there are trucks there that, and there's some damage to your road. It's all sort of big picture stuff.
But the Bland
Gasoline
County
taxes,
supervisors.
real estate taxes, you know, whatever
Yeah.
spins off all that. How much is federal money? How much is state money? How much is local money? All those funding sources come from different places, and so, you know, different revenue
The
streams.
supervisors of a county would have some understanding of the impact on the local roadway and the drainage system and the crossings of putting in a business like this. And they would know what kind of revenue addition it would make to the county budget of having an economic activity like this. So,
Yeah, but they're not always funding these projects. Where the money's coming from to fund the projects.
well, that's right, that indeed they're not in this instance. I mean, I
We're
think, I'm
responsible for the county roads, right? They're not
Yeah,
their
I mean, I'm
roads, they're our
supportive
roads.
of this project, but I'm just asking this question.
Well, this is the classic argument, or the classic issue, where you have land use decisions, right, that drive our situation.
Yeah.
And we have no real direct impact on those land use decisions. So you do that, you create these issues, you create some other good stuff too, but they're issues, and the ones that fall on us, we gotta go deal with them, right? And so how do you get the benefit to offset the issue / cost that gets created? That's really what you're asking. And it's really clunky, because it doesn't, you know, we're not integrated, right? The local land use decisions and the taxes that come off of that don't necessarily get redirected to the issues that they create. It's really much big picture, much more big picture. That's, the answer is not so much, right? Mr. Mitchell, did you have?
Secretary, on the City of Fairfax item, I reread that item, and it appears to me that the city council made a business decision to put in this grant, and then later political winds changed. It's not that the trees became all of a sudden important all of a sudden. And I'm wondering, what can we do as a board to encourage our localities to do your homework up front and to be able to predict, issues that may come down the pike politically? I understand why the city council is seeking this withdrawal, but I keep asking myself, a lot of staff time's been burned on this item, and my gut tells me the city council members, they're all at large, there's not a ward system there. Every last one of them probably knew about these trees and the sensitized neighborhood, that they probably could have done their homework up front. And I just wonder,
Well, who knows where the political winds may blow, Mr. Minshew, but your point's well taken. We're really off that agenda item now, but since Ms. Pryor hadn't left the podium, I'll give you some leeway there.
I don't think you know it, Mr. Chair. I'm just thinking, when I see this, I'm thinking something went wrong in the way to the process.
You know, we have the tree people fighting the trail people. That's what we have, right? And I've told you this before. It made me, sort of smile in a way because it's just a problem that's got to be solved and it's interesting. But I think it was in D.C. and Rock Creek Park, they have, I think police, if you will, with radar guns that are keeping an eye on the bicyclists because they're going too fast for the people that are walking. That's what they say. And so this is all part of this, what we're dealing with in society in general, when we're putting all these things together and trying to make them all work together. One person has their view of what they want, another person has a view of what they want. And hear you. Mr. Coleman, then we'll go to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Secretary. What I think bothers the Secretary, bothers me, is something approved in round three has been sitting around languishing, money's sitting on the sidelines, been approved. Is the locality contributing? I mean, I'm looking at the numbers for the first time, are contributing anything to offset the increased inflationary cost that results in this request?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Coleman. No, Bland County is not able to contribute any towards the shortfall.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Folks.
Part of the Bristol District, and so to follow up what Ms. Breyer is saying, Blaine County is a very rural county with a population probably less than 10,000 people. It is situated between Wythe County and the West Virginia state line on Interstate 77. US 52 is the only US highway in Bland County. This highway is critical to Bland County's effort at growth and stabilization. And so while we all deplore increases in costs and changes in inflation, but part of the problem with Smart Scale, or one of the shortcomings, is between the time the Smart Scale has been approved in round three and today, several years have transpired and a lot of things have changed in that period of time. I don't think there was any way that the Bristol District VDOT could accelerate the process to get the work done, and it's just one of those things. The good news is we have the funding available to do that, and so from our standpoint.
Recognized, to Mr. Folks' point, Mr. Coleman, I think, we're doing this, right? This is the VDOT project. We own the roads in the county. The right-of-way negotiations are ours, right? The drainage item is ours. And maybe you could say the full depth asphalt, maybe there's some contributing stuff there that somebody else ought to help pay for, or maybe not. But the inflation is the inflation, and the updated unit prices. I mean, most of this is not centric to the locality. It just is the world in which we live. And when we do the Smart Scale money, it's not available in year one. It's years out, and The trick becomes, back to my earlier point, if we knew what the inflation was going to be, then we would budget for that, right? When we try to take smart-scale projects or any projects and talk about what it's going to cost 5 years from now, it's a guess, right? It's an educated guess, but it's a guess. And when you've been in the environment we were in, you know, I'll go back to COVID again, but COVID and then the acceleration and all the money that came in and IIJA and, you know, more supply, more demand than supply for contractors and the world situation and prices go up, I mean, they just, it's hard to project all that. And so that's what we're fighting here. And in this case, I think the only thing that you might say was, should the county have allowed a Love's truck stop? Well, I mean, want growth and service and opportunity. And, you know, trucks create more, 10,000 times more. But we do them all over the place, right? And so, you know, I don't know how you get to where you want to go there in that regard. A lot of it for me is the, certainly being able to speed it up. But again, this wasn't a locality situation. This was us, if you will. Mr. Davis.
Is there any way to look at the incremental revenue derived from the fuel tax gained? I mean, are we pulling traffic from West Virginia that would have fueled there into Virginia, and thus we're the beneficiary of the fuel taxes that the Loves creates? I just feel like we're beating up on the Loves people a little bit, but.
We're not beating up on anybody.
Well,
I'm saying it's just the way it is, right?
So it's. Well,
we want Loves.
Yeah, sure we do.
We want that, right?
So, but at the
just want it in the right
same
spot.
time, there's incremental revenue associated with that. And I think in the long haul, that revenue that's created from the fuel tax generated, and when you look at it over the long haul, over 20, 30 years, I think this is a small price. I know we don't like it, but it is a good return on the investment. In a couple of years, I think this will be made back and we move
It would
forward.
be very hard to sort of do that by location, by what it creates and what revenue it generates and where it creates it. That would be a very difficult thing to sort of determine. But we do know that in general, we want that sort of development. We want that sort of opportunity. People need what it provides. And the question becomes, do we charge them enough for it to get it back or not, and to your point. But it's really hard to do that on a location-by-location basis. Where do those trucks go, and where do they put the damage? And, you know, I mean, where's my car go, and where does it put the damage? And electric vehicles are, I mean, when we were in a trade mission to Europe 2 years ago, there's a tire company in the UK that has really specialized into tires for electric vehicles because they're so much heavier that the regular tires aren't great. And so they're on all the cabbies in the UK, they're doing them for buses, they're doing them forever. And that's just a fact, right? It's not a criticism of electric vehicles, it's just a fact. And I don't know what the difference between that weight and the weight of a standard average car is, and what the difference in the impact is, I have no idea. Maybe our friends at Virginia Tech can help us with that at some point. But all those things, you know, like, go down to you pay your fair share and I pay mine, and you did it to a road here in Bland County, but actually you spent most of your time driving around Richmond, so how about that over there? You know, how do you do all that? It's difficult to get there. Any case, I think we beat Ms. Pryor up plenty on this. Any other questions? Ms. Pryor, you got one more page?
Yes, sir.
I backed you up when you got there, I apologize.
That's okay. I'll keep it short.
We just missed
Currently-
you, we missed you last month, so we wanted to just have you
get
around a little
double
bit
dose
more.
this
Yeah,
month.
that's right.
There's $38 million of high priority funds available on the balance entry. This would use 1.2 million of that. Again, the proposed budget increase will come to you for action in November or December, the next board meeting. So with that, I'd be happy to take any additional questions or comments.
This is one of the good reasons we like a little bit of leftover money there, because these things change. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the development and delivery results. Mr. Shane Mann, welcome. Good morning. Hope you're doing well.
Morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'm not asking for any money. So, every year we provide this update. For the new members, I'll explain the slides as we go through. For those of you who've been here for a while, it should look familiar to what you've seen in the past. Today, we're going to talk about project development, which is our engineering side of the house, and project delivery, which is the construction side of the house. We'll start off with the statewide view, and I'll explain this layout for you. Statewide means VDOT and localities together. So the numbers you're seeing here are everything we do. On the top row is project development. Again, that's our engineering side of the house. And at the bottom row is our project delivery, which is construction. On the left side is on time. On the right side is on budget. The big black numbers are this year's results. The red numbers a little bit smaller underneath are last year's results. The big blue bars are our performance, and the orange line is the target. So as you can see, good news to report, we met all 4 of our statewide targets for this year. Digging a little deeper, we'll break it down for you into all projects, VDOT projects, and local projects. So again, the graph is very similar. The colors have changed a little bit. Now the green numbers are this year's results. The green bars represent this year's results, and the black lines are the targets. Left side is development or engineering, right side is construction or delivery. So starting across the top, you'll see on all projects, on time and on budget, we are met all 4 of our metrics, which is a good result. For VDOT projects on the second row, same result, we met all 4 of our metrics. And on locality projects, we met 2 out of the 4 metrics. The good news is on the 2 that did not meet for localities, the results have much increased over last year, and you'll see that on the trend charts coming up.
And you didn't highlight when we went backwards on one of our ones on the previous slide.
Previous slide.
Previous slide, yeah.
So was there something you wanted to highlight?
Well, I mean, listen, I want to see where we get better, and I want to see where we get worse, right?
Okay.
And we've hit our target, but we're worse.
Yes,
we were.
on the project development.
Facts are facts. I just like to talk about them and understand them.
Okay. On the project development on time, we did do a little bit worse. We went from 80 to
I
76.
think as you dig down to
Trends.
the next level.
Yep.
And you see statewide, and you see local, then you can see why.
Yes,
and you
sir.
can speak
I'll
to it.
explain a
You
little
can
more at
speak to
that
it
point.
then.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Very good. Catch back up. So now we'll go into a little more details on the individual projects. I got ahead of myself there, a little too fast. All right. Project development, again, this is our engineering side of the house. For fiscal year '25, on the left side, you'll see the number of projects in the total budget broken down by VDOT and locality and rail. The big takeaway there is there were 351 projects with a value of $2.2 billion. VDOT had 198 of those with 1.8 billion, and the localities delivered 147 projects at almost $400 million. On the right-hand side shows the graph showing you the breakdown by VDOT and localities. On the top is the number of projects, on the bottom is the budget. I think the key takeaways here are for the last 3 years on project count, it's pretty consistent at a 60-40 split, VDOT being 60, the localities being 40%. And when you get down to the dollars budget, it's pretty consistent over the last 3 years at an 80-20 split. Again, VDOT being 80%, localities being 20%. So I think the localities are performing about half the number of projects, or 40% of the projects, but a lot less dollar value. So you'll see that VDOT is having much larger projects than the localities are delivering. That's what that really shows. Now we're going to go into some trend lines, and we'll go through each one. I'll explain the first one for you so you know what you're looking at, and the next 6 will look very similar. The dashed lines are the targets. The solid lines are our actual performance. The orange is on budget, and the blue is on time. And we're showing from fiscal year '29 through fiscal year '25, our last year.
So again, this is statewide project development engineering side. And you'll see we made both of the metrics there. Statewide, again, is VDOT and locality combined. Pretty consistent on the on-budget at 80% plus or minus for the last few years. And a little bit of that dip that Secretary mentioned there from 80 to 76 on the on-time percent. Going forward, we'll just look at VDOT project development. Again, same format as the previous. Dashed is our targets, solid is our actual performance. Again, up on budget, we're pretty consistent, running around upper 80s, lower 90s, pretty consistently for VDOT. And on time, we're running pretty consistently in the 80s. We had a little blip there in '23 where we got up to 86%, but pretty consistent around low 80s. On the localities, again, engineering side of the house here. On budget, we see we had a dip last year, but we're back up, significant improvement this year to 70%, which is in line. If you look back a few years, it's pretty consistent, minus that one blip last year at 61%. And on the on-time percentage, we have gone down slightly, but still above our target on the localities on engineering.
And go ahead, Mr. Lawson.
What do you attribute the dip to, and then the improvement from 24 to 25?
I think the improvement is easier to explain with our locality sustained program improvement that we've put in place through the CTB policy. I think we've seen a market improvement, and I think when we get to the construction side, you're really going to see where they've made a remarkable improvement there. The 61%, I don't know that I really have a great explanation on what happened last year. It may be a little bit of fallout from COVID, maybe, some of the delays there. But that's the one blip that we've got for the last 6 years. So.
You know, one thing I was gonna ask sort of the same question in a different way. Is there a relationship between 78 and 61? And there's certainly, it's plausible. I don't know that it exists. Because to stay on time, if I spend more money, I have a better chance in some cases to stay on time than if I spend less. And so, you know, you might see those go opposite one another, have an inverse relationship. I don't know that that's what happened here, but we started, when you see the 58 on time and the 72 on budget, and that's when we started the improvement program, or announced it in '22. Right, when we got to that point, we said enough. Commissioner announced the program. You can see it came back up in '23 some, but then we've had this variance on the on budget piece, and hopefully that gets resolved and we move forward. And you know, I'm not looking behind these numbers, so it could have been one project that really skewed the whole thing, and I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know what the mean looks like. I don't know what the curve looks like. But.
To follow on that, I remember Mr. Dudley, I think, was involved in this, and there were certain, I don't want to talk about it, but there were certain localities that were bringing this down, and actually had some high performers as well. Yeah. And do we have the backup of that, and hopefully we're making improvements?
Yeah, let me address some of that. We called out some localities specifically. We put them on a list. We brought them into this meeting. And we even had one in Northern Virginia who responded, not just one, but there was one in Northern Virginia that responded extremely well, thanked us,
right,
and turned their program around. And it was, you know, it was outstanding. There's others in the Commonwealth we continue to work with, but I think it got everybody's attention. They understand where we are, and they were serious. And we pulled a project from somebody in Northern Virginia, if you remember, for just that reason. And we got a thank you from the chief elected official there, to her great credit, I thought, and she took it seriously, and she did really good work. And at the end of the day, listen, they're our partners, right? We're just trying to make it work better. We don't want to hurt them. We want to help them. That's our job, is to help them. And so it's great when you can join hands and make it work better, and they're doing that. So good work, Mr. Commissioner. I think it was a good time to pull that, hit that button and get on with it, and we'll hopefully continue to see that. We continue to push. Not everybody's where we want them to be yet, but we're going to keep pushing it.
Right, now we'll move to the construction side, same series of trend lines. So we'll start off with statewide, again, that's VDOT and localities combined, and you'll see very good results there, again, consistent on the on-budget and the lower 90s, and you'll see a rising on-time percentage, steady going up, and when we get to the locality graph, you'll see why that number is going up the way it is. For just VDOT, very consistent performance over the last 6 years on budget, upper 90 percentages. And then on the on-time percentage, we have one blip in '22 that was due to some paving projects that got behind on us. We've remedied that now, and you will see we're back up into the lower 90s on our on-time performance.
That, number 12 is a beautiful page. I mean, if we stay in the mid-90s on time and on budget, I mean, there is a level of diminishing returns, and 100% on time and 100% on budget likely means your budget's higher than it should be. And that's all I'll say to that. Right? That's what I would say.
We're proud of those numbers, Mr. Secretary.
Should be. You should be.
And last trend line here is the localities, and again, the on-budget percentage, very consistent in the lower 90s, upper 80s. And then the big story here is the on-time percentage. After the locality sustained performance program was instituted, you can see a steady climb from 50 to 58 to 71 over the last 3 years, which is showing the localities are doing what we've asked them to do, and have focused on delivering the projects.
And understand, these are like the big places that have this impact mostly, because the little places don't do this, right? We do it. So these are bigger localities, bigger places that have the wherewithal, the size and wherewithal to do their own stuff. And so this is really gratifying to see. I mean, it's abhorrent if you sort of think about it, and that's what we reacted to have 50% on time over years and years and years and years. Wow. That's really bad. It's either really bad budgeting or really bad execution or both, right? I mean, it's just abhorrent. Of course, notwithstanding my earlier comments about the relationship of time and budgets, or excuse me, time and dollars, gone up in our on-time percent. We've held pretty steady on budget, so that's good to see as well. But wouldn't it be great if we could see both of those numbers like the VDOT numbers at 93 and 95 or whatever it is? We're working there. We're getting there. We just don't want to, we want to keep watching this and keep our foot on the gas and help these folks be successful. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Alrighty, sir, that's all I have. If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Green.
If we can go back 2 slides, at what point do the trend lines or the targets get adjusted? Do they stay consistent over time, or do we adjust those?
Targets,
period?
we set them, ma'am. This
When do-
board can set them.
When do we
Whenever you
revise
want to.
those? Or
When did we set? We set them a couple years ago, I guess, right?
Fairly long time ago. What I would say is that we may change this next year simply because we've taken a portfolio approach to delivery of our projects. And so some of these metrics may change. So I think this might be the last time you see a backward-looking set of trend lines for on-time and on-budget delivery.
Thank you very much. We have 3 minutes to noon. We could probably squeeze in 2 or 3 more presentations. Except the next one's kind of long. Mr. Gregg is going to wow us with maintenance. Everybody ready for a break? All right, we're going to break for lunch. Let's try to keep it maybe 35 or 40 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you very much. We're in recess. Meeting back into order. This is the workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. And we are at item 5 on our agenda, but I'm going to make a pivot. And we're going to call up item number 13. And Mr. John Lawson is going to present on that item.
Good morning, Good morning, Mr. Secretary, or afternoon, Mr. Secretary, and members of the
Mr.
board.
Lawson, I hope you're well this afternoon.
I am doing just great, just great. Today, I have another governor-directed TPOF award to bring before you, and that you'll have that for action.
Hold on a second. The audio is a little weird.
I think it might be me.
Is it you?
Okay? All right. So today I have another governor-directed TPOF award for your consideration. This particular award is related to the Williamsburg Transportation and Arrivals Center in Colonial Williamsburg. This project, which you'll get a small presentation on shortly, will significantly improve the transportation for visitors of Colonial Williamsburg, providing designated bus areas, additional parking, and a connection to the WMATA transit network. This is really important as you think about next year, 2026, with the 250 celebrations taking place and all the additional visitation that Williamsburg is expecting to see, all of the job growth and economic enhancement or activity that will take place with all of that visitation. Today, Mr. Fleet, the President and CEO of the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, and Mr. Trevette, the Williamsburg City Manager, are here and want to share with you a little bit about the project.
Welcome and come on up. Before they present, just as a reminder, the Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund is a fund that is under this board's purview, and in the rules of that fund, the governor is granted authority to direct grants to various institutions under certain circumstances at different levels and so forth and so on. But at the end of the day, this is one of those governor-directed TPOF grants that would go to the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation. And as John said, and we'll see here in a minute, that it's meant to underpin and help bolster the arrivals and transportation center there, specifically as it relates to the VA 250 celebration that will be next year. But it also has some long-term, much more longer-term benefits that they'll speak to. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to address you today and just sort of inform you on this project and how it fits into a larger scale of projects in the city. So we'll walk you through a little bit today. This is the area that we're focused on. This gives you sort of an idea of the extent. You can see I-64 over there to the right, and then the approaches to downtown Williamsburg coming off of 64. Primarily today, we're going to focus on Capitol Landing Road as it leads to Lafayette Street, where we are hoping to build the Arrival Plaza. So we're going to be dealing with a couple different problems with these series of projects. The first is, and this is probably the most serious, a pretty significant safety concern that's been a real challenge for the historic area for a long time, and that is the parking of tour buses and school buses. Here in this picture, you're only seeing the tour buses, but it's not uncommon for this particular street, which is actually one of the most narrow in the historic area, to be wall-to-wall buses of both school buses and tour buses with just a narrow passageway between them. Having been a resident of the the historic area for a while, I was always very concerned as I drove this street to work that a child would dart out from between those buses with little to no warning for a car or truck passing by. Now, our speed limits in the historic area are low. They're 25 miles per hour, but even at 25, a lot of damage can be done to a small person that you weren't expecting to dart out. And despite our efforts as a city to move these buses and this type of parking from this location to better spaces, it happens. No matter how much we publish about where tour buses should park, no matter how much we send police out there to enforce the rules, this still occurs on a daily basis. Another challenge is the numerous ways to get in and out of Williamsburg and the confusion that causes for our visiting public. If you are from Williamsburg, one of the things that we say a lot is that Williamsburg has at least 3 ways to get anywhere and none of them straight. And that is absolutely true, particularly as you enter the city from the interstate. You have lots of opportunities, and probably none of them are a direct route to where you're going. And so as we work on this project and this challenge, particularly thinking about the Virginia 250th and the nation's 250th, is how are we going to better capture that traveling public so that we can manage the safety much better than we are now. And then finally is our public transportation offerings in the city. We are served by a regional entity, WADA, and we have really been driving, with the City Council's leadership, the effort to increase frequency of the WADA service. And that means providing a better service to our visitors through Colonial Williamsburg as well. In recent years, WADA took over the service that used to be privately offered by Colonial Williamsburg. Now we're doing that ourselves. We're aiming for 15-minute frequency, particularly on that route, so that visitors that are staying at the lodge or staying at the inn and want to know how to get to Target or the pharmacy can do that pretty easily on public transit. So part of this project planning is to make our local mass transit much more efficient. Another aspect of this is to remove some unsightly buildings. The location that we're going to build this Arrival Plaza will take the place of the back of house for Colonial Williamsburg. It's like the secret part of Disneyland. It's not always beautiful, right? And so we're going to try to remove these buildings through demolition and build something much more attractive to welcome our visitors. So how are we going to do that? We return to this map, and you can see as we bring in the new future development. Currently underway is a complete redevelopment of the visitor center that used to welcome guests at the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation. Obviously, the world has moved on since a time where you needed a massive campus to educate and inform the arriving public about what you offer. Most people who come to our city now know exactly why they're coming and where they want to go, and they want a direct route to get there. They do not want to park a mile or a mile and a half away and then walk the distance in 100-degree heat to get to that destination. And so another aspect of this arrival area is to service them much better with a much more direct route. In the process of changing the use of that large site, we are adding new and exciting opportunities for the public. Under construction right now is a 200,000 square foot sports and event center. It's going to be exceptionally nice, already very well booked as we move into 2026 for its opening. And so part of the planning for this is how do we service that campus better with the roadway. There are a whole host of other uses planned that the authority that governs the site is undertaking. So as we think about how we're going to accomplish all this, there are 3 projects rolled into one sort of concept. The first is a redesign of the Capitol Landing Road corridor, and that's the first leg that you see there. That's going to be redesigned to be a much more attractive entranceway for the public and hopefully give them a feeling of what Williamsburg is all about aesthetically. In addition to that, the intersection at Capitol Landing and Bypass Road will be changed from, if you've been to Williamsburg, you've probably experienced our historic Y intersections where no one knows what to do. So we're going to be eliminating one of those and going with a standard lit intersection, which will hopefully improve the experience for those motoring public that have to endure that. And then also adding the Arrival Center as the third project. So as we work down the corridor with the new and improved streetscape, the improved intersection, and then a direct flow right to that new Arrival Plaza, it should be very convenient. This is a look at the Capitol Landing corridor revision. This is fully funded. It's partially federally funded, partially state funded, partially city funded. We would actually already be under construction and have sort of started. A lot of the undergrounding of utilities has occurred, improving the water service line through there, but we're waiting on federal approval to begin acquisition of the right-of-way, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime very soon. So we'll keep waiting. Hopefully sometime soon that'll be green-lit, and then we can start the work on this project. As we near the end of that video, hopefully you saw a couple of things that are interesting. There is a dedicated bike path. There's also a bike trail, a cycle path, and then a multi-use path. There's also dedicated pull-offs for the WADA buses, again, thinking about mass transit, so we can get them out of the travel lanes. So it should be a much more enjoyable corridor for everyone that lives there and visits. And then this is the intersection that will replace that historic Y of Bypass and Capitol Landing Road. And then on that left-hand side of this diagram, you can see is a new road that will service the visitor center directly. So the person who's coming to enjoy the sports center, the future live performance venue that will be constructed, an aquatic center, whatever the authority might entertain and the city decide to fund, they will have a direct route to get there. And now I'll turn it over to President Fleet.
Thank you very much for having us here today. And before I get to talk about what the specific arrival area will do, I want to give two contextual remarks. First, to thank Andrew for his exceptional leadership of the city of Williamsburg. He does an outstanding job. If you can't pick it up, we worked extraordinarily closely together on a variety of projects as we think deeply about how do we improve life for not only citizens of Williamsburg, but also those who visit from across the Commonwealth and across the nation. And in any given year, Williamsburg welcomes about 3.5 million guests will visit us. And we measure that based upon cell phones we get in the historic area because, as many of you know, we have an open campus. As we think about and contemplate next year, we have worked extraordinarily closely with the Virginia 250 Commission and the Governor's Office and also state legislatures such as Terry Austin and Mamie Locke, who are the leaders of the Virginia 250 Commission, as we think about activities that will be centered largely on Colonial Williamsburg. Because I think, as everybody knows, Colonial Williamsburg was the colonial capital of Virginia. It was where the state first came into being, and it will be the center of our state's activities next year. And we thus are anticipating that we are going to have a surge in visitors, and we need to make sure that we are prepared to welcome those visitors with appropriate facilities, traffic, arrival areas, et cetera. And so this project has been talked about actually with those leaderships of Virginia 250 in the city actually for many years. And so what it does, as Andrew said, is solve several problems at one time. It solves our problems with where buses go, and we welcome buses constantly in the historic area, and they're a safety issue. It welcomes or solves our issue with regards to WADA in terms of how does that flow and how do we make sure that public transportation is appropriately integrated into guests that will be arriving and moving them around the city. And it helps us deal with parking issues and orientation issues, which are going to be critical to as we think our work as we think about next year. So what you're looking at here is how we have envisioned this work to unfold. If you look to my left, kind of in the middle, you'll see a little half circle there. That is actually the bus arrival area that will be there. So buses will come in, they will queue there, and then we have a place that they will be able to go and park. This area is literally a half a block from the historic area. And so we anticipate that all the buses that come to Colonial Williamsburg will actually want to use this place because it will be by far the most convenient place that they can go, which will remove those buses and those safety issues from city streets. Also in that bus loop will be the central area that WADA will also use to pick up people and move them around the city to various places. So WADA is closely integrated into our operations, and we have closely integrated that work into here. Just to my right, or I guess yes, you're right too, you see a gray box. That is a building that we will build for bathrooms and et cetera. One of the privileges of operating Colonial Williamsburg is we get to operate all of the public restrooms in the city of Williamsburg with the city's support. Thank you very much. And so we will need to make sure that we are accommodating all of the guests and visitors that will be there. And then you'll see we will fill out the balance of the area, and this will largely be a self-funded part of the project out of our own money with parking to make sure that we can fill in and process all the cars that will also be used here. That's just a different view of the loop, and you can see the buses in the building and how it will unfold. So we have actually started already demolition of buildings on the site because we anticipate that we will be able to finish this work in the next 6 months or so, and thus give us plenty of time to begin welcoming people to Colonial Williamsburg and deal with many, many traffic and transportation issues all at once. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions or comments that people on the board may have, either for me or for Andrew.
Questions? Comments? I don't know if that means they like it or they don't like it.
We're going to leave before anybody else.
Let me say this. We appreciate the work that you both do Mr. Trevette, your time in Williamsburg has been well-received, I know, by the folks there. That's why you're still there.
I was when I left.
He spent some time in Bristol when he started out,
I did.
moved his way east, and now I think he found a little bit of a home. And Mr. Fleet, your work over the last number of years at Colonial Williamsburg has been extremely important, as you have ensured that this gem of a place for America and the world continues to be exceptional. You know, all of us who grew up in Virginia, I think, it was always the required fourth grade trip. There were lots of buses in Williamsburg and for fourth graders, but I gazillion times, and what a great treasure it is, not just for Virginia, but for the country. It did make me smile, though, when he was talking about operating all the public restrooms in Williamsburg, and what it made me smile about was it immediately, somehow or another, my brain went back to the WMATA presentation and the rail system, the transit systems in other countries, right? And I tried to give them some concept that maybe they're not just the same as ours and we're not the same as them. And I recall mostly in Europe, when I go to restrooms in Europe, they charge me money to use them. So I want to know if you're going to raise any money in those restrooms in Williamsburg. Are you going to adopt that Euro model or not? And if not, why not?
I don't think so.
I'm just kidding.
Well,
Anyway.
it's a privilege to not only work with Andrew, as I've stated, but also to be associated with Colonial Williamsburg. It is the largest history museum in the country. With a national reach, it had 23 million people it touched last year with our digital programming and others. It also has some more interesting parts of the job other than its educational mission. It actually has 725 buildings that we have to maintain, and we are very closely integrated with the city on things like tree maintenance, landscapes, and sidewalks, and streets, and sewers, and water. So there are some less appealing parts of the job, but we do think a lot about the infrastructure in the city and how do we make sure that this incomparable asset, which is, there's nothing like it in the world, will be preserved for generations to come. So we thank you very much for your support in making sure that that can happen and that we can fulfill our educational mission and touch the tens of millions of people that we do every year.
Ms. Lawson, anything to add?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to kind of wrap this up. You know, the project that they just described is a $12.7 million project. The direction from the governor is $5 million, and the monies would flow through the EDA of the city of Williamsburg, who would be managing the effort. And with this will be brought to you the meeting tomorrow for your action. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Gentlemen, thank you very much. Have a safe trip home. We'll be there. We'll be down to see you pretty soon. All the time. Great place. Thank you. Now, Mr. Gregg, we're at item number 5. Thank you for your patience. Maintenance and Operations Comprehensive Review Annual Update. Mr. Kevin Gregg, welcome. Hope you're doing well this afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Secretary, thank you. Members of the board, excuse me. This is the annual update to our 2019 comprehensive review. Some of you have seen this before. Others may be the first time, but there's a number of slides here, as the secretary alluded to, but please feel free to interrupt and ask questions as I go, because we'll leave one subject and move on. These are the items that were in the comprehensive review, and I'll be going through each one of these. So this is a snapshot, quick overview of the Maintenance and Operations Program. As you can see, pavements throughout the Commonwealth are our largest asset, and where we put the largest amount of dollars in that. The $3 billion annually also includes the $638 million that go to localities for the local roads. So you can see where the pavements fall out, and bridges and routine maintenance in that program, and those are the items we'll be running through today. Okay, pavements. There we go. So each year, pavements are assessed by driving the roadway network and taking images of the pavements. The assessment annually captures 100% of interstates, including the primary, and 100% of the primaries, including the primary extensions in our localities, 100% of the secondary network with traffic volumes above 3,500 vehicles a day, and 20% of the paved secondaries with traffic less than 3,500 vehicles a day. These images are put into our system and then rated to produce performance on our pavement network. This is the rating system scale. The criteria is the critical condition index. The critical condition index is a scale of 0 to 100. CCI is a combination of differing pavement distress combined to create the score. 60 is fair and above is considered sufficient. Sufficiency percentages of the lane miles in CCI are scored 60, fair or above. The slides give you a picture of what CCI would look like for each one of those ratings. So to kind of keep that in mind, these are the types of pavement treatments that we normally apply to these pavements. You will see preventative maintenance is an overlay of the surface layer or maybe a slurry seal, thin coating. This CCI is in a range of 88 to 66 for this type of treatment. The next treatment is corrective. The surface layer is replaced, and the CCI is in the range of 65 to 41. This treatment is 4 times the cost of a preventive maintenance. The slide also gives you an overview of the potential treatments undertaking by VDOT statewide.
Kevin? Excuse me, Mr. Gregg. I know this isn't exactly a finite answer, but when you look at the preventative category and then you look at the corrective category, and you say the corrective category is 4 times more expensive than the preventative category, how many times would you have to do the preventative? Didn't do the preventative. How quickly does it get to corrective? And I'm just looking at sort of the 4 times as expensive versus the rate at which you have to apply it. So if to keep it there, I got to apply it 8 times more often, and the other's 4 times as expensive, it may not be the right thing to do. But if I got to apply it twice as often and it's 4 times more expensive, then I get there half the cost. Do you have any sense for that?
Probably the corrective and restorative type work, we would count on being done every 8 to 10 years. Preventative maintenance, which you see in the slide there, you may do that once in the lifetime of that pavement before you do corrective or restorative, or maybe twice. So it
only lasts, so it's only, you can't just do that forever.
Correct, yes, sir.
So it's sort of it won't keep it there, but it will keep it from happening more quickly.
It extends the life of the pavement, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
The CTB approved these performance targets in December of 2019. And you can see the targets. The investment needed in 2019 projection was $463 million annually until 2026. And then the investment was $499 million annually, creating a steady state for performance and investment. Again, this was in 2019 dollars, and at that time, those numbers were not indexed or indexed at all. So with those in mind, we'll move forward. And before we get into the actual where we are with our targets, I do want to say that since 2019, VDOT is experiencing a number of ongoing impacts, including commodity pricing, fuel adjustments, related inflationary costs to activities such as inspection, maintenance of traffic, those type of things. Award cost for that whole package have increased about 45% between 2019 and 2024. So even if we would have indexed 3%, 5%, no one would have expected that amount of increase in the cost of our contracts as we move forward.
Mr. Craig, you talked about indexing on page 7. And page 7 is about percent and numbers of miles. And then when you reference indexing over here, you're talking about cost, which I understood. I didn't understand the indexing on the previous page.
I just made a correlation back to the cost of, in 2019, we said that we were going to take $463 million to maintain these performance measures until 2026. And in 2026, that dollar amount would move to $419.
I understand that here. I was, the indexing on the previous page is what I didn't understand.
Yes, sir, sorry.
But I get it here. So you're basically saying 45% inflation between 19 and 24 for the same work.
Yes, sir. Okay. Also, in 2019, when we did this, 2017, 18, and 19, when all this was put together, all the new construction work on the interstate was not part of the program at that time. And so approximately 250 new lane miles of inventory additions and new pavement surfaces have, and you'll see as I go into the next slide, have made an impact on their ratings of our pavements. Approximately 50% of that 250 miles was just in the last couple of years in 22 and 24. And just to give you an example of how that works, on I-66, there was 23 new lane miles of pavement in each direction. And so, but we overlaid the four other lanes that were already there. So we got one additional lane mile of interstate, but the 4 lane miles that were already there, the 4 lanes that were already there were overlaid as well. So all that pavement was new pavement for that 23-mile section. So it was 23 miles times 5 was the amount of new pavement that we had out there. Same thing on the Interstate 64 Gap project. Those 3 projects are about 30 miles. We'll have 30 miles of new pavement in each direction, new lane miles that were not there before. But when the project is completed, the 2 lanes that are there will be overlaid. So it'll be 3 new overlaid lanes for that 30 miles. So it'll be 60 miles in both directions of lane miles. Center line miles.
It's 60 lane miles of new direction. It's 180 lane miles of pavement.
Correct, yes, sir. So,
but is that typically because when you construct it, you have to do it that way, or is this just a convenient time to do the total overlay?
I don't think you have to, that just because you add a new lane, you don't have to overlay the other 2 lanes. But in this case, I think it makes sense due to the age of the pavements and the condition.
Where you are and the fact that you got people there and you're already doing it.
Yes.
But I'm trying to separate in our mind the impact, because that's sort of a savings that inures to us.
It's some efficiencies,
To do with
yeah.
that.
Yes,
It's
sir.
efficiency and savings. And I'm trying to separate that to the really what we're adding that creates this additional. So in this case, we're adding 60 new miles of lane there. That's really the add. We're just spending more maintenance dollars earlier and probably saving money in the long term. But certainly, and paying less money to do it and probably saving money long term. Is that right, Mr. Commissioner?
Mr. Secretary, the description that Kevin is speaking about is construction money. So in I-66 outside the Beltway, those new lanes and the overlay of the existing lanes all came out of the concession project itself. What we're trying to convey here is, on the next slide, you're going to see, this is a little bit of a precursor to the next slide, explaining why our performance metrics have jumped as much as what they have in the recent years. And it is because the construction program, as Kevin alluded to, did not take into consideration in 2019 many of these additions to our network,
You mean
our
maintenance
interstate
program.
network.
I mean, the maintenance program didn't take into consideration,
That's right.
not the construction.
So what you're going to see out of this is all the new lanes, the lane miles that are that got overlaid in with I-66 outside the Beltway. We had FredEx turn on the project in Fredericksburg as well, with the completion of the Rivanna River bridges, or not, the Rappahannock River bridges, the 64 projects, the 81 projects, all of those are getting overlaid as part of the construction, which is going to improve our performance in the maintenance program.
So I was referencing the gap. And in the gap, we're building 2 new lanes, 1 in each direction. Is the overlay that we're doing on the existing lanes, is that coming out of the gap money or is that coming out of maintenance money?
Coming out of the construction program.
So we're doing some maintenance while we're at it. Okay, and session.
Correct.
Right? So that pavement was done by the concessionaire?
Correct.
And so how does that impact us during the term of the concession?
For the general purpose lanes, that is part of our inventory and our responsibility to be able to maintain the general purpose lanes as our facility.
Those other lanes we'll still evaluate those other lanes, to provide data.
That for them, but not
provide
for us,
data.
but that doesn't impact our budget.
Yes, sir.
That was what I was trying to get at.
Okay, with that said, here's where we stand this year with our pavements. This is the interstate network. As you can see, our targets were to decline from a high around 91 to 82%, and this year's target was 85. And due to those items that we just finished talking about, we got an increase in our percentages, CCI percentages, to 91%. So looking at the construction going on the gap in 81, I would anticipate that for 26, that number would stay basically flat as we go forward. We will need to take a look at the way we look at these to make sure we account for the new pavements in our targeting as we go forward. That wasn't taken into account in 2019.
And the targeted expenditures.
Pardon me? And the expenditures, right, yes, sir.
I think it's important to note on this slide that you see we're projecting and targeting a number that is below where we are, right? So this is sort of like this is the optimal, what we're trying to do is get to the optimal place to be. It's not good to be at 100 all the time. It's really expensive and it doesn't bring you value. You don't want to overspend and do this too often and have it too nice. It'd be like cutting your grass every day, as opposed to once a week. It'd be perfect, or go get your hair done every day. Get it cut every day as opposed to once a month or whatever I do. It's sort of like that, and you don't want to do it too often to keep it too high because it doesn't return. But you don't want to get it so bad that it degrades disproportionately and then costs you more. 82 is the number that's been set to do that, and we'll try to get down to 82.
Mr. Secretary, I think there are a couple points that we should make. When the board set the performance targets for the interstate, the primary, and the secondary roads, we looked at it to create a sustainable funding stream into the paving program, one that was sustainable monetarily, and that's why you see the performance suggesting a degradation to 82%, at least on the interstate system. And we looked at the amount of funding that we could put between the 3 systems. What you see on this slide, too, and this is where Kevin was alluding to, the fact that when we put this together, we did not inflate the current year estimates. So you can see we thought 88 million would go into the interstate program, we'd slowly decline, And to be able to create the sustainability in the outer years at 82%, we would need 111 million. That's all in 2019 dollars. And I think that's, we're going to have to, my suggestion is we're going to have to come back and revisit this, but also recognizing that we're at 91%. Should we look to degrade the system to 82%? When we developed this at that time, it was between 85, do we take it at 85% or 82%? It's minor what people will see, but the higher the level of the sufficiency that we have, the less investment we need to make over the longer term. So this would be the time that we should look to re-baseline at least the interstate system, recognizing where we are in all the construction activities, and probably look at doing some deeper reconstruction activities to be able to build up the base of the asphalt, and not just looking to do most of our overlays. So I would suggest that as we move forward, come back with another presentation on maybe what a re-baseline performance metric would look like for the interstate system, but also recognizing that those numbers that you see in the green for target expenditures are all 2019 dollars. And as Kevin said, we've experienced some rapid inflation growth in other items that is restructuring what we put into pavements. Last year, I believe we put close to $750 million into pavement alone. So
let me ask you this, to that comment. So in 2019, it was 82. And if we didn't have inflation since 2019, and we were still doing the exact same work, it'd be 82. And yet, we're showing it at 111, which means we're adding 30 points on 82, and 30 points on 82 is about 40%, or 38%. And that would tell me that if there was no inflation, and my number went from 82 to 111, that I'm doing 38% more work. So can you help me work through that? Is that timing of work? It's certainly not 38% more interstate out there. Some more interstate, but not 38%.
So from year one to year six is that 88 million. And that's when we're taking the deepest dive reduction in our pavement quality, pavement targets. So once you get to a steady state, it costs more to maintain pavements at that steady state. We're going down, so we realize some reduction in the amount of money that we need to put into the interstate system there. But once we reach somewhere in the 82, 83, 84 range, we're maintaining it, and it does cost more to maintain it at that level as you go forward. It'd be a steadier state, but it costs more to maintain it than it does to let the pavement degrade and go down.
Take that offline.
Okay, why don't we look at the primary system? The primary system is a tiered approach. We have the sections of the primary system that are above 3,500 vehicles a day have a percentage performance target that stays at the 82, just like the interstate systems. The portions of our primary system less than 3,500, the target goes down to 75. And as you can see, we're pretty close to those targets there. The 3,500 and above, we're right at 83, and our target was 82. So within 1%, we're within 2% as we go down on the sections of the primary system that are under 3,500 vehicles per day. And I would remind you that in 2019, when we originally set this, The 2020 pavement season was already in the books. We'd already advertised everything. So really, this part of the comprehensive plan didn't really take effect until the 2021 paving schedule, as you can see there. So that's just a reminder of didn't actually start in 2019 paving season. It started in the 2021 paving season.
Ms. Sellers?
Has the primary network seen as much growth as the interstate network? Okay.
Primary system does see some growth, but it's mainly due to smaller projects. And it's usually a section gets taken into the system, and when we do an intersection, a section gets taken out. So it's not a huge amount of growth into the primary system. The secondary system, good question, does see a significant amount of growth each year, mainly due to development that goes in there. So it's well over 200 miles a year goes into the secondary system alone, due to construction projects, but mainly due to developers and developing subdivisions and the roads that we bring into the system there. So as you can see on the secondary system, there was also split 3,500 and above. The target was 82, just like the other two systems, and we're pretty close to the target there. We're right at 83. That was our largest climb that we had to make, and it took us the longest amount of time since 2021. We've been working to get that up to the 83%. This is the first year that we actually reached the target for those sections of the primary that are above 3,500 vehicles a day. As you can see, for the secondary system that has less than 3,500 vehicles a day, we're staying pretty much on target. We're at 61. The target is to maintain at 60 there.
Chairman.
Ms. Sellers?
So I have two questions on this one, but is there a way, or do we in any way project the number of new lanes that are going to come into the system? Because you can see the development happening in just thinking of how zoning works and then the closeout of projects, we would anticipate, there's a way to anticipate the close and when they're going to try and give it to the state. So do we monitor that at all?
It's not taken into account here because the impact is much smaller than it is on the interstate system. Those that go in are mostly going to be under the 3,500 vehicles a day, and it'll be 10 years
Maintenance is.
before we have to do any surface maintenance on those roads generally, unless we got some poor construction. But generally, it's into the future when those roads will have to come back and do overlays of some type on those.
So the budget impact, there's no relative to budget impact because the budget impact is delayed, right? There you see it, you know it, once you get it, maybe you have 5 years or 10 years or 8 years or 9 years before you have to spend any money. See that. I think, this whole thing, part of the point we've been talking about for some time. And if you think about the way we're funded and our dollars basically get split 51-49, but say half and half between construction and the cost of construction and the cost of maintenance sort of rise and fall together if they did. Maybe they sort of do, maybe they did, then the dollars coming into the top would continue to fund the maintenance that's associated with the construction, right? And what's there. But as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, you're funding construction, but your maintenance has to still fund everything that's already there. And then you dump outside money in that doesn't go through your funnel that splits it into maintenance and construction with IIJA or regional monies or whatever, and all of a sudden your construction dollars are way up here, your maintenance dollars are still here, your corpus is growing, your increase is growing, or your variable piece is growing, and you're just getting further behind the curve. Particularly exacerbated by all that outside money. And while the IIJA money may stop or recede, the regional money is going to keep going. One money's gonna keep going, the HR TAC money's gonna keep going, et cetera. And we just continue to press more houses, more rooms on the houses, and we still have the same amount of money, more rooms on the house, and we still have the same amount of money to take care of the house, and it's gotten 3 times bigger. And that's the problem that's the sitting out there facing us, that, you know, the legislature and, few.
Are the localities who maintain their own systems, are they seeing these differences as well?
They don't have the same, they don't necessarily have the same outside money influence, right? But their costs, their regular corpus costs, yeah. Yeah, but
They don't have interstates, right? They don't maintain the interstate.
have all this money that's flowing in from the outside, because those are typically not in those places. The Hampton Roads money goes into the interstates, mostly in the interstate.
So that's the report on our pavements, state of our pavements. We'll move into structures, and yes.
Mr. Gribben.
Before we move off of pavements, I was just curious, if we go back and look at the interstate, the primary and secondary, it looks like all of them, well, in the interstate in particular, we're optimizing the pavement condition we want, and so that number is coming down. But our estimated expenditure is going up significantly. And then on the primary system, we're kind of where we want to be, but that's going up even more. So I was just curious as to why the dollars are going up as we're trying to bring down the pavement condition is one point. And the second point is, I think we touched on already, we probably ought to be indexing those out years for inflation and for the growth of the system, especially on secondary systems. Absolutely. So I was hoping maybe the next iteration we get this, that it's.
What we're talking about.
Yeah, that, and then, yeah, so I was just curious as to why the expenditures are ticking up so much. And then on the interstate system, if we bring that back down to 82%, it would be helpful to see the delta between, if we try to maintain it at 91 and where we are in the future at 82, just to see kind of the savings we're capturing.
Costs are going up, which is contributing to our decision in some respects to bring down the sufficiency target.
Right.
So the costs are going up because the costs are going up, meaning there's more of it and the unit cost is up, both substantially. That's what's driving the cost. So it's volume and unit cost, both being driven upwards. And that's driving the cost.
Okay.
Right? What we're doing in reaction to that at some level is we're trying to balance life cycle to budget, to actual cash, right? So if you're trying to optimize your life cycle costs, that's one curve. If your cash doesn't do that, then you got to adjust that curve for your cash. And that's sort of what we're doing here. And we're sort of trying to find that happy medium, that happy balance, right? And maybe it really would be better to be at 85, but we can only get to 82. And so that's what we're going to, and 82 is okay. It's suitable, so that's what we'll get to. But life cycle costs may say get to 85. But if you don't have the cash to chase that, you don't have the cash to chase that today. You only have what you have. And that's the dilemma that we got into, as you've heard before, when we're trying to right-size or trying to optimize the construction in the smart scale budget, was how good do you make it? How good do you make these things? Because the better you make these things, the less there is to do the new things. If you decorate the room in the house 3 times, then you don't get to build a new room on because you spent it decorating the other rooms again, right? And that's the way it works. And so where are we in that? And that's what we're trying to balance here.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the overall mission, but curious as to how, I think last year we talked about this same thing and bringing it down, but it looks like we ticked up the other direction. Was that just because?
Ticked up in target or ticked up in actual?
Ticked up in actual. So we went for, our target, it looks like it was, in year 6, our target was going to be 85. We talked about last year. Now we're saying
You're talking about,
That tick up
Is-
was mainly due to the new payments that weren't realized in the targets that were set. But because of the influx of new payments that came into the system, we had a whole lot of lane miles came in at 100%, which offset the ones that were down lower. So that percentage went up, not because we did more than we.
on what was existing, it's because we brought in a lot of good stuff.
Perfect, which is a good thing, yes.
Yes.
But it
We're all
skews,
for- all for new
it
pavement.
skews the rest of it.
Right, okay, thank
And
you.
I believe to your other point, the 23 and 24 were scheduled to be 88. The same amount of work that was planned was done, but just the inflation costs that drove those prices up. So pretty much the same amount of work was done that was planned. It was just inflation costs drove those costs up.
And then do we have like an effort that's undergoing to try to see what we can do to lower the cost of maintenance?
Well, I'd like to say yes, but all that work is put out to bid on the open market, and so.
I have so many ideas.
The answer is,
So many ideas.
we do technology things and try to figure out things that are better, but to Kevin's point, this is a market-based system. The key is competition. If we set our standards in a certain way that aren't smart, then we drive costs up or down in the wrong direction because they weren't smart. But if we set our standards right, then the market should work and we're going to get the best we can get. If we help invent things, I'll say it like that, which we work on a lot, and we can bring some of that down, then that's good too, right? But at the end of the day, that's sort of, I think, the leverage
Yeah,
that
I was
we
just
have.
particularly impressed by Mr. Clark's presentation, his continual desire to drive costs down, to innovate, to be more creative, to make better use of the materials he has. And I was just wondering if any of that's carried over to, if there's anything we could do on the maintenance side, as opposed
I think
to.
it's like the Cuss Bridge strategy, right? We learned that to keep it, Mr. Commissioner, you want to jump in? We learned to keep it, that if we let it degrade too much, it wasn't the right thing. And if we don't let it degrade at all, it wasn't the right thing. There's an optimization to let it degrade to this point, and that's where the curves intersect, and that's the best place to do the work. And so in theory, you do that, right? And that's all this condition rating and what level do you let it get to, and Steve steals some money out of the construction budget and puts it in maintenance on the gap. Did I say that? So, yeah, I mean, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
I think the real key here is are there things that we do where we're but are we doing some things we shouldn't do that don't give us as much return in terms of what we ask the contractors to do?
Right.
That's where you get some juice, I think. And I think we're working on that all the time. Are we perfect at it? I doubt it. But I think it's got some focus. Commissioner, you want to add to that?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Gribben, I think this slide sums up the maintenance program in a fairly good detail. And what I would suggest is that what can we do? Where would the cost savings be? You can always reduce your pavement quality. It has an economic impact, though, between potholes to riding surface to the sufficiency of the interstate system is paramount for interstate commerce. Our bridges, we can reduce those thresholds and put more into a poor performance area. That doesn't make sense from a monetary basis because we degrade to a point where it's no longer rehabilitation, it's replacement. And Kevin's going to speak to this in the next section. Our routine maintenance, we can reduce the number of times that we mow. We can stop doing our ditching, to any significant degree. So there's already tensions to things that happened within the organization in 2005 through the 2010 part, where we went through something called Blueprint, where we downsized the organization and said that we weren't going to do things. And so we've stopped taking care, stopped doing some of the routine, basic maintenance elements that are critical to providing for our largest investment, which is pavements. We need to be doing ditching operations and having our pipes clean to be able to get the water away from our pavement, because that's our worst enemy. You look at that, $770 million last year going to pavements, that's a lot. So, as all these levers that are being pulled, what can we save on? Well, we can save on the services that we're providing back to the citizens. And oh, by the way, we've got emergency funds at $220 million for snow and hurricanes and flooding and things like that. And you know where we sat earlier this spring at $660 million. So, and then you come to the traffic and operations aspect of it. We've got everyone wants our safety service patrols. Everyone wants the incidents cleared faster. Our special structures program sitting out there about $80 million. Running our ferries would continue to be an important aspect. We can always reduce the number of times, but I guarantee you the secretary, myself, and the governor are going to get calls on any reduction in services. So the level of service that we're providing across all of these elements is drastically important. And to the secretary's point, you're asking what can we do to reduce it? Yes, there might be technological things that we could put into place that become more efficient, but that is outstripping the inflationary impacts, the maintenance of traffic, and other things that are increasing the cost of doing business. So this is the true tension that we have there.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'm suggesting, and I hear you, when we did this in 2019, I regret not listening closer to say that we need to put inflation into those numbers. We try to do an apples to apples comparison, but if you look at where we would have been just with the inflation alone on our pavements, we would be up at that number. The problem is that number in 2-3 years is going to be at $1 billion, whether I like admitting it or not. I've got a philosophical issue at thinking that it's $1 billion, but it'll be $1 billion going into our pavements annually. And that's going to be the tension that we have, especially as we bring on more of these lane miles. It's not going to be felt today. It's not going to be felt for 5 years. Ms. Sellers pointing out, if we're adding 300 lane miles a year to residentials, it's Kevin says 10, I'm saying 15 to 20 years. Not going to feel the effect, but the onslaught slowly chewing away what we have in the maintenance program. So Kevin has, as we go through this, I think you'll see out of the structures program what we're doing. IIJA has helped. It's really where do we get back to some of the basics, and that's the routine maintenance. And we're spending $260 million for daylighting our trimming our trees and cutting grass and picking up litter. And some can argue, and I think you're copied on some of the correspondence in one part of the state that would suggest that we don't do a good enough job on our litter pickup or mowing activities. And what I would say is this is the tension for $2.4 billion. When you carve it up into these areas, it does not go as far as what you think. And you divide this by 9 districts, the pots don't go as far as what you think that they do.
And then speaking of going as far as you think, are there other states that we benchmark ourselves against that might be doing better or worse in terms of going further with the same amount of dollars or taking a more strategic approach? I mean, just help put this in context. I mean, I guess my fundamental question is, are there other DOTs around the country that are executing on this same mission and doing it more efficiently than we are that we could learn from?
Well, let's take out efficiency and say, are we benchmark against others? When we developed this in 2019, this board had the only aspirational goal was with regard to secondary pavements at 60%, which we weren't making. When we developed these performance metrics for bridge and pavements, we looked at other states and drew upon them, North Carolina being one of them, being in close proximity, having similar weather conditions. We can go to Arizona that doesn't have salt water or other things, and their bridge performance would be high. So we set these appropriate for our climatic conditions, our neighboring facilities that we have, as well as some of the best practices, recognizing we could go to 60 on our interstate, but once we start have failing pavements, we're going to have a lot more lane closures, which impacts interstate commerce, becomes a snowball effect.
I guess my
Mr.
question.
Griffin, I would say this. Can't tell you with specificity on the sort of bang for the buck. But I will tell you, we talk about, we're joined at the hip with lots of other DOTs, whether it's in ASHTO or SASHTO or whatever. I will tell you anecdotally that if you drive the east coast of the United States, you will find that we're amongst the best in terms of the outcome. Are we the most efficient? We can dive into that some. But in terms of the outcome, I mean, I hate to say it, but there's some states that are pretty darn bad. And you get there to the commissioner's point about the social costs. You go from Boston to Florida and you see a lot of things. And Virginia fares pretty darn well. Now, is it good enough? I mean, listen, we're nowhere near perfect, right? And we don't pretend that we are. But I think overall we did a pretty good job. But the bottom line is we are struggling every day to make this budget and to try to continue to fuel the construction budget to allow us to grow and create opportunity and to take advantage of what is there and not strangle our economy. But, that people have expectations that sometimes just cannot be met. You have a road that people throw a lot of litter on every day, and you think that we should go out there and clean all that up every day. I'm sorry, but that cannot be done, and it's not going to be done. If it's really dangerous, we ought to deal with it immediately. But if it's just litter, and which is somewhat dangerous to begin with, but I mean, you just can't afford it. So the routine maintenance and what's the one at the bottom? What's that say, roadside?
Roadside, it should be a routine. Roadside.
The vegetation and all that stuff. The commissioner have running discussions about maintenance and how well it can be done, how well it can't be done. But the bottom line is there's a lot to do. The funds are pretty limited. And, we may cut the grass 3 times a year, we may cut it 4 times a year, but we're not cutting it 6. And it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, unless it's a severe safety situation, a severe situation that's safety related, then, we can't afford to do it. We can't afford to do it and do the other things that we're trying to accomplish at the same time. And it's only going to get worse unless we either have some great technological advance or inflation goes away. It's only going to get worse until it gets better. Right here. But I would say on average, on balance, I don't care where you go in Virginia, it's pretty darn good. I mean, you look at the condition of our roads, condition of our bridges, our pavements, sort of the sides of the highway. And I even made this comment to some of y'all before. It was sort of, I took the train from Philadelphia to Richmond the other day, and I'd not done that before, passenger train. And so I got to see what was along the route, and I love looking out the window. I love it, whether it's a train or a car, whatever it is. And the condition of what was along the rail, plus the rail bed area itself, was dramatically different from Philly to DC than it was once you cross the river. Dramatic. And it wasn't just that, the industrial demise that's happened along the corridor in the northeast, it wasn't just that and sort of what you saw, but actually the rail bed itself had lots of discarded railroad stuff. Not other people's stuff, but railroad stuff. But once you came across into Virginia, it wasn't there. I was like, well, what happened? Where'd all that go? And so you drive it, you ride it on the rail, I don't care what you do. When you come into Virginia, and we're known for this, we're not perfect, right? But it's pretty darn good. Now, a lot of places you can point at all sorts of things, and the commissioner knows that I do. He loves that particularly. But on balance, it's pretty good. We need to be better, but it's pretty good. Okay. I'm giving you some cover here.
Sir?
Keep working.
So keep in mind the
I think we're on page 13.
rebaselining as we go through structures, because that's another area that we want to look at as we go forward. So when we talk about structures, our inventory is made up of metal culverts, timber bridges, concrete girder bridges, concrete slab bridges, culverts, and steel girders, all fall in that area of structures. And just like our pavements, we do a structural inspection and assessment every minimum of every 2 years. And those structures that are posted with a weight limit are inspected on an annual basis. So the structures are inspected, a report is done, and that's where we come up with the criteria that we base our ratings on. The general condition rating is established based on the 3 different portions of a bridge: substructure, superstructure, and the deck. And whichever number is the lowest, that is the overriding general condition rating for that structure. This is in our pavements. The CTB established in 2019 established these targets. And you can see them there for the interstate with 97% sufficient with no postings on our interstate system. And you can see the percentages for the other 2 systems, along with the general condition rating, which should stay the same for all of our systems. Now, as part of that preservation approach, the CTB approved in 2019, was to really put 75% of our investment in preservation, trying to keep our structures in good shape because it costs more to replace them once they get deteriorated, and replacement would only be 25%. Also, we had the IIJA, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act 2021, put over $570 million in our bridge program that accelerated delivery on much of this preservation that we had planned. So again, those general condition ratings and sufficient ratings that were programmed and targeted to go down did not go down as much because of that infusion of dollars that we had into our system. So this is just a general overview of all of our systems, and you can see that the target was supposed to be around 96, 95, and it was 97 for the percentage, and that our general condition rating scheduled to be around 6.1 is still at 6.2. Now, for the interstate specific, and I just want to back up so that on these slides, you can see at the top, we have over 21,000 structures that we inspect and rate and maintain throughout the Commonwealth. And so, top of these, how many of those are on the interstate and the primary and secondaries we go through there. But part of that emphasis on the IIJA dollars was on the interstate system, and mainly it was on joints to keep the water from running down in there on top of our piers and abutments where we get the most deterioration, and that was the focus of that preservation in our system. So you can see that we remained at 99%, even though the target was at 97, and we're close to the target for our general condition rating on the interstate. So again, the primary network, little over 5,800 bridges. We're close to a target on each one of those. However, we still have moved that needle forward on the preservation. Some of that IIJA money did go to the primary system and allowed us to get some more of that work done. So we're pretty close to our targets, but I think, to the commissioner's point, I think this is another area where we need to go back and re-baseline our targets to make sure we're in the right place and have included the right number of dollars. Just for example, their inspection costs have gone up several $1 million based on new guidelines from the federal government on how we should do those inspections and how those reports need to be structured. So that drove some of our cost up just for the inspection part alone. Here's our secondary network, where we have the largest number of bridges. And you can see that we're at 96%, and we were targeted to be around 95%. And we haven't dropped down on a general condition rate as much on this system as we have on the other one. So another reason that most of the work on their secondaries, these 13,000 secondaries, is done by state forces. And so we have done a better job of programming and moving the money around to get it where people that actually have the work ready to go to work can put that money to work. So through some efficiency, we've done more work than we originally planned.
Sellers?
Are these numbers based on the total number of structures or based on the ones that are inspected in the year?
They're based on the number of structures that we own. And every structure that we own is inspected at least every 2 years. Many of these on the secondary system may have a posting weight limit on them, and they're inspected annually.
6 a day, every day of the year. So maybe we have.
Our inspection program is a big program, yeah. Okay. Well, yes.
A lot.
Just one question. When you have your people out and doing these inspections and they have a particular focus, do they take note of other issues that they might see and report, or are they just definitely focused on their own project?
Each inspection is an inspection unto itself. Very seldom do they go out to look at just one specific item unless there was a problem there and they've gone back to recheck it. So that whole structure is inspected from top to bottom. Every component of that bridge is checked and recorded to make sure that we know from one inspection to the next what the condition is, if there's been an improvement. If they did some work on it, that's noted. If it's deteriorated, and that's noted. So every inspection is a very detailed inspection, both for our secondary bridges all the way up to the interstate bridges.
But I guess my question more too is, if they're on their way to inspect a bridge, do they take note of other issues with respect to the road responsibilities of VDOT at the same time and note those?
I hope so.
Everybody's supposed to.
They are, okay, very good, thank you.
If you see a dead deer in the road, then you're supposed to call somebody and tell them. If the sign's falling over and it's laying in the road, you're supposed to call somebody and tell them. The secretary particularly enjoys that.
Yes, sir.
We should let you know when we see things.
We should call the number. Call the number.
Customer service, call a customer service number, and we'll
Tell
get a
them. They're
work order out.
responsive. They answer the phone nicely and they're responsive.
Okay, we talked about routine maintenance earlier, and in 2019, we set up these major assets. This is not all of their routine maintenance items, but these are the main ones that we wanted to put a target on. And these frequencies were based on the best practices that we came up with in 2019. So some of these are more exact based on data. Some of them we didn't have data to make these as exact, and so we came up with these percentages. Now, I gave you a comparison between 2024 and 2025. You can see that some of the targets for 2025 are less than what we did in 2019 and 2024, and some of them are less than what the best practices show that we established in 2019. This goes back to the commissioner's point that it's all a function of, how much storms we get. We budget, and if we get $660 million, then obviously we have to cut some. We did not go back, and the commissioner did not ask to borrow enough money to cover all of that 100%. We cut some in our routine maintenance to get, and that's where we are with some of those frequencies. Also, I wanted to show that in 2024, we did not spend all of that emergency money, and so we were able to add some additional dollars and increase our frequency, and you can see that infusion of dollars and what that percentages is. So some of the things we concentrated on was pipes and ditches and our stormwater management facilities, and you can see that those percentages are up above what the 2019 targets were. So take a minute to kind of digest this, but the one that does not have a target is we changed reporting systems for our signals. Our traffic operations is now going to be responsible for reporting the signals, and that's not going to be in our maintenance management system. So that crossover wasn't complete this year, and so I didn't want to put a number there that was kind of off kilter.
Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Curious, Mr. Commissioner, you satisfied with these 2019 targets? This board set them, and only a couple of us that were on the board at the time, but from a professional perspective, are you satisfied with these targets?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, the answer would be no. They are targets. We have not set performance metrics on them specifically because when we started this effort, many of those targets were not being done to begin with. And we wanted to get data, sound data, as to what our production rates could be. For example, ditching or pipe replacement, what it takes, because we stopped measuring those elements. Where we are right now, I would suggest that there's an opportunity to enhance some of these performance targets. And it's going to take time to put into the system. And what I mean by this is that if we've neglected our ditching operations or our pipe replacements, we're going to have a lot of catch-up to do in the earlier years, and then we're going to come back to a steady state. So it's going to, just like our conversation on pavements, it's going to take a lot to get them up to that steady state. And then once you get there, you're going to be able to reduce the amount of monetary investment. So I see a little bit on our pipes, our ditching operations, and opportunities to be able to enhance our services back to in this area to rebuild. So there are, when I say don't throw them all out, I think these are good service metrics that are there. But some of the conversation is if we end up finding ourselves to be short of funds, these are probably going to be the first to throttle it back and find our savings in this on an annual basis. Would I like to see them higher? Yes, but for where we are right now, we know from a production standpoint, frankly, our ditching operations, some of that can be done in-house. Most of it has to be outsourced. We would have to build a sustainable program for contractors to come in and invest in the equipment, build that around it, know that they are going to have sustainability of a work program to be able to make that financial investment. And so when we swing a pendulum one way or another, it has effects outside of this organization, but also to the private sector that are going to be supporting us. So if we're going to put it there, we're going to have to meet those metrics and continue to do that within some tolerance. And that's what we've tried to do in our pavement program and our bridge program. I think we're getting back to having the data that's going to support us to be able to make these performance metrics. But as we set those metrics, if we don't meet those metrics, because of financial issues, then it's going to have a negative impact on crossover and take that out of the construction program. So we've been, maybe this is semantics, but working with targets so that we can vary ourselves before we set a hard performance metric.
So,
Secretary,
Ms. Tucksmith,
under the frequency, the abbreviations is IS interstates, primary routes, and secondary routes? Okay, thank you. And one other thing, some of our maintenance issues on secondary roads seem to me to be somewhat self-inflicted by permitting people to build drives or other roads off of our roads that have great elevations, and every time there's a significant amount of precipitation, it fills our road with debris that washes down out of their road. Do we have a way that we try to govern what people can do to us?
Kevin?
On the private entrances, we'll be hard pressed not to allow an entrance unless it's for some reason just completely unsafe. We try to, when a private entity comes to look for an entrance, we look at their property, roadfront property, and try to find the best place, safest place for an entrance. Of course, sometimes us and the developer have a different idea of that, but that's okay.
I believe we could do a bit better on that.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Just continuing on one of the commissioner's comments on the pipes, and we set that inventory at 10%. In the first year, we struggled to get 10% work done on pipes. But we realized what was important was that we actually put our eyes on pipes to determine if it needed work done or not, so that we weren't going out and doing work just for the sake of trying to meet a best practice. So we included inspection as part of that frequency, and so now we're doing inspection. The inspection percentage is higher than the work percentage, but we're making sure as we inspect those pipes that we don't, if we inspect it and work needs to be done, we do the work and it's counted as one touch. If we inspect it and no work's to be done, we do still include that as looking at that pipe to make sure it was done. So we're learning along the way, and as Commissioner's point, we're building a little bit better database on what work we do and what it cost us to do work that we didn't have in many of these before. Stormwater management facilities is one that we're governed by environmental on how many times you have to, on how they are to be maintained. So that 2 times is the best practice based on their environmental guidance. And so many of those had grown up, and we did, as you can see, we went and did some additional work to get those cut down so they make the maintenance in future years much more tolerable. So I think this is a good example of where we can go back and re-baseline some of these and match these that we see here, the interim targets, up with our maintenance best practices so that we're all in line together.
Kevin, on your pipes, when you talked about inspection versus actually doing maintenance work, the 25% in the first blue column under FY '24, that purports to be the percent of pipes that were touched. And that includes both the maintenance, when we actually did some maintenance, and the inspection touching, or is it just maintenance?
Yes, sir, includes both.
But the 10% was just on the touching part.
Originally, that's the way it was
Right.
envisioned,
And
yes.
so, of the 25 percentage points, how many of those points would be associated, this is not fair to you, but how many points would be associated with work versus inspection? Is it 10 and 15, so we're actually doing what we expected, but we're expecting more? Or do you know?
We do know those percentages. I don't know them off the top of my head, but the percentage of inspection is higher than the percentage of pipes where work is actually done.
So all these numbers in the first blue column, where trees were at 6% of inventory as a target, you're saying in '24 we did 19%.
Sorry.
In pipes, it was 10, it's 25, although that's apples and oranges a little bit. Ditches 5%, but we're at 8%. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So Commissioner, when he said, are you happy with the 2019 targets? The answer is, in most cases, you're exceeding those. And so what's the proper, at the end of the day, what the board wants to do is have, what's the proper level, right? Whatever that means. And that's a balance of funding available and sort of optimization of life cycle cost of that facility.
Mr. Secretary, if you take the ditching 5% of the inventory, for us to touch 100% of the inventory would take 20 years. And so.
Doesn't seem right, does it?
No. And so that's where I would caution, for example, pipes, 10 years. Understand that when we develop these, and we're still trying to figure out the population of pipes that we have, the population or lane miles
So
of
let
ditches.
me jump in right here. This is a point that needs to be conveyed clearly. When he talked about the change that came in VDOT, right? We backed up from a lot of this stuff. So we didn't even really have a good database of what the inventory was, right? We didn't really have a good database. So if you're gonna say you're gonna do 10%, but you know what the database says, it's kind of tricky, right? So it's taken us some time, but now we've built the database. We're building the database. We know what's out there. We know, to Kevin's point, we're doing inspections. We know sort of what the condition is. And we're in a much better position in which to sort of say, okay, here's a better plan. Because these targets were not based on anything other than
Best practices.
best practice and the ability to execute on it, right? But without regard to what it needed. We might have painted the house last week and we didn't know it, and would say it's painted again, we didn't need to, right? So.
Mr. Secretary, not to add to this list, but I will. What you don't see on some of these things are those items that we do not assign funding to. Commuter park and ride lots, sound walls. Those are all elements that are taken care of on a very as-needed basis. Now, we've started doing the inventory. We understand we've had some influx over the last 2 or 3 years under your leadership to be able to assign some small amount of monies to be able to whittle away at those elements. But those aren't even included in some of these other items, and they still pose a risk back to the total amount of money that we have set aside for the maintenance program. So we've made a dent in some of that population. We now have the population of sound walls and commuter park and ride lots, but some of those park and ride lots had not been resurfaced since they were put into place. So we're making adjustments, and we've used some of the monies that's not shown on this slide, been shown on previous years, to be able to make those improvements, those one-time adjustments. Probably will not be needed for another 10 years if you look at their useful life and their life cycle. But some of the sound walls that we have throughout the Commonwealth have not been touched since they were installed. Those things are coming due. They do take time and effort. We're slowly interjecting that into our maintenance program as well.
Kevin, continue, please.
Okay. Next, we'll take a look at our special structures. And back to Mr. Griven's point, I'm going to point out that our special structures was a fund that was the idea that was put together because there was just not enough funding in our maintenance program to make sure that these critical structures across the Commonwealth were able to be maintained. Our Structure and Bridge Group developed this unique health index, which was the first in the country, to help guide us through rating, prioritizing work, and monitoring the many components of these movable bridges and tunnels and some of these more complex fixed span bridge. A complex fixed span bridge would be like the Verona-Enon type bridges. So as you can see, we've been doing the health index for about 4 years now on the movable bridges and tunnels, and 3 years on their fixed spans. And so we'll take a look at that now. And this measure assesses the individual the systems and components within a system with this rating system: good, fair, poor, and severe. Data is collected during each inspection. These structures are inspected every 2 years, just like every other structure in Virginia. And the health index calculated by weighing these elements and the safety and the criticality of these estimates against the risk. Just for example, in movable bridges, we have one bridge, but they have many components. And many of these items are critical to the operation of these movable bridges. There's not a test on this later, but you'll see the tunnels are even more complex. And with many items within the tunnel, the red items are the critical elements. And that in this health index get a higher weighted as far as their ratings and priority for getting work done.
And remember, this isn't a maintenance per se comment, it's more of an operations and maintenance comment, but the 2 tunnels that we'll get in Hampton Roads, the 2 new tunnels, operate those and maintain those 2 new tunnels. So that's like you thought you had 3 children going to college and all of a sudden you found out you had 1 more, right? It's like, wow, okay. All of a sudden we got a $40, $50 million bill that we're going to pay forever that we didn't have before. And so that's sort of the impact of some of these things. Now, this program doesn't cover that. This is.
Okay, so here is the health index changes. The chart on the top is 2024. Chart on the bottom is the health index for 2025. You can see the arrows indicate that if it's a yellow item, it's fair, that it was good before. If it's going down, if it's going up and it's green, it was either fair or poor previous to that. So there were 7 items that went down. There were a couple items that went up. And so, and that's to be expected. Most of these movable bridges and tunnels are in harsh environments. And there's always going to be moving up and down in these elements. But the good thing, this health index helps us identify those and make plans to do the work. So just for example, on these movable bridges, the ones that are rated fair, the Chincoteague, Eltham, 2 mechanical and structural on the Eltham and the high rise, those are rated fair, and those we're just monitoring at this time in that area. Fair to poor, Benjamin Harrison and high rise and Eltham, all of that work has already been programmed and should be going to advertisement in 2026.
Kevin, can you give us an example of a poor electrical situation on the Benjamin Harrison? We've programmed to fix that. What does it look like as a practical matter? What does that mean to us?
So I think the electrical system on the Benjamin Harrison is based on normal deterioration. Multiple elements include emergency monitors and drives, the bridge skew positioning monitoring system, control cabinets, part of the switchgear, which is the main item where the electricity comes into the bridge, lighting protection system and the surge protection power factor. All of this has been evaluated and is programmed within the next 5 years of our 10-year plan.
So it's operating.
As the opening and closing of the bridge.
It's working, but it's degraded and it's old and it's going to fail. Is that basically what it means?
Yes, sir.
I toured the existing tunnels at the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel some years ago with CTB, and we walked underneath the deck of the road can't do that in the new tunnels, right? That's gonna be filled in, but in the old tunnels, you can walk underneath the road, and you can actually, if you step up, you can look at those little portals in the side as you go by. But we went back up into the main room, the main sort of control space, and there was a bank of electricals, whatever they are, and I'm not good at all that, but it said Joy Manufacturing. And I remembered the CEO of Newport News Shipbuilding worked at Joy, he like ran Joy Manufacturing, Michigan or wherever it was, and the company's long ago, but those were from 1957. And you just looked at them and went, ooh, that still works? Okay, well, you know, some of that stuff, now listen, it still works. It worked for a long time. And that's the difference between then and now, right? You know, you bought a refrigerator in the old days, it might last for 25 years. And now if you get to 7, you're like, okay, thank goodness. So it's different, but there's some old stuff out there and it needs to get replaced.
I have a picture of that air duct that you're talking about later on in the presentation, so.
Yeah,
Chairman,
Ms. Sellers,
what happens if the electrical part fails?
bridge doesn't open.
Bridge doesn't open or close,
Or it
whichever
doesn't close,
happens
or it
to be at
doesn't
the
keep
time.
opening, or it doesn't keep closing. That's why we're
You
fixing
don't
it.
have like a resiliency plan or a redundancy thing? Yeah, we're gonna be out there cranking.
Listen, it gets worse. If you go to the Berkeley Bridge, right, we've had to go like make the parts before. Because there's no parts for the gears and the stuff, and we've had to make them, right? Fabricate. So that's why we have a special structures program now.
That's why we have the program, and that's, for that very reason, is why we have the health index, so that we can program this work before it fails. You're always gonna have failures when you have mechanical and electrical type things, but the purpose of this is to get ahead of that, so that, to replace that refrigerator 10 years rather than 25.
And, Mr. Chairman, part of the health index as it was conceived was recognizing that these are special structures in themselves, that if a pump fails in a tunnel, that's a big problem, but we're able to take our program and move those monies around quickly to be able to address the issue if something degrades at a faster rate than what is anticipated from the program. So this is a nimble program for these 3 types of structures, but it also addresses things in real time if we find items, the critical items that are degrading at a faster rate than what is anticipated. But to your point, the Berkeley Bridge, the original drive gear would, if a tooth broke or the drive gear itself broke, would take a year plus to manufacture the replacement part. So picture 100,000 vehicles a day that would be impacted if we closed the bridge to traffic and failed it in the open position that would allow maritime traffic, or failed it in the down position for a year and affected maritime traffic. So it's not the way that we should be running a business, and certainly this is affording us that opportunity to take care of those critical items before they reach that failure point. We're in much better shape than what we were several years ago because of this.
I think we,
Making progress.
to your point, we have backup plans for generators. If we, for once, whatever reason, if we lose shore power and we're using generator power, we have a plan then to bring in another backup generator. So if that generator goes down, we have backup to that backup. During hurricane season, we have pumps that we bring, and we're getting a storm. We have pumps that we bring and sit on the island. So if the pumps in the tunnel stop working, we have exterior pumps that we can use to pump the tunnel out so it doesn't fill up with water. So all of these critical systems do have backups, and we have contingency plans for that.
No, by the way, all that costs money. You know, we get a storm and we mobilize, right? And whether the storm creates the problem or whether it doesn't, we still mobilized. And that's the world that we live in. That's what we saw. And I'll say this, and I for sure think it's the right decision. But after coming in on the heels of the first snowstorm, like 3 days later or whatever it was, that was a wake-up call. And I can tell you, we were mobilized 3 days later when the next one hit. We were ready. The commissioner was ready, all right? And the question is, how much is too much, right? How much preparation is too much? Meaning it's wasteful. And I think we're in the right place, but it sure is, as we said, we painted the highway white, and people were talking about the trucks that were out there ready to go, and we put people on the Eastern Shore, and we put them here, and we put them there. We didn't wait. We got way ahead of it. And, you could get critiqued for that, or criticized for that. But I think it was the right thing to do, and it's that balance between too much preparation and not enough. And I'd rather have a little bit too much than not enough. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If you can go back to the previous slide, I'm kind of surprised to see the high-rise having electrical and mechanical rating of poor. That's only a few years old.
That's the.
It's the old high-rise.
That's the old high-rise.
The old high-rise, okay. I'm
We're
sorry.
still using the
It's
old
way
high-rise.
old.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, I'm curious as to how much of the inspection work on all these systems that we've been discussing here is VDOT employees, or state employees versus contractors.
It's a mixed combination, Ms. Dunlop, that I couldn't even put a number to it today, that some of these structures take very specialized people to be able to do it and to operate it, and so it's a combination, it's a blended combination.
That's with all of the maintenance work that's done.
Very true.
All the inspection work, many of our structures require underwater inspection, which requires divers to go down and investigate the substructures, and so most of that work's contracted out. I don't think we have very few divers still left in our inspection program, but.
You think about this, Ms. Dunlop, these aren't, this isn't pavement, it's not bridges, these are gears and stuff that we don't normally deal with, electrical stuff and underwater stuff, and all that sort of drives the nature of having outside people do it. So I would imagine it's fairly high. I mean, we can look at decks and we can look at girders, but when you start getting into mechanical systems, we don't have mechanical systems everywhere. We got a few of them. And the electrical system, we got a few of them. So it would likely lend itself to more outside help than the other.
Okay, moving on to our tunnels. Again, the top is 2024 health index. Below is a 2025. You see we got 2 up, 2 down. The good to fair is on 564. There are fire and life safety issues, normal deterioration, temporary generator, and a water line tied to the fire main, and that project, repair project for that is currently underway. The HRBT westbound mechanical went from fair to poor, and these are dampers that are out of service in the southwest vent building, and that work is underway as well. Those vent buildings don't sound like much, but they take a beating from the weather. It's a terribly harsh environment there. So for the tunnels, to only have those few items there, that's a pretty good report for those tunnels. Expand, as you can see, again, 24 is top, 25 is bottom. They stayed the same from 24 to 25. Just to the Secretary's point, we did have a couple photos just to kind of let you know on these special structures. That picture on the top left is the balance wheel on the Coleman Bridge. You can see the bottom picture shows deteriorated of the steel rail and the concrete coming apart. And the top picture is the new rail and repaired concrete. That's the top of the pier cap, and that's the rail. That's a swing span bridge. That's what allows that bridge to move like this when it opens. Secretary rode that thing here a month or 2 ago.
I had it fixed before I rode on it, too.
Again, the Secretary's point, the invert, they call it the invert slab, which is a roadway and through the tunnel. That's a picture of what the bottom of that slab looked like in several places, and then the repairs have been made to repair that. So just a couple examples in Hampton Road District there. It's another one, James River Bridge. This is the approaches to the lift span.
So let me stop you for a second. I'm not an engineer. I have zero engineering training. And if you looked at the picture on the left bottom, it would scare you, wouldn't it? Say, I don't know about that. That doesn't look too good to me. I don't know that it's, and we would call that, Kevin, I'm sure that must be structurally deficient, that picture.
I would say it would be poor.
Mean that it will fall in, and that's why I hated that term, structurally deficient. But it scares you a little bit, and to look at that and say, how's that?
Those beams are fairly close to the water there. That approach spans mile of white to the lift span. And so it's a pretty tough environment for that concrete and any steel that gets exposed there. So
I still hope we're looking at that basalt stuff.
top right hand is where the similar beam has been repaired.
Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Smoot.
Kevin, I infer from your presentation that the Commonwealth has no responsibility for the maintenance of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel.
That's correct.
Are there any others that we do not have responsibility for?
South Norfolk Jordan
South
Bridge.
Norfolk Bridge.
What was that?
South Norfolk Jordan Bridge.
Yes, yeah.
It's a private bridge.
Chesapeake
Chesapeake
Expressway.
Expressways.
So we don't even inspect those facilities. I mean, we rely upon those responsible to.
And the P3s in many cases, but that doesn't mean we don't inspect them.
We require them to be inspected and submit them as part of the state submission to the federal government.
Now, to get to any of those, other than to get to all of them, if the whole thing, if the financial structure that underpins all of those projects went away, guess who'd own them? That would be us, right? If the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel went bankrupt and it couldn't pay its bills, the Commonwealth would take it back into its regular system or redo something to it. But at the end of the day, all that's gonna flow back to the Commonwealth. I mean, you can't let the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, if it was gonna get there, you can't let. Maybe the South Norfolk Bridge would be different because it's not as critical. But, all those things are critical to the Commonwealth at the end of the day, and we're not, if they weren't operating and they were going down in terms of their operations and their governance and they couldn't pay their bills, it would, the answer is no, but.
Downtown Tunnel and Midtown Tunnel is another example of those.
Any of the concession projects, but even the ones that, Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel is unique because it's a state authority, but, even Chesapeake's Expressway. If Chesapeake went bankrupt, which they won't, but if they did and they couldn't support their expressway, I'm sure the Commonwealth would have an interest in making sure it continued to operate.
Downtown Expressway fall in that category too? Ramada?
All the ones that we don't, own. Okay, go.
The next one is Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia does have one special structure, Roslyn Tunnel. These are some pictures of the tunnel prior to the work being performed. Especially the one on the right, you can see those ceiling panels. Tiles on the side, how they were coming off.
Not too pretty.
This is a picture of the tunnel now. The project is all but completed. And you see the new tiles. The ceiling panels were removed and exposed the beams. They were all fire treated and recoated. And so we got rid of those, a maintenance problem with those ceiling panels there, but you can see the difference. The Benjamin Harrison Bridge, this is one that, the fender system is being replaced, but we're also putting the dolphin. You can see the big round thing on the photo on the right. As we have to replace fender systems, all of our fender systems are being brought up to current standards for bridge impacts. I just wanted to make you aware of that as well, that this is one that the fender system needed to be replaced, and so these dolphins are being put in at the front and the back of it, so that to protect it from impacts from ships.
This is a fracture critical bridge, and it's been in the drink one time before, got hit and collapsed. And so, as we do these things, we make them.
So this is the Verona Enon Bridge. This is one of the pier footings. And so you can see the condition on the left, and the condition on the right is the proposed method. That project has been advertised. I believe it's been awarded. But anyway, that's the proposed plan to do that work on those foundations on the piers at the Verona Enon Bridge. Lastly, to the Commissioner's point earlier, just wanted to make the point that the maintenance and operation program is a budget used for all emergencies, included winter weather, hurricanes, bridge hits, just to name a few. $220 million in the past was set aside. You saw the slide today, $225 million for emergencies, and used first for winter weather, and then about $90 to $120 million is fixed cost in that $225 million. Fixed as in labor, materials, overhead, guaranteed minimum payments for contractors, mobilization, demobilization. And back to the Secretary's point, is preparation for the storm. So you can see the Commissioner statewide 2025 was a little over $645 million. Snow and ice, we budgeted $220, and we spent $407 million. And the rest of it was due to Hurricane Helene and several floods that came after that, that we had to make repairs from.
Mr. Davis, you were talking before about, can we allocate, or somebody was talking before, could we allocate the cost of the trucks in this situation to the revenue stream? How do we get the revenue to cover the cost? So if you think about this, the decisions that we made to ensure that the traveling public was not only safe, but was able to use the roads more quickly and better, that has a huge economic benefit, right? When you're shut down for days and days, the impact is big. And when you're not, conversely, the impact is big. But we don't get that back in our maintenance budget, right? Because we unleashed that economic activity and allowed it to resume, and did these things that made it more safe and allowed commerce to happen and all that, which helped the general state economy, if you will, and the economies of the region, that all has an impact somewhere as it flows down to us, but it's not direct. So we go out there and do this great preparation, which is what we should do, and we absolve or resolve the issue of too much downtime, and we spent $400 million $400 million extra dollars between the snow and the hurricanes, and there's not a funding source that says, oh, dang, you just jacked all this revenue for the Commonwealth at large because you kept the system operating, and that money's going to come back to you. It doesn't work like that. So we're doing good. It's the right thing to do if you look at the big picture, but it strains us because we're the ones having to pay the bill in our existing revenue streams, and it challenges us. So from the Commonwealth's perspective, it's absolutely the right thing to do. If you were being really selfish and just looking at our budget, our own budget, you didn't care about anybody else, which of course we do, then you might not do that. You might not do that. That's what we did.
Mr. Secretary, as a follow-up for your question about pipes, In 2015, the target was 10%. We did 16%. Out of that 16%, 30% was inspection and 70% was actual work.
All right, Mr. Gregg, good work. Any questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Minshew.
Yes, back to that 770 million, soon to be $1 billion paving number. I'm curious, are we using any kind of new innovative structures like geotextual laydowns on our asphalt, or is that something where the juice isn't really worth the squeeze from a standpoint of cost-benefit analysis?
I'm sure if we were using any geotextiles, they're a part of our paving program. I'm not sure it's at that level for an overlay, but it would be incorporated into a deeper reconstruction activity. We use other things of recycled asphalt into the program. Kevin?
Let me say this, Mr. Minshew. We're careful. We're not an early adopter. We're a more conservative. We don't take high risk there. But we have a combination of the Research Council and Virginia Tech's Transportation Institute aligned with AASHTO and all sorts of entities that are out there working on this stuff. There's lots of collaboration and you know, we're not a closed shop here. You know, we're not a stovepipe. We talk to our folks in the other states all the time in these matters. So everybody's chasing that, right? I wouldn't say Virginia is a leader in adopting the latest, newest thing. That's sort of a feel, not a fact. And I think it's appropriate. I'm not a big, huge early adopter fan. I like to lay a little bit, let a little bit of experience work its way through that. Personally, that's why I think is more optimal. But we certainly chase all that stuff, and the Research Council and the Transportation Institute and others are doing that all the time. So yeah, I don't think we're not aware and not chasing the stuff that can save us money in that regard. But also wouldn't call us an early adopter, a big risk taker. Is that fair? Is that
We
fair,
do use
Commissioner?
some geofabrics in some of our new construction on their bases to help stabilize the bases. We have piloted some geofabrics in some of our subdivisions where we have thin layers of asphalt where we have to take that off, and we use those geofabrics to help stabilize that, where we put in an inch and a half or 2 inches over top of it to help stabilize that basin of there. So to the Secretary's point, we've worked closely with the Research Council. We're looking at new ways to maintain our unpaved roads, the gravel roads, what type of things we can mix with the gravel to make it more stable and help us maintain that less, since they require a considerable amount of maintenance over the years to keep going. So we are looking at that. This is a follow-up. We're looking at some, in the Commissioner's point, to re-baseline our pavements. We're looking at AI to help us with our pavements and to bring in more of that data that we've collected to help us make better decisions on when to pave and how long some of our pavements are lasting and that type of thing. So with that and with the partnership with the Research Council and Virginia Tech, we try to keep our ears open, but we're probably not on the bleeding edge, but we're on the cutting edge of many of those things.
Good. Thank you, sir.
You know, I've talked to you about a couple things, and I think we could probably push harder in that regard. I mentioned this before. There's a guy that I knew that I went to school with who's gotten into the basalt business, and basalt is a mineral, whatever. And they're basically making rebar out of it, right? It doesn't corrode. It's supposedly stronger. Is it the thing or not? I don't know. You know, I don't know if it's real. If it's not, I don't know how real it is yet. If it's mature, if it's ready to go. Florida's messed with it. It's in Europe, different places. But we ought to be chasing all those things in terms of knowing what's out there and sort of where it is. Again, to our early adopter status, I like a little bit of a But I'll tell you, and I've told this to y'all before, and I love this technology, where they're, taking these cameras that are in fleet situations and for Amazon and UPS and FedEx and truck fleets and big company fleets, and they're buying the data out of those cameras. And those trucks and those vehicles are running all the roads in Virginia all the time, every day, all day long. And they take all that data and they can tell you, that they claim that they can tell you, pavement condition and how it's changed and how it changes over time in the exact same place and what its condition is. And they can tell you about the guardrail, and they can tell you about the thing on the side of the road and the sign and this and that. And all that is going to be just revolutionary to this stuff we're doing. We didn't even know what assets we had, right? We didn't have a good inventory, right? Much less the condition of the inventory. So we're building all that back up, but ultimately, instead of us calling those things in and going out there and looking at it ourselves, if all that data got fed to us and it was good data, it would just tell you where your issues were, and so how things are working and not working, wow, how powerful is that, right? That's huge. So technology will help us with a lot of these things, and we should be, I think Kevin said it right. We're near the top. We're just not right at the edge. We don't want to be right at the edge. We want to be back a little bit. I think. Next item on the agenda is item number 6, amendment of rules and regulations governing relocation assistance and removal of associated guidance document. Ms. Joanne Maxwell. This is going to be riveting.
I was going to say that. I will make my every effort to make this riveting. First of all, a little bit about relocation assistance. These regulations govern basically the assistance that is provided to persons or entities that are displaced as a result of property acquisitions associated with transportation projects that are funded by federal or with federal and state funds. This is not about eminent domain and valuation of property. Rather, this is the assistance that's provided to individuals or entities that then must move, and they're entitled to certain benefits for the costs of moving their personal property, et cetera. These regulations are necessary based on federal and state law. Both federal and state law contain requirements, and in order to comply with the federal and state laws, we have to implement regulations. And they basically just provide substance and procedures of the assistance that are associated with the assistance that's provided to these displaced entities. Why we're here? There is a guidance document that is associated with relocation assistance. It's a standalone guidance document that's listed on Town Hall. It's also listed in as a document incorporated by reference, which is a term you've heard in other regulatory measures. It's a document incorporated by reference. Bottom line, this guidance document has become obsolete. It's no longer used. It goes back to 2014 and is outdated. So what we're asking to do, I'm sorry, I need to forward this, don't I?
Is get rid of it.
Exactly. We're asking, and so what that is going to do is require 2 actions on the part of VDOT. We're going to need to amend the regulation to eliminate reference to that document. And then we're also going to need to take action to delist that guidance document from the list of guidance documents that's posted on Town Hall. So that's basically it, 2 steps that we need to ask your authority or ask for your authority to take.
Are there questions about this guidance document? No longer needed, not used, duplicative in the cases where it's necessary, just in the way. Okay?
All right.
Next item. Item number 7, regulatory reduction efforts, removal of document incorporated by reference from 24 VAC 30-91. Mr. Hoffrichter, we got some more regulatory reduction efforts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So here we're trying to get rid of a document incorporated by reference from the subdivision street requirements.
Mr. Hofrichter, we don't need to go through all the history.
Yes,
here.
sir, thank you.
Basically, long story short,
Long
we have an
story
Office
short.
of Regulatory Management. We're trying to get rid of unnecessary regulations. You got a EO on that as well, and here we are.
Yes, sir.
Fair?
The subdivision street requirements are one of the standards that are needed for if you want to have a developer build a road and have us take it into the system. It is only for old things. This was replaced by the secondary street acceptance requirements in 2009, but we had to retain it because certain developments were grandfathered. So as part of that, it incorporates documents incorporated by reference, as Joanne mentioned for one that she was talking about. And one of them in the document is an AASHTO document called the Standard Specifications for Highway Bridges, effective 1996, which can tell you the age of some of the stuff.
Cutting.
And we'd like to get rid of it. It's not referenced in the document. Probably shouldn't have been in the regulation to begin with. We'd like to do it.
It's confusing and unnecessary and duplicative.
And we'd like to go through the fast track process, and still it gets executive review and everything else. But we will bring this back to you for a vote to see whether you agree that we can fast track this or not.
Questions? Let me say something that's important. So what you just heard from Mr. Hofrichter and Ms. Maxwell is a small part of some of the work that VDOT has done and has led the Commonwealth in its success of getting rid of unnecessary, duplicative, and outdated regulations. And so some of you may know, and some of this is what we skipped over a little bit, but the governor had issued a challenge for us to cut our regulations by 25%. Everybody in the Commonwealth, 25%. VDOT led the charge. VDOT has a lot of regulations, as you can imagine. And VDOT led the charge and exceeded that. So like anything that we do with the governor, when you meet the goal moves to a new goal, and the number became 35%. So I think we met 25% about 2-3 months ago, and he said, all right, 35%. So now we're on the road to 35%, and I think we're going to get there in the Commonwealth. And the reason we're going to get there, if we do, is because of VDOT's work, who has led the charge. And listen, this is just getting rid of stuff that doesn't apply, that's unnecessary, that is redundant, not applicable or whatever. And to think about cutting 35% of your regulatory guidance and documents, and that it's all unnecessary stuff, right, is profound. We're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, right? VDOT's still an engineering-based, rule-based organization. We like our rules. We like people to follow our rules, and we like our rules to be very clear. That's what we like. So we're not getting rid of that, although maybe we can soften a little bit, but really what we're getting rid of is just stuff we don't need. And so I think we ought to thank the folks that have really done this. And I'm telling you, without VDOT, the state wouldn't even be close, and they are leading the charge. And I'm not just saying it, the person who's in charge of this is saying it. So that's off to VDOT, the commissioner and his whole team for making it work. And the director gets some of that credit too, because she's doing the same thing. And it's really across our agencies and our secretariat. They've all stepped up and done this, and it's just good work. So thank you, sir. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm just curious, I know you have a department that's looking at all these regulations. Do we get any input from vendors or customers that complain about regulations that are legitimate?
We get input all the time.
Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir. And there's an Office of Regulatory Affairs that the governor has, and they lead the effort, but they don't come to VDOT and tell them what to do. They don't get specific. They set a framework and an outline and monitoring and this and that, and give them some tools perhaps. But this has been driven by the agencies themselves. They've gone in there and figured all this out and done it. So that's what really deserves the credit here. Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is item number 8, Revenue Sharing Program Guidelines Update, and Ms. Angel Deem is going to be here today instead of Mr. Terry Short.
Yes,
Welcome.
poor substitute, but I'm going to do my best.
I think you're doing just fine,
I've got
ma'am.
some of the local assistance division leadership here to back me up if needed.
Rocky.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, this presentation follows a similar theme to what you were just reviewing. But first, an overview of the revenue sharing program. It is a $200 million biennial state-funded program, so $100 million a year. Funds are typically allocated in our program in years 3 and 4, and state allocations require a dollar-for-dollar match. This is a popular program because of its flexibility, so eligibility extends from construction to reconstruction to improvement and maintenance projects. So as a result of some program changes that this board adopted in the summer of 2023, the resolution that this board adopted included reference to updating the revenue sharing guidelines. And so because of that, we're coming back to make some changes to those guidelines, so we need to bring them before you. However, these changes, unlike in 2023, we updated the guidelines pursuant to policy changes that this board adopted. Today, we're making largely formatting changes and also reducing redundancy within the guidelines. Content updates to improve readability and streamline the document. You can see that through this, we've achieved both word and page count reductions. The formatting updates are an effort to bring consistency to all the local assistance division guidance materials to follow a common template, so they're a little more accessible to all of our customers. It's important to note that how the revenue sharing program is administered is not impacted by this guideline update. There's one caveat, however. We are adjusting, for program consistency, we are adjusting the process for canceling a revenue sharing project, so that's different than the reformatting and reducing redundancy category, so we wanted to bring it to your attention. We are proposing to receive cancellation requests from a locality's authorized individual, as opposed to currently the governing body must pass a resolution in order to submit a cancellation request. This is unique to the revenue sharing program. All other funding programs allow us to receive a letter from the authorized individual to cancel a project. So we're aligning it with those other funding program procedures and also expediting that return of funds from canceled projects. I would note that the project administration agreement that is executed following this board assigning revenue sharing dollars designates that authorized individual. So it is certainly appropriate for that entity to be allowed to request a cancellation.
I ask, Mr. Chairman,
Sellers.
is there a reason that you're requiring the governing body to put a resolution forward?
They used to, they don't anymore.
That's the guidelines, sorry,
Getting rid of that.
yeah. So it was found to
We're
be.
going to let the city manager or whoever they designate.
That makes sense.
Mr. Lawson.
Just to follow up on that, do we not still require the governing body to have a vote to get into this contract with us?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, that's a great question. There's still a resolution that has to be passed to apply for these funds, to make a request for these funds.
Not to council.
Just not to cancel.
No, I understand. I'm just,
Did I
The
answer?
body has to ask for them by resolution.
Yeah.
So the-
well, and, I mean, to me, it's kind of a distinction without a difference. What we're saying is you're authorizing your county administrator to terminate it. What did we save other than we got rid of the words? And the reason I bring it up is it's an important function of a locality where we live. It's how we get roads built. I would think it's very serious and it's important, and it's not a bad step to have the governing body not only vote affirmatively to get in and sign that contract, but if they want to get out, they need to go through that same ceremony.
Well, I think the concept, Mr. Lawson, is that that if city manager or your county manager or whoever you designate is going to cancel a project that the board doesn't know about and approve, then you got the wrong
That's a
person
whole nother
there.
issue, I know.
You got the wrong person there and they won't be there very long.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit more thought that once the body's involved and they know what's going on, there's, maybe it's a little bit important to have them involved in the front end. But if you got people canceling your projects that work for you and you don't know about it, then that's a local issue, I think. I think that's how we saw it, right?
And I would just offer to, maybe I'm restating, but the agreement that's executed designates this individual, this title, to execute all matters concerning the
So
project.
the agreement says one thing and the guidance says another?
Regarding cancellation, yes, sir.
So we're allowing it into the contract, but this says something different, so we're trying to align it. If you want the governing body to have to vote to cancel the project, then you shouldn't support this. If you want the designated official of the governing body to be able to just say, we're asking to cancel the project, then you would like this.
Understand. I just hate to add facts to this, but typically what I'm seeing is these are county or city contracts, but they are, in most cases, 100% backed by a private sector. And so that's where the real money is. That's where the real support of this is. And so the public hearing part of it allows that person who is invested or that entity that is invested, they have knowledge of what's going on. If we're going to, I love the idea of streamlining things and making them more efficient, but the
It seemed
real
to me,
party and
if I was a
interest.
developer, Mr. Lawson, and I agreed to put up $20 million into a revenue sharing program to get a $40 million program, right, to use an example. My money I was putting in, and the locality decided they didn't want to do that anymore. They didn't want my money, and they were going to cancel the project. I think they'd probably know about it. If I no longer had to pay the $20 million, I think they would consult with me. That's what I would think. You're a practitioner, you could tell me better than I would know, because I've never done it. We hear you. Any other comments or questions? Steps.
Next steps, we would bring back to the December meeting, possibly the November meeting, consideration to adopt the guideline update. Also want to call out that we will.
Contract calls for that already.
Yes, sir. I also want to point out that we will also seek a delegation for the commissioner for any future administrative guideline updates. So not policy-related changes like were done in 2023, but administrative changes so that we can streamline the process to push those out to our customers. And then if approved, the guidelines are posted to Town Hall.
Any other comments or questions?
You have a question.
Yes, Ms. Sellers.
So it says it has policy redundancies, but what about redundancies with the code? Because there are some things in here that are, the code is fairly long on this, and we've taken things that are written in code and put it right in the policy. So we looked at removing some of that language to just say, refer to the code?
I would say we haven't done that in total, just because we're customer focused, so we want to make it easy for folks to understand what compliance looks like. So there are still explanations of those code references, but we have reduced the continual repetition of what those sections employ. I have a red line of it too, that I'm happy to share.
Looking for more or less, Ms. Sellers?
It would be less. So
You're
you
looking
would-
for more cutting.
More cutting, and it would be, as I read the code, it's pretty prescriptive. And then we repeat some of that in here. And so, to me, that would mean anytime the code changes, we have to change our policy. And it could also lead to some confusion. So it would be helpful to just say, this is what the, reference the code, and then this is in addition to the code, the process, to me. Because then we're saying this is what's different than what the General Assembly has already said.
We'll take a look.
We could certainly look at that, and I think the delegation for those administrative updates would allow us, though, to quickly make any changes if there is a code change, but we'll take a look.
Yeah, the real question is, why do we need it in the regulation to lift language out of the code that we reference and put it in the regulation, which one, increases the length of the document, and two, would have to be changed if the code was changed, as opposed to just referencing the code. And if the code changes, we don't have to do anything, and there is no thing necessary, and the code still exists, but there's less in the regulation. You got to go to the code, and the code's going to be more fulsome anyway. That's your point.
Take a look. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you very much. Item number 9, Ms. Deem, Economic Development Access Program in Wythe County in Progress Park.
Yes, sir. So before we jump into the particulars with Progress Park, we always like to provide an overview of the program, just as a refresher or as an introduction for new board members. This program provides funding for either design or construction of access roads to economic development sites, either new access roads or expansion of existing roads. Localities submit applications for funding on a rolling basis. It is a state-funded program. A business must be designated as a basic employer by VEDP to qualify for the program, and VEDP makes that determination, of course. And the table at the bottom is meant to provide an overview of the maximum allocations that are allowed, because this program does have a matrix, if you will. So for design-only projects, if they are major employment and investment sites, which are designated by VEDP, the maximum state allocation is $500,000, unless a locality opts to bring a match, and they can bring a match up to $150,000. If they do so, then the state matches that. So then the total state contribution in that scenario would be $650,000. And so the rest of the table follows that logic, if you will. So design-only and construction projects. The project we're going to talk about today is a bonded construction project. We refer to construction projects as either traditional or bonded. Traditional means it's a named qualifying entity with a firm contract to build, so either expansion of an existing facility or new one. Bonded is where there is no firm contract to build, or when the identity of the qualifying establishment is being held confidential. Since the subject of our project today is bonded, so we have some more details on that. The EDA program provides those allocations where there is no establishment under firm contract. The locality has to guarantee to this board with a bond or other acceptable surety to cover the anticipated cost of the project. The time limit for bonded projects is 5 years from the date of the board approval of the funding, and there's a 5-year payback provision if an eligible capital investment is not realized within that time frame. Okay, so on to the topic at hand, Progress Park. The proposed allocation that we're discussing today is for Progress Park, which is about a 1,200-acre industrial park in Wythe County. Progress Park has quick access to I-77 and 81 with 3 interchanges within a 5-mile stretch. The park also has Class 1 rail service from Norfolk Southern and is within a half-hour drive of 3 general aviation airports. The allocation under consideration is for construction, and it is not an MEI site. But because the business is not named, a bond is required. The proposed access road will extend an existing road, Kent's Lane, to serve 100 acres of undeveloped property within the park. It is a modest extension, just 0.06 miles long, or about 300 feet, of a 24-foot wide access road, one travel lane in each direction with shoulders and ditches. With County has provided a total project estimate of $700,000, which the Bristol District has reviewed and concurred upon. And so the proposed bonded project allocation is for $700,000. It's unmatched. An image to give you an idea of exactly what the project entails. Existing utilities have presented a challenge in determining the best location to access Lot 35. So the 100-acre property that we're seeking to provide access to, or the county is seeking to provide access to, is Lot 35. At first glance, it looks as though Kent's Lane could provide that access. However, due to the transmission line, the sewer force main, and some other topography issues, which I'll show you next, that was found to not be feasible. The county did pay for just some concept design work to determine that the best approach is to extend Kent's Lane, the red that's shown on the aerial, that 300 feet to provide the access into Lot 35. Also, that access could be used to provide access to Lot 32 in the future. However, the consideration today and the scoring that went into this project application does not consider access to Lot 32. Looking at the viewpoint, the image on the upper right-hand side of the screen, that's Kent's Lane looking west. And so there is a deep ravine along the northeastern side of Lot 35 adjacent to the road, so separating the lot from the road, and there's a creek down at the bottom of the ravine. As you come around the curve, the bottom right image shows Kent's Lane looking north. There's a steep grade along the lot adjacent to Kent's Lane, again making it difficult to provide access there and certainly not cost effective. So then the upper left, that's a proposed access road location. You can see it's flat and provides an opportunity to just extend that roadway into the park, or this lot within the park. VDOT works with VEDP to evaluate the potential success of these projects. As you've seen before, we use these 5 criteria to score the request, and VEDP partners with VDOT in doing so. So this project scored 85 out of 100 total maximum points. So it's considered to be appropriate investment. A score of 50 is needed to consider an allocation request. I'm happy to answer any questions on the scoring. Our next steps are certainly to bring this back in December or sooner for a resolution of support, and if approved, VDOT and the county would enter into a state aid agreement, and with county will administer the project.
Comments, questions? Thank you, Ms. Dean.
Secretary?
Oh,
Just a quick question. Is this being developed as an industrial park?
Yes.
And why wouldn't the developer bear these costs?
Developer bears the cost for the entrance, but not for the access road.
I'm just curious if this is, it doesn't seem like a enormous amount of money. Maybe somebody has more experience in developing these things than I do could point out. It seems an unusual expense for the state to incur.
You're asking, Mr. Gribbin? I missed that.
Oh, so we're asking for $700,000 of state funds, unmatched by the county, for a development. And my question is why, if this is worth developing, why would the developer wouldn't carry those costs?
Oh, but for? I mean, are you assuming every project pencils out? Is that what you're assuming?
Well, I don't know what the project is, but it seems like if it is as significant as it sounds, that
You could apply that to every single grant we ever give to anybody. Right? Why do that? Because we think we need to do it to make it happen. Now, it may not be accurate. Right? You can call into question that whole concept, and you can certainly call this program into question. And I pushed back on some things before when we're doing multi-million-dollar rail projects and we throw in a little bit of money as if they weren't going to do it anyway. So it's a legit question.
yeah, and I don't want to call it,
But that's a much bigger question about the program in general.
yeah, I'm not calling into question the program, I'm calling into question the program as applies to this project, the economics of this project. Do we need state funding to fill this gap, or can the private sector who's developing this
That's the
wrap
program.
that into the
You
scope
are
of the project?
calling into question the program because the program says if you do these things and meet these criteria, then you're eligible for the match. That's the program. So they are eligible for it. The question is, do we like the program? Because they meet the requirements of the program, but do you like the program?
Actually, a different question was just, does the program make sense as applied to this project, the details of which I do not know?
Does not require that you make an assessment as to whether this makes the project go or not. The program does not require that, doesn't ask that question. That's what I said about the but-for test.
Okay.
But for this would not go. And what I've consistently talked about at this board, and administration, just to make my point, and we'll move on.
Mr. Secretary, if I could take a stab.
No,
Is this-
I'm going to take a stab at what I'm going to say.
Okay, okay.
So let me finish. So, in the world of credits, which I started a company that sold those credits that were given by the federal government, we looked at projects and we said, these are the kind of projects that are eligible, and we're going to review their finances, and we're going to run the numbers, and we're going to see where there's a gap between what they would do with us and what they would do without us. And if they wouldn't do what we wanted them to do without us, and our money made them do what we wanted them to do, I mean, do the project, then okay. But for us, that would not happen. And I believe personally that that's the way the law ought to be. The law ought to get to an incentive is supposed to make you do something that you otherwise would not do. It's not supposed to just give you love. It's supposed to make you do something that you otherwise would not do. This is a program under the state code. It tells us basically how it's going to work, and we fill in some holes. It doesn't anticipate that, okay? The rail access, industrial access grants don't anticipate that. And I've taken many times, you've heard me up here over 12 years saying, well, do you really think that this company was coming to do this, $50 million project, and they didn't get the $350,000 that we gave them, that they were going to go away? Do you really think that? And that's the whole question, right? That's the question you're raising. The program, as it's laid out in the law, does not contemplate that. It says if you meet these things, if you do these things, then you're eligible, and we like you doing what you're going to do, so we're going to help you do it. We even did one, this is really bad. We did one in Virginia Beach over my objections many years ago, and the work had already been done. Okay. So that was, there was no, it's not, and so I'm with you, but the program is prescribed in the law. It is what it is. We can try to go change the law, maybe we should, but this is the way that it works. And generally, is it good? Yeah, generally it's good. Are we using the money as efficiently because we don't do a but-for test? I would argue probably not. But it is what it is. And we measure jobs, and we measure this, we measure that, we measure something else and say, well, that's all good stuff, and we want that. What we don't ask the question is, if we do nothing, would happen anyway. But we make those decisions every day, Mr. Gribben, and, you know, we go to a place and put an infrastructure that somebody's gonna get to use, and we're putting it in to try to make it easier for them to go there and use it. Would they go there anyway if they came in and said, well, we'll put in our own infrastructure because it's worth it for us to do that? Some cases they would, and some cases they wouldn't, but we don't necessarily measure that all the time. So I think your point's well taken, but the program is the program, and this fits in it, and we have money to do it, and so it's more of an administrative thing in a way. But I hear what you're asking, and I agree with your sentiment. Ms. Green.
I could add some.
Now we hear from the other side, because she's trying to get she's trying to get everybody she can get, and she wants every tool she can have, right?
Absolutely. This is a publicly owned park, so it's not being developed by private sector. Progress Park is a nice publicly owned park. And so what you see as far as their match to this industrial access doesn't mean they haven't put money in. They likely have a lot of other investment in this. It's just measuring whether they're adding to this incentive. So I would dare say that they have incentivized this heavily by the development of the park and the infrastructure.
But I think the concept is good, Mr. Gribben, and I endorse your concept, right? The concept is good.
I'm not going to do any.
Mr. Lawson, you were going to jump in.
Yeah, just to add, I think this is part of the same program where if you don't bring a qualifying industry in within a certain period of time, the state gets its money back, does it not?
That's correct.
So,
If it's bonded, yeah.
yeah. So there's a catch on the other end. If you don't deliver, then you're paying the state back.
But
There's a
if
little
you
bit
would
of
have
bug
done,
for
if
it.
you'd have done it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you'd have done it anyway, what difference does it make, right? You'd have done, you still wouldn't,
But-
right? If you're gonna do it anyway, what, you know, incentives should be, and this is pretty simple to say, a lot harder to do sometimes. Incentives are supposed to make you do something you otherwise would not do. And if you're gonna do it anyway, there's no need for an incentive. And the trick is, how do you figure out where that is? And in my illustration, we went and analyzed the details of the project. And we ran the numbers and said, it doesn't pencil out, Mr. Commissioner. It doesn't pencil out for that P3 operator. They're gonna make us put in $300 million, or they're not gonna do it. That's our incentive. We put in $300 million, and they say, okay, I'll go forward. And if we don't put it in, they say, no, thank you, I'll go away. And when you get to that situation, then you measure the impact of your $300 million to what you get and say, is it worth me doing it or not? We don't do that here. I don't. But it is what it is.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir.
uh,
Ms. Dr. Sloat.
question. Is it the failure to construct the improvement or the failure to have the industry come that triggers the 5-year payback?
Qualifying industry.
Qualifying industry.
So you could construct this improvement could be constructed, and if they don't have a tenant or a location on that site within 5 years, they have to pay back the money that is advanced through the program?
They have to have the qualifying investment. They have to realize the qualifying investment.
And we've sometimes given a little bit of room, Commissioner. I think we have a little bit of latitude we've done before and some extenuating.
The General Assembly in past years has made, as well as the board, has made determinations to give extensions to the time frame of repayment. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody good? Thank you, Ms. Neem. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Rob Williams, item number 10, the Interstate 81 2025 Corridor Improvement Plan Prioritization Update. Sir, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Commissioner, members of the
Hope you're
board.
doing well.
So I am here to give you all an update, and as promised when I was here last month, that I was going to bring with you a prioritized list of projects from the 81 Corridor Improvement, excuse me. So that's what I'm here to do today. So as you might recall, I was here last month, and this slide you see here is very similar to one of the ones that I left you all off with, which was that we had gone through a prioritization, or excuse me, you had gone through a process of developing potential solutions. We had engaged with the public. We had gotten feedback and found that we are generally in line with what the public wants, which is that they want continued investment on this corridor. The next step from there was to take that large list of potential solutions and refine them. We had about $7 billion worth of projects in that list, and we have about $2.25 billion worth of funds expected to be available for new projects. So our task over the last month has been to continue to refine that project list and prioritize them according to the smart scale-like prioritization process. So that process, similar to smart scale, in this case it's safety, congestion, and accessibility. Each one of those criteria are weighted as you see in front of you, 40% for safety, 40% for congestion, 20% for accessibility, and then we factor in the cost, and that's what gives us that smart scale score and the prioritization ranking. I will note that we did include inflation factors for these costs, and that we did review the final project list that was the result of that smart scale prioritization for operational considerations. So you should have in front of you two spreadsheets, one of which is the smart scale-like results. The other is the staff recommended funding scenario. And so what I'm displaying on the board here is that smart scale-like prioritization. And again, this is just the ranking straight from the smart scale prioritization 1 through 41. So I'll just note that you'll notice that acceleration and deceleration lanes make up a lot of the top projects, and that's because of that smart scale process. And once you factor in the cost, those smaller projects that have some benefit but at a fraction of the cost tend to float to the top. And that's why you'll see a lot of the smaller acceleration, deceleration type projects float to the top there. So working our way down the smart scale prioritization list, I'll just point out a couple of items there. You'll note the asterisks on some of those projects. And those projects are where we denote the study team noticed some potential operational considerations. And so those are ones that we took a look at to develop the staff recommended funding scenario. So you'll see that on the project from 230 to 235, the widening. Similar from 229 to 230, that's a widening as well. And then a little further down, that project from 296 to 298, that's also widening. I'll also note that that blue line that you see in front of you there is the funding cut. Like I mentioned, we had about $2.25 billion potentially available to us for new projects. And so what we did as part of this prioritization process is to work our way down until we couldn't fund the next project, and then we stopped. And the last part of that smart scale prioritization list of these projects you see here. So what I'd like to share with you all really is that the operational considerations that we looked at as part of our process. The first thing that caught our attention was how the widening projects played out in the Harrisonburg area. So you'll notice that some of the projects that fell into that smart scale funding scenario included the widening from 229 to 230 and from 230 to 235.
Everybody tracking what he's saying here? Everybody good? Okay. Good, Rob.
All right, so this is, like as I was mentioning, the projects in green here are the ones that fell into the funding scenario for the smart scale project ranking, right? That's just what came out of the smart scale process. So the widenings from 229 to 230, and then from 230 to 235 fell into that funding scenario. The 4-mile gap from 225 to 229 did not. So in this scenario, what the result would be is that we would be constructing a widening beginning at 229. It would be 2 lanes at 225. So what that results in operationally is an hourglass effect or bottleneck, as you would see. And I'll note that, I mean, this is a 70-mile-per-hour corridor. We're very well aware of the heavy truck volumes. There are interchanges at 225 and 227. So in that 4-mile gap, that's a lot of potential movements that would be further complicated by having a neck down from 3 lanes to 2 lanes on either end of that segment. So what we're recommending in this scenario is to not construct the widening from 229 out to 235. It still leaves a gap, but the gap of 10 miles allows a lot more room for those movements to occur in that area. And so how this would impact the funding scenario is that we'd essentially be taking these 2 projects out of the scenario, the ones that are ranked 17th and 18th, and we'd be moving up the next 2 projects underneath that blue line. So we'd be moving up, in this case, the widening from 296 to 298, as well as the widenings in the Bristol district from mile marker 8 to exit 14. You'll probably notice that one of the projects that we'd be moving up also has an operational concern. So in that case, that would be one of the widening projects that were being considered at the northern end of the corridor, from 296 to 298, as well as the second widening project in that area from 298 to 300. And so this would have a similar effect to the last one I shared with you all, and that we'd essentially be widening from 296 to 298 and then going back down to 2 lanes right before the system-to-system interchange with Interstate 66. So that, of course, presents a similar operational concern in that the movements there coinciding with the widening or the neck down. So in this case, what we're proposing is to swap those 2 projects. So in the staff recommended funding scenario, what you'll see is we're recommending widening from 298 to 300. There's a couple of things I would note about this is that, for one, the benefit score for those 2 projects were very similar. The biggest difference would be the cost. It was about 20% higher for the second widening, mostly because of bridges and other structures in that segment crossing one of the creeks there. We also anticipate, in looking at this area, that the project from 298 to 300, if we were to build that would mitigate a lot of the issues that we would expect to see upstream there. So we could potentially be solving both of these issues with this one project, or at least mitigating a lot of those concerns.
Secretary.
Mr. Lawson.
Back to that slide, is that also, as you're going up towards 66, you're coming up from the creek, so you're going uphill towards 66?
Sure.
Okay.
And this project would also include improvements to the ramp from 81 northbound to 66 eastbound as well.
So that's the ramp at Route 11 going into Strasburg? Okay.
What are you asking?
I was asking if, it sounds like we're swapping out and trying to catch the hill that always backs up leading up to the 66 exit, and that's what you're proposing?
Yeah, so on page 10, instead of widening number 21, which would then be widening and then not widening and then the exit,
Right.
you're going to widen up where the exit is to eliminate that backup that happens at that exit. So you're just moving the widening down to make it work operationally better than if you did it and undid it and then did it again, right? just trying to get fluidity in that stretch of system. And the engineers move that and not go up and back and forth, if you will.
I understand the hourglass concept. The other is, it's just like where we've done the climbing lanes as we go uphill. It's helped things dramatically because the trucks bog
Yeah,
down.
right.
And that's what we've got. We're going uphill, getting up to 66. No, I think that makes sense.
Sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so as how that would affect the smart scale funding scenario would essentially, as I mentioned, be swapping the two projects. So we'd be dropping down the 21st ranked project and then bringing up the project from 298 to 300. Again, that would be the widening and the improvements to the eastbound ramp to 66. So how that would lay out or play out for the districts, and again, now we've shifted to the staff recommended funding scenario. So in this case, in the Bristol district, that would result in 6 projects, 4 of them being acceleration lanes, an auxiliary lane, and a widening. Salem district, we'd have these 3 projects that you see here, the acceleration lane extension, and then the 2 truck climbing lanes.
Yes, folks.
Just go back to the first one.
Yes, sir.
Actually, this is a little thing, but the auxiliary.
Excuse me, sir. Okay.
It's not in the county, it's in the city.
Yep, we'll make a note of that.
We should make them pay for it. I mean, come on, you can't have it both ways, Tom. If it's in the city, then I guess the Bristol has to pay for it, don't they? I'm teasing Bristol. I love you. Keep going, Rob.
Right, as I mentioned, the acceleration lane extension, the 2 truck climbing lanes in the Salem district. And then in Stanton, that would result in 5 acceleration or deceleration lanes, the auxiliary lane, and then an additional 5 widenings throughout the district. I will note here that you see at the bottom a range. For the smart scale-like prioritization process, we do have to use one number, but we're still very much working within a range as we continue to refine these projects. We're still in the conceptual design stage, but in this case, what our next step will be to further refine them and use more quantity-based estimates. So the numbers you see on the list in front of you are a single cost, and that's typically somewhere around the middle of the range. In some cases, we use what we call the most likely estimates, but we're still working within a range as we're doing our engineering analysis.
Mr. Secretary.
So before we go there, Mr. Lawson, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
1314, where is that? It's at the county line, it looks like, Augusta, Rockbridge. Is that near White's truck stop?
Where's my marker, 209?
Looks like it's from 204 up to 212, if I'm reading this right, north and southbound?
I'm not sure off the top of my head, sir.
Okay. Just curious.
205 is Rafine, and there is a truck stop.
There, all right. Are we?
So before we, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just curious, and we had looked at this before, where there were some efficiencies. We're already doing a northbound, and if we fold in the southbound, there's some efficiencies of doing them at the same time. Is this one of those examples, or is it scoring-wise, north and south are equally bad in terms of congestion and so on, operational issues?
So what we've done in most of these cases in areas where, because of the median size, we would be affecting the opposite direction just based on what we've learned in the last round. This is one of those cases where we're doing them both together because of constructability concerns.
Yes, the answer is yes.
So there's some efficiencies doing them
it's the-
together. My
Yes, sir.
perception is the southbound is flowing better than the northbound, but do we have a breakdown of that?
They were scored together,
Okay.
right?
They were, sir, and also we'll note that those two projects are some of the top scoring projects in Stanton District from a safety and congestion standpoint. I believe they're in the top three on both safety and congestion. I think 204 to 209 is number 2, and I believe the 205 to 212 or 213 is congestion, and then on safety, they're up there as well.
Final question, if I could, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
If we were to bust them apart, 50/50 cost for each?
Roughly, but I think we'd have to take another look at it and make sure that we're, we're doing that. I mean, you could, if you did half of them, yeah.
It wouldn't be 50/50. I mean, it may score that way, but it wouldn't cost out that way because your synergies that you get by putting them together, right? So the number would change.
Mr. Secretary, I would caution against splitting out a northbound direction and a southbound direction, simply from the lesson learned on Ironto, that when it comes down to
Say $40 million, didn't we?
the efficiencies to be gained, if we're widening the center median, we may find ourselves with fixing one drainage issue, solving that drainage issue, and not taking into consideration the full northbound, southbound drainage requirements, that may find ourselves taking out improvements and reconstructing improvements just to be able to accommodate a different direction. So I strongly recommend to this board to maintain a northbound, southbound, and take that lesson learned out of Ironto and apply that in
If you're
moving
never going to
forward.
do it, we wouldn't do it. If you're going to do it.
Do it right.
Was it $40 million in Toronto?
70.
Was.
70.
But that was also a pretty severe grade change, and as I recall, somebody didn't think about if you do that, you're going to have to put in a retaining wall, which was basically your $40 million. So now we're going to do it all at one time, and we're not going to have those issues. If this is where I think it is, we don't have those extreme topographic differences.
But if you don't take it into consideration at the same time, you don't know what you know until you get in and start a redesign.
So you finished, Ms. Lawson? You good?
Yes, sir, thank you.
So let's sort of back up and like, where are we, right? So you'll remember that back in January, as we approached this, we had a lot of discussion, Mr. Gribben and Mr. Lawson, and I was in it, and we were saying, okay, well, we had these projects that were next in line, right? And those are basically the ones that say added to the program in January. And the question was, okay, well, we did that scoring and we ranked these projects in 20, whatever it was, 2020, right? 2020? So we don't know what they're going to look like today because time has changed and situations changed. So we all agreed that we should rescore them. We'll keep them there, but we'll rescore them. The blue line is the cut line. The brown lines, if you will, are those projects. They're all below the cut line. It is what it is. That's what the score came up. Times have changed, situations changed. But when we looked at these, right, when we looked at these, we noted that there were a few problems, and that's what Rob went through in terms of fluidity. And so the difference between the recommendation and the pure result was we took out 17 and 18, right? And we moved up consequently, we moved up 22, was able to be moved up. And 21 we wanted to do, but that was created fluidity issue as well. And then we were able to move up number 30. That bubbled up. And so we're actually going to do, according to the staff recommendation, we would do one of those projects that didn't score well enough to be on the cut, but once we did the finagling with the other projects to make fluidity work, that moved up as well. So now we have one of those, I'll call it 5 projects because of the way they're lumped together. One of those 5 projects that the staff recommends that we do, and 2 projects that we move around, 17 and 18. And at the end of the day, so it's a fluidity sort of engineering, traffic flow, fluidity is probably the best word, that drives this change from the raw score. And then to the commissioner's point, we looked at northbound, southbound together because we learned that lesson. And listen, while there may be a difference in the illustration Mr. Lawson spoke of because of the topography, we know that when you mobilize an entire construction crew to go out and build a highway, and on the piece right next to it on the other side, and you mobilize them again and bring them all out there and start over, you know what that means in terms of cost. And so it just didn't make. At the end of the day, that's what the staff is recommending. It seems to make sense. And there'll be some more that will impact this in a later presentation. But this made sense to us, and it's what Rob and the commissioner and the staff are recommending. So the question is, are there questions or comments, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. And the process, what he would go through next is next steps. So we've got 4 public hearings that we go out to. Go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide. We'll go public hearings, 4 different public hearings, and then we have a committee, an 81 committee, advisory committee that will meet after they've seen our staff recommendation, after they've heard public hearings, we'll hear from them. We'll hear public hearings, then we'll hear from 81 committee. And then we would come back to consider this in December, I think, is when we expect to do that. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Correct. The advisory committee is
right in
the
front of me.
first week of December, and then the board will meet the following week.
So these are the projects, as I have said, a lot of this money in this scoring round goes up into the Stanton District. And as we sort of know, I think most of us understand, the Bristol District was in better shape and has received some funds. And they're relatively speaking, they're in a pretty good place. Salem got a lot of money last time because they rose to the top in terms of need and ROI, if you will, on the scoring regime. But those projects are being done, right? So now the ones that have floated to the top are in the Stanton District, and so be it. There's a lot of work to be done up there. It's screaming at the top of the list for need. And the things that we did were about operational sense, to not mess up the fluidity, but basically it stayed more or less in the same place, and it's going to work better. Is that a fair assessment, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Jack Smoot.
I think this is excellent work and is readily understandable. I do have one question about process, which is not a question about any particular project. And that is that you indicated earlier that in round numbers, we will have about $2.2 billion available.
Yes, sir.
Now, it just so happens, I don't think it just so happened, but if you take the estimated cost for these various projects that are being recommended, they are in about the midpoint of what your estimates for each project was. Because if you add up your highball estimate for each of these projects, you've got, in round numbers, probably $3 billion worth of projects here, if everything came out at the top of the amounts you have estimated. So my question is, what process will we utilize to move through this and know which projects we can commit to and do, and which projects we will not be able to do because we ran out of money, or which projects might we add because the whole thing came in lower on the low end of your estimates and we got surplus funds?
Well, I'd answer the second one first, and I'll let the commissioner answer the first. Let's pretend that tomorrow we decided to do the projects as listed, and let's pretend that we were able to cost and contract those all the next day, and we knew what that number was, and we had money left over. Well, we would come back in here and say, go down the list to the next one. That's what we should do. Now, to what we did before, when you wait 5 years, you may say, well, maybe we need to take another look, right? The next in line ain't the next in line anymore, Mr. Lawson. But if it was tomorrow, I think you'd go to the next one on the list. And if it's been too long, if it's 2 weeks from now, you go to the next list. If it's a year from now, you probably go to the same list. But as you get older and older, the list gets older and older, it calls into question whether it's still germane or not. But that'll be for another board. This is 2031. I mean, it's 2035. This is 10 years from now, right? And that's how long it takes to go through the process, so that's what we know today.
So is it likely, realizing one cannot?
Now, going to his point, if you have less money, what's the process? Let's pretend we get to the street, we approve this, we get to the street, we start going down the list. What's the process for contracting so that we don't find ourselves doing the last project first and paying for it versus the first project that scored the highest, and maybe that be getting bumped out because it didn't get done in time?
Mr. Secretary, we'd go down the priority ranking that you have in front of you in the staff recommended scenario to advance those projects.
Until the money runs out.
So,
But to the extent the money runs out, or to the extent we have surplus money, I assume, but you can confirm or not, that we would use something like the smart scale process where you pick the project that you can afford to do and perhaps pass over other projects that cost more but may have a higher ranking.
Mr. Secretary, if I might, we're speaking.
That's a board decision?
Absolutely, that we're projecting funds or projects out that are 10 years out. Now, am I suggesting that we are not going to start them for another 10 years? The answer is no, because we do have the capacity. If you look in the top rank, let's go through this, less of a hypothetical, more of a realistic. We're speaking of some acceleration lane and deceleration lane projects in the neighborhood of $3 to $7 million. Is it appropriate that we sit on that money right now for 6 years to 10 years? The answer is no. I think working with the chief financial officer, there's no reason why we can't look at the cash flow situation we have and see if we can't advance some of these smaller, lesser projects to be able to get them into the design, the construction phase, even though that we have increased them to the year of expenditure. Having said that, our approach would be to take the next ranked sets of projects that are, let's just say that those that are valued over 50 million, and I'm picking an arbitrary number for discussion, we would work down that list in that priority order because that is the smart scale rank that we started with. Mr. Spoon, with reference to running out of money, I think we work down the list until we get to that point. If we have a surplus of monies, I would suggest that if we're 10 years into this process, the environment has changed, my sage advice to the board at that point in time, which I'm not going to be around even on this, that
I was gonna say, this whole discussion
Is-
is fairly academic, Dr. Smoot.
It is, but I would go through and rescore this list to make sure that they're still germane and reach the importance levels that we have.
So the one question that you asked that he didn't really answer, but I think we know the answer to. Let's pretend that the next project on the list is $189 million, and we have 50.
Yeah.
We go find the next $50 million under project and we fund it. That's what you would do.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
That's what you would do. Now, we can't bind the next board, and this is gonna way outlast me, I can promise you that, in terms of my service to the board. I hope maybe I'm still allowed to watch it on live stream. But it's a little bit academic to say, how are they gonna look at this when the time comes? But that's how we would look at it, hopefully. Hopefully, that's the way they would look at it when whoever's here. Fair enough?
Thank you.
Great work. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Folks, we got a couple of more things. I'm gonna cut us off on a hard stop at 5 today. We have a 6:30 dinner, probably leave about 6:15 from your hotel. And I want to give you a little bit of time to get out of here and get back and prepare for that. Mr. Lawson, should we do procurement practices or the other one first? Which one do you think? Didn't answer my question.
I think it's the pleasure of the board. You want the shorter
It's
one?
the pleasure of the chairman, actually, but that's why I'm asking you what you think. You want the procurement?
Sure.
I don't think it's gonna, I don't think it's gonna take as long as you think, but maybe it will. I mean, I can do either one.
Let's go in order.
Go in order. Procurement practices, Mr. Lawson.
All right. Good afternoon. Appreciate everyone hanging with us for a long day. What I want to go through today is, as part of this presentation, is to get the board thinking about project labor agreements. As many of you know, project labor agreements generate a lot of discussion. Some people really like them, some people really don't. There's a lot of thought as to which way they should land, and really what I want to bring before you is the thought that where do they fit? Where could they work? Where should they work? And what we're seeing is there's an increased interest or more discussion, at least, around in some of our localities about the use of project labor agreements. And as a result, I think it's a good opportunity to kind of bring you up to speed on them and to have you consider where our position. While PLAs are authorized and allowed in Virginia, there isn't any kind of formal criteria for selecting them. There is no public interest test, as you may call it. And with the law giving discretion to public bodies in determining whether or not they want to use them. So today, what I'm going to be bringing to you is a recommendation for CTB policy to guide this board in determining whether or not a PLA should be permitted on a project that the board is funding. So jumping into it, probably telling you things you already know here, but a PLA is a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement with one or more labor organizations that kind of sets the terms and conditions for employment on the project. The purpose being to ensure a stable, qualified labor supply for the project at a predictable cost. And what we have seen, looking back in history, I should say, is they were first used in the 1930s on major projects such as the Hoover Dam. Use during World War II served as the foundation for PLAs. They provided for, the high demand for skilled workforce. You saw increased governmental spending on construction projects, and the unionization of labor was really becoming prevalent at that time. Later years, though, we saw the use subside as the construction industry sought greater competition. There have been some presidential executive orders that have addressed PLAs kind of in both directions. Some of the earlier ones either restricted or prohibited PLAs by federal agencies on federally funded projects, while some of the more recent ones encouraged or required the use. In Virginia, the history kind of goes back to, at least recent history, to 2012, when there was law enacted that prohibited state agencies from acquiring or prohibiting bidders or contractors from entering into agreements with labor unions. In 2020, which is kind of the last legislative effort related to PLAs in Virginia, that language was amended to authorize bodies to require them, but that it doesn't require them or prohibit them. It makes it optional. So today, as I mentioned, we find ourselves at a time where there's increased discussion by localities and industry about the use of PLAs, and considering the potential impact that a PLA can bring, we really feel that warrants a CTV policy to guide the future use of them. A little more history. From a federal perspective, the National Labor Relations Act of 1935 kind of set forth or allowed the use of PLAs for construction projects. The National Labor Relations Act established the legal framework for collective bargaining and for protecting workers' rights. So that was kind of the basis going back 90 years. Presidential EO in 22 and current federal regulations require federal agencies to use PLAs on large-scale projects, and they define large-scale as 35 million or more, unless a PLA would not advance the federal government's interest in achieving economy and efficiency in federal procurement, because a project has a short duration and is not complex. It only involves one craft or trade, and I'm not going to read through the full list there, but again, it gets to whether the labor is available and whether fair and equal competition would be available with or without the PLA. Preceding that, in 2010, Federal Highway established interim guidance for the use of project labor agreements. Those PLAs require that Federal Highway approve the use of a PLA before a state DOT could employ one on a federally funded project. A PLA, based on this interim guidance, a PLA may be approved by Federal Highway if it is shown to advance the government's interest in reducing construction costs and achieving economy efficiency. Again, producing labor management stability and ensuring compliance with laws and regulations as it relates to basically the workplace, safe, healthy, equal employment, labor standards, etc. And by all means, it must be consistent with law. The guidance goes on to say that a PLA may be approved if the state DOT has demonstrated that the use of a PLA will advance the interests of the government, and it provides a list of factors to be considered. Again, you see a lot of recurring themes here, goes back to size and complexity, the importance of project schedule, labor unrest issues, any potential impacts to labor disruption, the cost of such a labor disruption, and if the labor pool related to the skills that are needed are available. in order to seek the use of a PLA, the state DOT has to apply, in essence, to Federal Highway to obtain that approval. The application, in essence, requires that the state provide to the FHWA, working with the division office, material that shows that asserting the PLA would advance the interests of the government and describing how that determination was made. Went the wrong way. Somebody should have told me. Providing the material to the division office, they would do their first and initial review based on the factors and materials that have been provided. And the division office can either accept or deny. And if they accept what they're seeing, then they review the terms of the PLA to ensure this list of things that it binds all contractors and subcontractors. It allows for the contractors to compete for the contracts without regard to whether or not they are parties of a collective bargaining agreement. It contains guarantees against strikes, lockouts, or other job disruptions. It includes mechanisms for resolving labor disputes. It also provides means by which labor management cooperation on key matters such as productivity and safety and health are addressed. And again, it must conform to all statutes, regulations, and executive orders. And if the division believes that all of these things have been met, then it has to be submitted to Federal Highway headquarters for their approval. Based on the 2020 legislative language, in Virginia, as I stated earlier, public bodies may when procuring contracts for construction or maintenance projects, require bidders, offerers, or contractors, et cetera, to enter into or adhere to project labor agreements with one or more organizations. So again, they may do this, not required, they don't have to do it, but they can. But we have to remember, Virginia's a right-to-work state, and based on Virginia's right-to-work statutes, it's the policy of Virginia that a person's right to work must not be denied based on any union affiliation. Any agreement between an employer and a labor union that denies a person's right to work because they are not a member of a labor union or requires membership in a labor union as a condition of employment or establishes a labor monopoly is against public policy and is illegal, an illegal conspiracy. Virginia law further authorizes a public body to require the use of a PLA, but again doesn't specify any criteria or conditions for use. The lack of conditions or use of a PLA on a project funded in whole or in part with funding allocated by the CTB place these projects at risk of indiscriminate use of a PLA, which among other things could cause increased project cost, inhibit competition, and again, conflict with Virginia's right-to-work statutes. The CTB, as a policy board, has the power and duty to review and approve, assist in and establish and oversee the execution of policies and transportation objectives of DRPT and VDOT, and coordinate the planning for and financing of transportation needs. Based on all of these facts, we feel that important, and we are recommending that the CTB adopt a policy related to how projects may or may not be funded with utilize a PLA. Before I jump into the the actual kind of components of the policy. Did anyone have any questions, Mr. Secretary? The policy that is being recommended would state that a PLA may be used on a project funded in whole or in part with state or federal funding allocated by the CTB only upon finding by the board that the use of the PLA will clearly and significantly benefit the project and advance the interest of the public and the Commonwealth from the standpoint of quantifiable cost savings, effectiveness, efficiency, quality, safety, and timeliness. And as you can see from the print there, we've kind of, that's the terminology we're referring to when we say interest of the public and the Commonwealth. And then secondly, it must meet the requirements of the right to work statute. A number of factors have been identified to be considered in determining the eligibility of a PLA. The project size and complexity, the impact of the project's cost, whether it would increase it or reduce it. Again, project criticality and timeline. Would a PLA help assure that the project is completed? Timeliness, or is there enough time in order to secure a PLA? What would be the impact on competition? Would it have an impact on Virginia workers based on their union status? Would it address in a positive manner any potential or actual labor shortage to ensure that the right skill set is available to address the needs of the problem? It would look at whether or not VDOT's or DRPT's pre-qualification requirements do not adequately address the interests of the Commonwealth and the public. And how would a PLA address any type of labor dispute? On reviewing all of this information, the board would consider what the project sponsor, and the project sponsor in this case would be a locality that is proposing to administer such a project. The project sponsor's submission and a third-party evaluation that would take into consideration each of the factors I just reviewed, and whether or not it makes a clear and compelling case that a PLA will have a positive impact on the project and will significantly benefit the project and advance the interest of the public and the Commonwealth. The process for evaluation and consideration of a PLA, again, starts with that project sponsor. The project sponsor would be the one submitting a packet to the CTB, submitting a package to either the Commissioner of Highways or the Director of DRPT, depending on the type of project, that would consist of a written request, that independent third-party evaluation that takes into consideration those factors that I talked about, and a statement and narrative that provides a clear and compelling case that the use of a PLA meets the requirements of the policy. Procedurally then, the commissioner or director would then assess the merits and completeness of the package. If the package is incomplete, they would then advise the project sponsor where it fell short. If it is complete, then it would present to the CTB at its next practical meeting the findings of the assessment. To the extent practical, at the next board meeting following that when the board was briefed on the request, the board would be asked to render its determination as to whether or not a PLA should be permitted or not on the particular project. If it's a negative determination, the PLA would not be allowed, as long as that project were to be advanced using state and federal funds that were allocated by the CTB. If the board agrees that it can move forward as a PLA, then the commissioner or director would work with the project sponsor to ensure the PLA complies with all state and federal laws. They would also work to ensure that it meets the requirements from a federal perspective, and would work with them to seek the approval at the federal level. And once a project were to advance with an approved PLA, there would be a series of reporting requirements. Annually, by January 31st of each year, and then within 60 days of project closeout, this list of information would be expected to be reported by the project sponsor. Much of it is general information about the project, contract cost, responsive bidders, change orders that have taken place, any type of workforce issues that have taken place on the project, as well as just a number of workers, a number of Virginia workers. In addition to this kind of static information, we would be looking for information that would substantiate that the PLA is bringing the benefits that it was claimed to bring as part of the determination process. And this project reporting will be posted on the CTV website. Proposal here is you have this presentation, attachment A that I'm referencing here is the actual policy document that is available for your review. And the intent is that we will come back at the next action meeting for your consideration. Mr. Secretary?
So what John has told us is that basically PLAs are out there, they're allowed under federal law, they're allowed under state law, and we also have state law as it relates to right to work. And so as this has become, to get some traction, both, we had one locality that wanted to further a project. They couldn't get through the federal process timely, so they didn't do it. So we've got both a federal process if they're federal funds. If there are no federal, and if they're state funds, we got a state process so that we can determine that it's in the state's best interest. And the criteria that are laid out are similar to, but not exactly the same as the federal government in the policy, but they're sort of aligned in terms of what they look at. And at the end of the day, we call that, is it in the public interest of the citizens of the Commonwealth? It's not exactly the language, but basically what it says. And so the test that we would want to apply, does it save us money? Is it more efficient? Is it safer? Does it avert labor shortages and labor strikes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And that, so that somebody would apply, we'd go through they would have to go through the policy, and they'd have to submit information that showed how it met the public policy, if you will, to be in the best interest of the Commonwealth and the citizens. They would get somebody to help them put that package together, like all packages. They would then submit that to the commissioner. If the commissioner found it was complete, then he would give it to the board, and the board would say, we take action on it, given the timing that's laid out, or the schedule that's laid out, to say, does it meet the criteria? Is it complete, and does it meet the criteria? If it meets the criteria, then the board would be expected to approve it. If it doesn't meet the criteria, the board would be expected to reject it. And if it wasn't complete, it would go back to the applicant. So that's basically what we've been briefed on. The policy has now been provided to you, so you can read through the policy. But that's basically what it's, Heretofore, we don't have any guidelines, so we didn't know how to handle these things or deal with these things. So we need some guidelines. These are in policy. These are the ones that have been recommended to you. And they're there for your consideration. we would come back at the following meeting to approve this with changes that the board wanted to consider. So, are there questions about this?
Mr.
Good.
Chairman.
Mr. Good first, Dr. Smoot second.
I've worked in construction contracting for 46 years, and I can tell you, if a project has a project labor agreement, you will have less competition in terms of the bidding process. However, I can also tell you that non-union contractors, when they get a job, are responsible for completion of the job. Labor is important. We have employed union subcontractors in order to get the necessary labor to perform the work. So if it's left to the marketplace for the contractors that are bidding the work, it's their job to get the subcontractors and the labor on the job and get it completed. I think leave it to the private sector to do this. And I have not noticed that Virginia is a particularly tough state for unions. We have worked in areas where we've had to drop the trucks off in a yard outside the city of Philadelphia, and a union trucker had to pick them up. No way that costs less, by the way. So I think the proper policy for us is to let the marketplace do the job, and certainly not to discourage the use of well-qualified people. And if they're coming from the union hall, so be it. Welcome them to the job.
Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of what has been proposed here is that it would be either the commissioner or the director of DRPT who would have to approve this.
No, the board would have to approve
The
this.
board would have to approve, they would recommend it to the board.
That's correct. The commissioner or the director would tell us whether the package was complete. If the package was not complete, if they hadn't submitted a proper application, meaning the pieces weren't there, not whether it should be approved or not, but were the pieces there, then they would send it back and say, complete the application and submit the required information.
Well,
Once the required information is submitted, it's the board's decision as to whether approve it or not, and the guidelines are what the board is saying that we would use in order to make that decision.
Well, it would seem more appropriate to me that the third-party recommendation or analysis come from someone who is selected by a person related to the board. That is, the commissioner or the director of DRPP or the chairman or somebody in transportation. Because you're asking a third party to opine on something that the person or the entity paying for that evaluation has a vested interest in.
The way the policy reads, and of course, you're not looking at the policy per se here on the screen, but the way that the policy reads is that somebody would have to be professionally qualified, if you will, and I'm paraphrasing the words, but professionally qualified by experience and training to opine, just like any other opiner would be, and they would be required to, it's not just anybody that's allowed to opine. In essence, that would have to be qualified to opine. That's a small Q, John. But then you would, if we hired a consulting firm, ABC, whatever it was, and they were qualified to opine, we'd take their opinion and we'd look at it, judge to whether we thought it was accurate or not, or whether it made sense to us or not, and the board would decide. It doesn't contemplate, to your point, that we would go out and pay for really where the rubber meets the road in terms of, you could have an opiner's list, if you will, but if somebody's paying for it, they're paying for it, and we're not recommending that we pay for it, we recommend that they pay for it. Give it to us. We were hopeful that in the marketplace that the professional opiners would be professional and opine professionally, and they would not be for sale, if you will, if that's your concern. I hear you, but that's not the way it is.
I found that other than perhaps an audit opinion, you could buy whatever opinion you wanted.
I'm not sure I've found that everywhere I've gone, but, perhaps you have. Mr. Minshew.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I recall back in 2012, I was in the House of Delegates when we had a pretty robust discussion over PLAs and right to work, and there's an interesting fertile interface between Virginia's right to work law and PLAs. It's too late in the day to get into it, but I recall a question being posed that if a PLA is written in such a way that it functionally excludes the rights of non-union contractors to bid, then that violates right to work. So there's kind of a legal review required at each PLA to determine whether or not it does that. And I'm curious, does the Attorney General have a role, if this board were to approve a PLA, in determining whether or not that right to work law, the way it's on the books right now, is potentially violated by the draft PLA? Or because there may be a need for some Attorney General's lawyering before this board were
The
to
Attorney
approve.
General is the lawyer for our agency and for the government here. So,
AG would
yes, so
review-
if we have a legal question as to whether it does that or doesn't that, they absolutely have a role.
My recollection, correct, as best you know, I know you're not a lawyer, Mr. Secretary, but if
Not
a
engineering.
PLA, if a PLA functionally keeps non-unions from participating in the bid, is it per se illegal under right to work? I think the answer is yes, but I never heard
Does the
that.
PLA do what?
If a PLA is written in such a way that it functionally excludes non-union contractors from bidding, does that violate the
I
law?
think that's reflected in the presentation, yes, sir. It's one of the criteria. Ms. Dunlop.
Mr. Secretary, I think this is terrific. I would ask if the reporting requirements should not include some sort of language that would result in an action by the PLA if they violated the agreement that they originally agreed to. In other words, if the PLA results in more costs, higher cost, there's no language here that would result in any kind of a penalty. And I'm wondering what the thinking is behind just having a reporting requirement that doesn't reflect any kind of penalty if the result.
Mr. Secretary, Ms. Dunlop, part of the material that is required to be submitted is in essence, a cost estimate with a PLA and a cost estimate without a PLA. So they're having to show up front whether or not the PLA, what the impact of the PLA will be on the cost.
And if it is not the result, is there a penalty?
How do you prove the result?
It seems to me we have to have a way to determine that.
I don't know how you
or
prove a
This is an
result.
empty
I
gesture.
don't, no, it's not. It's not empty at all. But you can't prove what it would have been, what you think, right? So we're forecasting what economics and markets would tell you. But once it's completed, to say, if I had done it a different way, if I hadn't had the PLA, and I'm going to turn the clock back 4 years and say, if I hadn't done it, what would it have been? I don't know how you do that. So trying to screen that out up front by having, professional opiners that would model it for you and show you why it would be expected to be a certain way. But I don't know how you, it's not like, did you create 20 jobs? Was the investment X? It's the result of cost of a project, and I don't know how to do that necessarily in reverse. Does that make sense?
Yes, I see your point, but I just do think that just having reporting after the fact, there's no enforcement mechanism. There's
Well, what it
no-
does, it helps you understand what's occurring based, what you thought was going to occur and then what occurred, but it doesn't tell you what would have occurred if you did it the other way. That's the problem. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Lawson, this is very well done, very organized, very clear. I just had two comments. One, in the interest of the Commonwealth, there's a number of factors, and then we have factors that don't necessarily line up with the interest of the Commonwealth. So just in terms of like clarity, I think quality was interest of the Commonwealth, but then quality wasn't necessarily addressed in the factors. And we went through it relatively quickly, so maybe I missed that. But just
Yeah, I think the most important part is that you read the policy, because the presentation is an excerpt of the policy. The policy is written out, so we'll spend some time reading through the policy. And when we come back, we can have more of that conversation, but yeah.
okay. But that just what caught me, given, do you not want comments now? You want later?
No, I'm fine to have it.
Okay. So that
I'm
was
just
one
saying
that-
the presentation may not track 100% of what's the words are in the policy are.
So all I'm saying is like the interest of the Commonwealth, I think we should be governing, and then the factors should flow from those. The second one really is a bigger policy question, which is, as a policy body, these guidelines pull us into a number of operational points where we're approving it, and then we're sort of overseeing the PLA. I was just curious, could we just delegate that to the commissioner?
I don't know that we're tell me about overseeing it.
I thought they had to report back to.
Well, they just give us a report. It's like WMATA gives us a report. Lots of people give us reports.
Okay.
So we're not overseeing it. They're just telling us what the conclusion is.
And
VDOT is overseeing the project unless it's locally administered, and then they're still looking at it, right?
But I guess if they're reporting to us and they report back, hey, this isn't working, to Ms. Dunlop's point, this is kind of falling back. I think it makes sense for us to create a policy, and then we hand that policy to the director and the commissioner, and they oversee it, and if for some reason we need to amend that policy, they come back to us. But if we're overseeing everything.
We're not overseeing anything in terms of day-to-day. We're approving it, and then we're getting a report of what was the cost, what was the responsive bidders, were the cost inclusive of change orders, what was their original completion date, what's the actual completion date. We're just seeing what the results were. So we're not running it, we're not overseeing it, we're just looking at the results.
But then we're voting on it, right, or no?
No, we're voting on it in advance. We're not voting on it after the
Have a
fact.
policy, commissioner comes and says, here's a PLA, this is what it does, we don't vote on it, we're just.
No. A locality says, I'm gonna have a project and I want a PLA on it, okay? If it has federal funds, it has a federal process. If it's state and local only,
Yep.
no federal process, state process. State process is, go get the person who can show us the data that we need, provide all this data to the commissioner in a complete package. The commissioner says, is the package complete? If all the data is complete and the package is complete, they're not opining on whether it's good or bad. They're saying it's complete. They hand it to the board. The board has criteria that this is supposed to meet. The board looks at it, says, does it meet my criteria or not? If it meets all my criteria, then I should say, okay. If it doesn't meet my criteria, I say, no, it doesn't pass. If it passes and it goes into effect, the project is run by the contractor, overseen by the locality or the state, depending on who's in charge. And then when it's over, they come back and say, here's the information you asked us to give you when it's over. We don't manage it. The board doesn't oversee it. The board is merely getting a report at the end of the project so that it can help inform them as to the criteria and whether it's doing what we expected it to do. If the original completion date is way out and it was supposed to keep the date in, right? If it did this or it did that. So there's no clawback mechanism here. It's criteria up front, a reputable opiner that gives us data. The commissioner, whoever that is, say the package is complete. The board lines up what was reported to them versus what the criteria is. The board makes a decision, yes or no. If it's yes, the board doesn't do anything else. That's it. We get a report, but that's it.
Yep. I just
The
have.
regular process is run by the regular process, and we get a report at the end. Is
I
that
was
fair
just-
enough, Mr. Lawson?
Yeah, and then the purpose of the reporting, obviously, is to see if the information we got on the front end proved out to be correct.
Correct.
You know,
Yeah.
and-
But in terms of cost, it's really hard to know what it would have cost if you didn't. You can look at dates and say, did it meet this date? Did it meet? If I didn't have one, would it have met the date? That's the problem. But you can see whether it did or didn't. You can't see what it would have been if it'd been something different, because that's not factual, right?
But in that long series of process, I'm only suggesting we think about one change, which is the point at which we compare item by item. And I would say we could just delegate that to the commissioner or the director.
We don't want to do that.
Okay.
We want the board to do that.
It seems like we don't really have the expertise in this board to do that.
Can I look at a document and say, is the cost supposed to be higher or lower? I can look at that and say that. Does it do this? What does that say? Is it that or that? I can certainly do that. This board is more than capable of doing that. Listen, we're not going to see hundreds of these,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So this isn't like we're going to be seeing these all the time regardless. This is a here or there, may happen, may not. But it rises to the level of the board making that decision, not delegating that, in our view. And the board future boards can do whatever they want to do, right? This is a board policy. They can delegate it, they can rip it out, they can change it, they can do whatever they want to do. This is a policy of this board and how we would operate until it's changed. Anybody else? Take all that under advisement and we'll have more conversation, but, Mr. Lawson? 43 minutes, not too bad.
Too bad.
Any other comments or questions for today? We have about 15 minutes left, and I'm not going to get into the next presentation because it's going to take longer than that. It's sort of like funding down the list, sir. We'll move that to the next day and pick it up. And so, Carol?
Yes, sir.
Can you reiterate, tonight, pick up about 6:15 from the hotel, 6:10? What
The
time?
hotel shuttle is available to give everybody. This is the same restaurant
We went
had
the
dinner
last
at
time.
in September. Just touch base with them around 6 o'clock and they'll have you ready to go about 6:10, 6:15.
So meet together, right? Don't leave your colleagues. Figure out in advance who's going to go on the bus. Somebody be in charge here, Mr. Gribben. Know who's going. Talk to the hotel shuttle. They're prepared to wait for, they're aware and they're waiting for you. So,
you a text.
Mr. Davis. Those Richmond types, you know they are. We have that tonight. Tomorrow, we start at 8:30?
8:30.
8:30 tomorrow, right? It will probably take us an hour and a half or more, maybe an hour and a half, I think. But no, I don't think it's going to take longer than 2 hours. So I expect we'll be done around 10:30 or so. It depends on how much y'all like to talk. Of workshop. Then we have an action meeting. The action meeting is probably about 40 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So I think we're definitely finished by 11 is what I would expect. And we'll see how we do. That's a forecast, okay? Or a projection. I'm never sure which one is which. All right, anything for good and order? We're going to recess today's meeting. But anything before that? Ms. Dunlop?
I just asked what the transportation conference. It's Thursday.
I don't know exactly what you mean by the situation, but some of our speakers are federal speakers. So we're maneuvering, I haven't got my latest update, but the conference will start on Thursday, right? It will go through Friday at what time? 2:30 or so? So a little bit shorter than than before. We got some great panels. Ronique, you want to speak to that? You want to step up here and speak to that for a second? Good afternoon.
Secretary and members of the board, not tomorrow. Thursday, I will start with opening remarks from the CEO of Buc-ee's. So we have a real treat lined up there. The remainder of the afternoon, we do have some panels right now that we're trying to figure out just who's speaking just because of the shutdown. And then Friday morning, we will start with opening remarks from the governor. We have a technology panel also planned. The Joint Committee for House and Senate Transportation will also be meeting. We don't have their agenda yet, but as soon as we have it, we're happy to share. And then the afternoon will be wrapping up with major projects update, and we should have everyone out by 2:30. We do have a reception on Thursday evening.
On Thursday, what has been programmed is sort of a roundtable of our agency heads and sort of where we are and what some of our from-tos. We also have a disaster preparedness program.
Yes.
That includes a federal official.
Chairwoman
Hammond
Hammondy will be with us, as well as our,
I think she's still coming. We also had another one that included federal highways, and we're not sure that's going to happen.
yes, but AASHTO, Susan Howard will be
So
joining us.
we're moving
So we're
some
in
things
flux.
around. We'll be adaptable. Maybe something will happen tonight and everybody will show up. I don't know. But, so that's where that is. Does that sort of answer your question? Yes, ma'am. Anybody else? All right, we're in recess.